Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the San Francisco Board of Supervisors meeting of October 4th, 2016. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Thank you, Madam President. Supervisor Avalos?
Here.
Avalos present. President Breed?
Here.
Breed present. Supervisor Campos?
Present.
Campos present. Supervisor Cohen? Cohen present. Supervisor Farrell? Farrell present. Supervisor Kim? Kim not present. Supervisor Marr? Marr not present. Supervisor Peskin?
Present.
Peskin present. Supervisor Tang? Tang present. Supervisor Wiener?
Present.
Wiener present. Supervisor Yee? Yee present. Madam President, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, can you please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance? Pledge allegiance to
the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, are there any communications?
I have none to report, Madam President.
Okay, can you please read the consent agenda?
Items 1 through 17 comprise the consent agenda. These items are considered routine. If a member objects, an item may be removed and considered separately.
All right. Supervisor Avalos?
Would like to sever item number 2.
Okay. On the remaining items, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
On items 1 through 17, minus number 2, Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos?
Aye.
Campos, aye. Supervisor Cohen?
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell? Aye. Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim?
You did. Aye.
Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr?
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Peskin?
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Tang?
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener?
Aye.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee?
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos?
Aye.
Avalos, aye. There are 11 ayes.
All right, those items are finally passed unanimously. All right, Madam Clerk, can you please call item number 2?
Item 2 is an ordinance authorizing settlement of the lawsuit filed by Jack K. Frazier against the city for approximately $5 million, filed on October 28, 2013 in San Francisco Superior Court, involving personal injury due to collision with a fire truck.
Supervisor Avalos.
Yes, thank you for calling on me. I actually will be voting no against this. I've had many meetings with Mr. Frazier, who is party to the settlement. I'm not urging anyone else to vote with me on that in any way, but based on my conversations with Mr. Frazier, who's expressed differing opinions about whether he should accept the settlement or not, I felt it important to weigh in on with my vote of no on just what his attitude is around the settlement itself. But I do believe that this is a settlement that is a big one and worth voting for.
Thank you, Supervisor Avalos. Seeing no other names on the roster, on item number 2, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Supervisor Breed?
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos?
Aye.
Campos, aye. Supervisor Cohen?
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell? Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim? Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr?
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Peskin?
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Tang? Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener?
Aye.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee?
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos?
No.
Avalos, no. There are 10 ayes and 1 no, with Supervisor Avalos in the dissent.
The ordinance is finally passed. Madam Clerk, can we please go to item number 18?
Item 18 is an ordinance to amend the administrative code to require that prevailing wages be paid for the driving of commercial vehicles and for the work, loading or unloading materials, goods, or products for special events and shows on city property.
Roll call vote.
On item 18, Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos?
Aye.
Campos, aye. Supervisor Cohen?
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell?
Aye.
Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim?
Aye.
Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr?
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Peskin?
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Tang?
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener?
Aye.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee?
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos?
Aye.
Avalos, aye. There are 11 ayes.
The ordinance is finally passed unanimously. Next item, please.
Item 19 is an ordinance to waive the competitive process requirement of Administrative Code Section 2A.173 for a lease agreement between Amora International, Inc. and the city through its Airport Commission for an interim employee cafe at Airport Terminal 1.
Supervisor Peskin.
Thank you, Madam President and colleagues, for allowing this matter to be continued 1 week. It is my understanding that a representative of the airport is here to answer a question, Ms. Kathy Widener. I believe last week when it was continued, the Airport Commission was going to consider the item earlier today, not the waiver, but the lease, and I believe was going to get rid of the 2 one-year options. So I just wanted a status report on that from Ms. Widener.
Good afternoon, President Breed, members of the board. Kathy Widener with the San Francisco International Airport. This morning, the Airport Commission did vote unanimously to amend the proposed lease to remove the 2 one-year options to extend. I have copies of the resolution for the board and copies for the clerk.
Okay, Supervisor Peskin.
With that, I am comfortable and want to, through the President, express my appreciation to the airport staff and commission for working with us on this matter.
Thank you. And would you like us to review the amendments first, or would you like to move them?
We don't have to amend the waiver. The waiver and the lease are 2 separate instruments, so we don't have to make any changes.
Okay.
And I will deliver those items to the clerk for our records, but we'll take Ms. Widener at her word.
Okay, thanks. Supervisor Campos.
Thank you. I appreciate the amendment. I think it makes it better, but I still have a problem with the fact that we're waiving the competitive bid requirements. I think that this should have gone out to bid to allow a San Francisco establishment to actually have the opportunity to compete. And without going through a competitive process, there is no guarantee that we, in fact, are getting the best deal possible. The whole point of competitive bidding is to let the best deal prevail, and that's not happening here, so I'll be voting no. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Campos. Supervisor Cohen.
Thank you. I, too, will be voting no. I believe in competitive bidding as well, and I think that we need to be pushing the airport to do competitive bids. They've done it before. They actually do a very good job in reaching out to diverse communities, minority-owned businesses, as well as women-owned businesses. But if we don't push them to do so, they will not do. They will not. And as we see today, a pilot program has been in existence for 5 years, and I think that is a symptom of a problem. So we need to prioritize and send a message to the airport staff and to the commission and let them know that the Board of Supervisors is interested in seeing competitive bids to go out. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Kim.
Thank you. This is a slightly separate issue, but this conversation about giving other small businesses and local businesses an opportunity to compete brings up actually the recent process around, I believe, your van services that SFO permits. And I know that we fielded some emails to our office complaining that SFO has recently, after many, many years, discontinuing its contracts with some of our small locally owned airport shuttle services that used to provide transportation services to SFO, but no longer will be. And so I was hoping that you could talk a little bit about that, because I think this brings into the overall concern that the board may have about the ability for our smaller locally owned businesses to be able to provide services to SFO, which is, of course, a big business for any company.
Understood. Supervisor Kim, through the chair, at Kathy Widener with the airport. This morning, also at the Airport Commission, there was a vote to reject an RFP process and reject all bids on a process that we were trying to do to consolidate some of our door-to-door vans at the curb. In response to the community concerns over the smaller companies, we have now canceled that RFP process. We are going to cancel the permits that all of the companies that operate at the airport currently hold and reissue to all of the companies that currently operate at the airport a permit that has some of the customer service standards that we were hoping to achieve through the RFP. So we believe that we've come to a place where we can get some of the improved quality standards that we were looking for, as well as maintaining the smaller companies' presence and their ability to operate at the airport.
Great. No, I appreciate you explaining the issues on both sides, and it's actually great to hear that we've come to perhaps some resolution on keeping our smaller shuttle door-to-door service companies that are here locally and hire locally to continue to provide services to SFO while also, I guess, improving the quality of service, which was the concern of the airport. Okay,
Yes.
great. I'm glad to see that moved forward this morning as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other names on the roster, Madam Clerk, on the item,
Supervisor, if,
Mr. Gibner.
Deputy City Attorney John Givner, the board actually should amend the ordinance today to reflect the changes in the lease term. Ms. Widener has given me a copy, but essentially it just reflects that the Commission adopted a new resolution and that the lease will now be a 3-year term without the 2 options.
Thank you.
Madam President, I would like to move.
Supervisor Peskin?
I would like to move what Deputy City Attorney Givner just stated for the record.
Okay, Supervisor Peskin has made a motion to amend. Is there a second? Seconded by Supervisor Yee. Colleagues, can we take the amendment without objection? Without objection, the amendment passes unanimously. And Madam Clerk, on the item as amended, can you please call the roll?
On item 19 as amended, Supervisor Breed.
No.
Breed, no. Supervisor Campos.
No.
Campos, no. Supervisor Cohen.
No.
Cohen, no. Supervisor Farrell. Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener.
Aye.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos.
No.
Avalos, no. There are 7 ayes and 4 noes with Supervisors Breed, Campos, Cohen, and Avalos in the dissent.
The ordinance passes on the first reading as amended. Next item, please.
Item 20 is an ordinance to amend the administrative code to prohibit city-funded travel to states that have enacted laws after June 26, 2015, reversing anti-discrimination protections for LGBT individuals or permitting discrimination against these individuals, and to prohibit city contracting with companies headquartered in states that have enacted such laws or where work on the contract would be performed in such states.
Roll call vote.
On item 20, Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos. Campos, aye. Supervisor Cohen.
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell. Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener. Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos.
Aye.
Avalos, aye. There are 11 ayes.
The ordinance finally passes unanimously. Please call item 21 and 22 together.
Item 21 is an ordinance to authorize settlement of the lawsuit filed by Allied Insurance Company against the city for $60,000, filed January 22nd, 2015 in San Francisco Superior Court, and to appropriate $60,000 from the Water Enterprise Fund balance for this purpose. Item 22 is an ordinance to authorize settlement of the lawsuit filed by Raymond Cruz and Ashley Cruz against the city for $325,000, filed September 17th, 2014 in Superior Court, and to appropriate $325,000 from the Water Enterprise Fund balance, and both settlements allege property damage arising from flooding.
Colleagues, can we take these items, same house, same call? Without objection, the ordinances are finally passed unanimously. Item number 23.
Item 23 is an ordinance to amend the planning code to require inclusion in the housing balance report data about the withdrawal of housing units from the rental market by all means, including owner move-ins, and to affirm the planning department's CEQA determination and make the required findings.
Same house, same call. Without objection, the ordinance is finally passed unanimously. Item 24.
Item 24 is a resolution to urge the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission to provide enhanced public access to existing roads and trails in the peninsula watershed lands, consistent with the goals of protecting the water supply and the environmental quality of the area.
Supervisor Avalos.
Thank you, President Breed. So, colleagues, I would like to thank you for considering this urging resolution. I've been working on this issue of the watershed on the peninsula and creating access there for about 2.5 years now. And we've had 2 hearings at the Board of Supervisors. I've gone down to visit the site a number of times, went to a community meeting down in the peninsula, and we have what before us is a resolution urging the Public Utilities Commission to do exactly what they've been doing for 2 years. Ultimately, I would like to see that we have greater access on the peninsula. Right now, there's a docent program that you would have to reserve space for to be able to walk along the pathways in the peninsula watershed area. There are some places that have limited access, nothing that can go from one end to the other. But this is actually supreme public land. This is land that is owned by the City and County of San Francisco, by the Public Utilities Commission. It's also land that is available for people who take the drinking water from the Crystal Springs Reservoir in San Mateo County. This is land that belongs to all of us. And I think this land is actually sorely underutilized in the way that we can create a greater understanding of what's there in terms of the flora and the fauna, in terms of what we have for a water system that's there and a watershed that serves it as well. We bring in water from Hetch Hetchy down to Crystal Springs. And that mix is super important, but it's also important to know that even in Yosemite, where we have our Hetch Hetchy Reservoir, the source of our water is not Hetch Hetchy. It's actually further up, about 40 miles into the watershed, up around Tuolumne Meadows. That is an area that has a tremendous amount of people who come in every day, some without permits, some under a quota system, and that land is actually pristine. The water that we drink from there is in great condition. To actually create a similar but limited system for people to have access on the Crystal Springs watershed area and the Peninsula watershed is not going to create devastating impacts, as people are saying. And I think when it comes to our work around environmental regulation, it's really important that we are looking at how economic interests take over our environment and destroy our environment and disrupt our environment, climate change being the most supreme example of that. But access to people who will be on foot and possibly on bike into this area does not cause the same level of alarm and shouldn't cause the same level of alarm as industry moving in. I'd like to think that the Public Utilities Commission could work with the park system. There's Golden Gate Recreation Area. There's a San Mateo Park system down there as well to create a program where people can have real access in the Crystal Springs watershed, perhaps under a quota system, but access that would be unaccompanied. That, to me, would give people the sense of solitude that would allow them to really appreciate what is down there that currently is really cut off from the public. I believe that our environmental work should also be about public access and public education. But I know that the way that the politics seem to be aligning on this, that this measure might not pass. So actually, I don't think it has to. I think what the Public Utilities Commission has already done, what they've already committed to exploring, is already addressed in this resolution. Therefore, I really don't think it needs to be voted on. I motion that we table this resolution and go on to our next item.
Second.
Supervisor Avalos has made a motion to table. It's been seconded. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Seconded by Madam President.
Peskin.
Supervisor Peskin. Thank you. On the motion to table,
It's not debatable. I'm sorry.
Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos.
Aye.
Campos, aye. Supervisor Cohen.
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell. Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener.
No.
Wiener, no. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos.
Aye.
Avalos, aye. There are 10 ayes and 1 no, with Supervisor Wiener in the dissent.
All right. This item has been tabled. Next item, please.
Item 25 is an ordinance to amend the planning code by revising the zoning map to rezone all lot numbers listed from their current designation as residential house, 1 family, to residential house, 1 family, detached dwellings, and to revise the zoning map to rezone assessor's parcel block number 2643B, lot number 8, from its current designation as public to RH1D, and to affirm the Planning Department CEQA determination and to make the appropriate findings.
Roll call vote.
On item 25, Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos.
Aye.
Campos, aye. Supervisor Cohen.
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell. Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener.
Aye.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos. Avalos, aye. There are 11 ayes.
The ordinance finally passes unanimously. Let's go to new business.
Item 26, Madam President.
Yes.
Item 26 is an ordinance to amend the administrative code to require prevailing wages in city contracts for security guard services and for such services at certain events on city property, and to amend the police code to make technical clarifications regarding worker retention requirements for security guards.
Supervisor Kim.
Thank you, President Breed. Today, colleagues, I'm seeking your support of an ordinance that would establish a prevailing wage in city contracts for security guard services, and which will require prevailing wages to be paid for security guard services at certain types of events on city property. We have also proposed an amendment to the police code, making a technical clarification regarding worker retention requirements for our security guards. Presently, there is no prevailing wage ordinance governing security guard services, and the Bureau of Labor Statistics reported that in 2015, there are over 1 million security guards in the U.S., 151,000 of whom work in California. Every day, security guards work to protect our communities, families, and our businesses, and it is a growing and diverse job industry. African Americans are 11% of San Francisco's workforce, but a full 25% of the city's security guards. Unfortunately, without a prevailing wage, this industry's workers have been vulnerable. While many unionized security workers make in excess of $16 in master contracts with the city, a wage that includes health care and paid sick days, non-unionized security guards contracted to the city receive only $13.34 per hour, per the minimum compensation ordinance, which is below the nationally hourly wage of $15.34. Our non-union security guards do not receive paid sick days, and they do not receive health care. They have no protections against having their wages cut in order to win a city contract, and have no security for their families or themselves should they fall ill. Setting a prevailing wage will improve quality of service as well as the quality of life of our security workers by ensuring that these workers receive a dignified wage and fringe benefits matching equivalent for private work. We've set prevailing wages for certain types of work connected with city property, including janitorial services, parking garage attendant services, theatrical worker services, and trade show and special event work. Although the city relies on its security workers to ensure that its assets remain safe, we have failed to protect the economic security of our security workers by setting a prevailing wage. Today, we can change that and secure a more stable future for all of our workers. I want to recognize SEIU USWW, whose members have worked very closely with our office and, of course, our city attorney's office to develop this legislation. And I want to personally thank Barbara Lopez on my legislative team, who spent months making this seemingly simple ordinance make it through the finish line. I also want to thank our Budget and Finance Committee for unanimously supporting this ordinance. And colleagues, I ask you for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, can we take this item, same house, same call? Without objection, the ordinance is passed unanimously on the first reading. Next item, please.
Item 27 is a resolution to find the proposed Terminal 2 to Terminal 3 Secure Connector project at San Francisco International Airport to be fiscally feasible and responsible pursuant to Administrative Code Chapter 29.
Same house, same call. Without objection, the resolution is adopted unanimously. Next item.
Item 28, resolution to authorize the Sheriff's Department to enter into a contract with the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation to contract for, accept, and expend up to $1.57 million to house state inmates who are within 60 days or less of release from state prison in the San Francisco County Jail Secure Reentry Program facility for a term through June 30th, 2017.
Same house, same call. Without objection, the resolution is adopted unanimously. Next item.
Item 29 is a resolution to declare the intent of the city to reimburse certain expenditures from proceeds of future bonded indebtedness and to authorize the Director of the Mayor's Office of Housing and Community Development to submit an application and related documents to the California Debt Limit Allocation Committee to permit the issuance of residential mortgage revenue bonds in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $95 million for 210 and 238 Taylor Street.
Same House, same call. Without objection, the resolution is adopted unanimously. Next item.
Item 30 is a resolution to approve and authorize the city administrator to enter into a seventh amendment to the management agreement with Moscone Center Joint Venture for the Moscone Convention Center to extend the term of the agreement an additional 10 years ending June 30th, 2027, to require the contractor to make certain capital contributions to the city in the amount of $15 million and to revise certain contractual clauses regarding the calculation and payments of fees for food, beverages, and internet services, and for financial records and reporting.
Same House, same call. Without objection, the resolution is adopted unanimously. Next item.
Item 31 is a resolution to authorize the Department of Public Health to submit a one-year application to continue to receive funding for the Comprehensive HIV Prevention Programs Grant from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention in the amount of $5.7 million for HIV prevention funding through December 31st, 2017.
Same House, same call. Without objection, the resolution is adopted unanimously. All right, we are now at the 2:30 time, and we have two commendations for today, and we will start with Supervisor Avalos.
Very good. Thank you, Madam Clerk. First off, we'd like to invite Hamang Dave to come to the podium and other members of the community who want to stand with him. This past Sunday, the Bops Hindu Temple in my district held a tribute assembly in memory of His Holiness Pramukh Swami Maharaj, who passed away unexpectedly during our legislative break on August 13th. Bops, or Bocha Sanwasi Shri Akshar Purushottam Swami Narayan Sanstha, is a social, spiritual Hindu organization, and under the guidance of His Holiness Pramukh Swami Maharaj, the Bops Swami Narayan Sanstha has become a vibrant Hindu movement focused on spirituality and social service. His Holiness Pramukh Swami Maharaj was the fifth spiritual successor to the Bhagwan Swami Narayan and the Bops founder. He was known to be peaceful, humble, simple, and spiritual. He dedicated his life to the selfless service of spirituality and uplifting others. Over his 7 decades, Pramukh Swami Maharaj inspired countless aspirants, and for the betterment of humankind, he has visited over 17,000 villages, towns, and cities, and he has gifted the world with over 1,100 mandirs. These mandirs are cultural centers for preserving culture and performing social services. His work lives on in San Francisco at the mandir in my district near McLaren Park, where they have truly lived up to their social service teachings, organizing walkathons to benefit local elementary schools, environmental causes, and public safety organizations. They have also participated in neighborhood cleanups and in planting days. They held their ceremony in commemorating the life of Pramukh Swami Maharaj this past Sunday. I apologize I was not able to attend, but I know it was a very, very special event. I look forward to the Hindu New Year event on November 6th. And I know that so many people have come here today to honor the Maharaj's work, and I want to say that you are always welcome in our district, and we're so grateful that you are there, and we look forward to all the work that you do to help uplift our community in the memory of Pramukh Swami Maharaj. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jai Swaminarayan. Good afternoon and namaste. Madam President and dear Board of Supervisors, on behalf of BAPSC Swaminarayan Temple located in San Francisco and Indian American community in San Francisco, I thank Supervisor John Avalos for giving tribute to His Holiness Pramukh Swami Maharaj's life and work in this meeting today. In joy of others lies our own. This maxim by Pramukh Swami Maharaj is not only an inspiring call for all humanity, but it also reflects the spirit of his humanitarian services to humankind and society. Through his selfless love and purity, Pramukh Swami Maharaj has inspired thousands of children, teenagers, youths, adults, and senior citizens to serve society as dedicated volunteers all over the world. Whether it was a drought or a flood, a tsunami or an earthquake, Pramukh Swami Maharaj's compassion has reached out to all those in need. During such natural disaster, throughout various relief service programs, Pramukh Swami Maharaj's helping hands have assisted hundreds and thousands of people, providing them comfort and support. Of his compassion of humanity, Pramukh Swami Maharaj made over 17,000 villages, towns, and city visits, sanctified over 250,000 homes in India and abroad. He read and replied to over 700,000 letters and personally counseled over 810,000 people. In the year 2000, His Holiness Pramukh Swami Maharaj addressed the Millennium World Peace Summit of spiritual leaders at United Nations with message of love for mankind and respect for all religions. His striking humility, profound wisdom, and simplicity touched many. President Obama has written in his tribute to His Holiness Pramukh Swami Maharaj, by paying tribute to a man who believed in the worth of all people and dedicated himself to serving those in need, we are reminded of the ways our common humanity will always bind us together, and of enduring obligations we have to love and care for one another in the world we share. Everyone at BAPS centers throughout North America take part in annual national sponsor walkathon, as Supervisor Avalos just mentioned, to promote family values and raise funds for charitable purpose. In San Francisco, by inspiration of His Holiness Pramukh Swami Maharaj, we have held 11 walkathons, supporting various national beneficiaries such as American Red Cross, American Diabetes Association, Susan G. Komen for Cure, and National Conservancy, just to name few. His Holiness Pramukh Swami Maharaj inspired us to think globally, work locally. This is to ensure the community we live and work also benefits from the BAPS spirit of service. In addition to blood donation drive and health fair, BAPS San Francisco chapter has supported Monroe Elementary School for art and musical supplies, a local Indian classical music center, and UCSF from walkathons. We also partner with Urban Forest and our neighbors in Excelsior to plant over 15 trees on the sidewalks in our neighborhood on Avalon Avenue, La Grande, and Ina Court. His Holiness Pramukh Swami Maharaj's teaching and inspiration will be our guiding light for many generations to come to serve society, live peacefully and spiritually. Once again, thank you for giving us time today in your meeting to give tribute to His Holiness Pramukh Swami Maharaj. Thank you.
Thank you for your service, and we can meet outside to take a photo together. Okay?
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for being here, and congratulations, and thank you for your service to the city. We appreciate you being here today. Thank you, Supervisor Avalos. And with that, I'd like to recognize Supervisor David Campos for a special commendation.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And I'd like to call upon the amazing Pablo Espinosa. Is Pablo here? There's Pablo. Come on up. Colleagues, in this month of October, we celebrate Latino heritage, and it's also a month where we raise awareness around the issue of domestic violence. It is therefore only fitting that today we honor the incredible work of Pablo Espinosa, who has been supporting Latino and LGBTQ communities for 25 years here in San Francisco. Pablo has served domestic violence survivors for the past 19 years in the city. He's the current operations director at Community United Against Violence, or CUAV, which is the oldest LGBTQ violence prevention organization in the entire country. CUAV, just to remind you, started in 1979 as a grassroots safety monitoring group that followed in response to the White Night riots that were sparked by the murders of Harvey Milk and George Moscone. The organization since that time has worked tirelessly with LGBTQ survivors of domestic violence, hate violence, and sexual assault. In 1997, Pablo began serving at CUAV as a hotline operator on its 24-hour crisis line. He was, of course, given his talent, soon hired under the Domestic Violence Survivor Program, where he continued providing social services, training providers, and designing outreach campaigns that were focused on Latino, queer, and transgender survivors. For more than 8 years, Pablo was the go-to person in San Francisco to build capacity around serving LGBTQ domestic violence survivors. Through CUAV, Pablo led an innovative project that increased access to the 94 DV shelters across California by training the staff on how to work with LGBTQ people, and especially transgender women and gender nonconforming individuals who experience domestic violence. Pablo, on behalf of the district that I represent, but at the entire city, I want to thank you for the work you have done. Your work is intersectional work that looks at the interconnection between the LGBTQ community and also the issue of domestic violence. I want to thank you for the way in which you have approached the very important work, and I can only imagine the number of lives that have been saved and impacted by your work. And before I turn it over to you, I know that there are a couple of folks from the Department on the Status of Women, Minouche Kandel and Carol Sacco, who wanted to say a couple of words right before you spoke. So I want to turn it over to them before I turn it over to you.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Minouche Kandel from the Department on the Status of Women. I'm going to speak on behalf of myself and Carol Sacco and the audience. So we just want to say congratulations, Pablo. So well deserved. CUAV has been one of the agencies that the Department on the Status of Women has funded for almost 20 years, and they're an amazing partner in providing anti-domestic violence services in the community. And they do really amazing work because they really get the intersectionality of oppression, and so they're out there fighting for all kinds of other immigrant rights and other issues that affect people connected to domestic violence, and also impressive because they bring that anti-oppression work into their own organization and have a non-hierarchical structure, which even for nonprofits is pretty unusual. So could not be more deserved. Congratulations.
Thank you. Pablo, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Minouche and Carol Sacco from the department. Thank you for this recognition. Thank you to David Campos' office, my ally and sister, Carolina Morales, to the Board of Supervisors, to the amazing CUAV staff that is here somewhere. Thank you for this brief moment in your meeting. And I want to use this time just to talk about not all that I've done, but why I did it and why I continue to do it. I do this work because I am part of a beautiful, intricate, complex, and resilient community of survivors, of service providers, of activists and revolutionaries, warriors, and teachers. I am in service to those in our communities who walk a path toward healing and who reach out to those of us who can provide shelter, a listening ear, a meal, and a space to cry, to dream, to build skills, and to celebrate both our mistakes and our accomplishments. It has been an honor to work at CUAV, to work for the LGBTQ communities, a community of survivors of violence, and a community of dedicated caregivers. And I will use this brief moment to continue to advocate for what these communities need, for what my 25 years of service has taught me will diminish violence in queer and trans people's lives. More housing, including transitional housing for queer and trans survivors of domestic violence, proper and sustainable health care for all queer and trans people, including mental health, renters' protections, job opportunities and training, programs for people in our communities who cause harm, free and available city college and other schooling opportunities. Thank you very much for this moment of recognition. Thank you, David.
Thank you for being here today, and congratulations again. And with that, I'd like to recognize Supervisor Kim for our last commendation of today.
Thank you, President Breed, for accommodating our request. Today is Filipino-American History Month, but completely separate from the month before us, we want to recognize a small businesswoman and women leader in the South of Market, whose restaurant, Pampalasa in the South of Market, has really made history in terms of its culinary achievements and community work. Jennifer Villamin, who is here today, began Pampalasa with a vision. She saw that Filipino food was not being represented in the mainstream restaurant scene and wanted to create a restaurant which could bring Filipino food culture into the forefront. And so she opened her restaurant with a mission of opening minds and hearts to Filipino cuisine and using the restaurant as a space to give back to the community. She has a long history of volunteer work with community organizations, including Asian Women's Shelter, and in a volunteer capacity with Filipino foodie events like Savor Filipino and the Pistahan Festival. When she opened Pampalasa a year ago, she envisioned it becoming a space where she could gather generations of community members to celebrate and enjoy Filipino food and culture. Pampalasa also recently partnered with Bessie Carmichael School, piloting a program where children are now learning how to make merinda, afternoon light snack dishes. With the framework of the program established, Jennifer hopes to be able to expand the program into an intergenerational program, connecting children with our senior community in the Filipino community to cook and eat together. In 1 year, Pampalasa has made stride in bringing the rich culinary heritage of the Philippines into the spotlight on Folsom Street. Within the first 6 months of its opening, Pampalasa became the first Filipino restaurant ever to be featured on the front page of the San Francisco food section. Pampalasa also made history when it became the first Filipino restaurant recommended in the Michelin Guide within its first 6 months of business. Now, as we all know, it is tremendously hard to open and maintain a small business here in San Francisco. And even with our booming economy, many of our small businesses struggle to maintain the high rents that many of us are paying as well. And unfortunately had to close its door last weekend. But we want to recognize, Jennifer, for your contribution both to the city and the South of Market, and also to recognize that you'll be continuing to hopefully find a new space for the vision that you have, but also want to thank you over the years of contributing so much to Bessie Carmichael, to the South of Market, to our Filipino and Filipino-American community, and that we support you in your continued endeavor throughout the next few years. So just want to be here to honor you today on behalf of the Board of Supervisors for your groundbreaking contributions to the San Francisco food scene, as well as to our larger Filipino-American community. Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to say a few words. So Pampalasa was never about me. It was really more about how I can give back to the community in a bigger way. Because growing up, I never saw Filipino food anywhere I lived. And I lived in 6 different states. I moved around a lot when I was a kid. And I never saw my culture or my cuisine anywhere represented. And so that really left its mark on me. And so Pampalasa really reflects everything that I went through growing up as an American-born Filipino here in the United States. Pampalasa was more for just giving the presence of Filipino cuisine in mainstream society, and also for a way to be a resource for me to give back to the community in a much bigger way than I'd ever been able to do through volunteer work, because my volunteer work was something that's always been a part of me, but it was never enough for me. And so being a small business owner, it gave me the resource to be able to give back in a much bigger way. Unfortunately, I chose to open in San Francisco, in Soma, the most difficult neighborhood in almost the country. But I did close, but I am determined to reopen. I really want to continue my vision of giving back to the community and giving an outlet for Filipino cuisine to have its spotlight. So thank you for this recognition. It was really unexpected. I actually just found out a few hours ago last evening, and so I really don't have anything prepared, but I just want to say thank you for this recognition. It was really an honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you and congratulations again. So that concludes our 2:30 p.m. special commendations. And with that, Madam Clerk, can we please return to our agenda with item number 32?
Item 32 is a resolution to authorize the Office of Small Business to expend grant funds in the amount of up to $1 million to disperse grants to qualified legacy businesses who apply for assistance grants between October 1st and December 15th, 2016.
Supervisor Campos.
Thank you, Madam President. Just briefly, colleagues, this item allows us through the Small Business Commission to ensure that as many businesses benefit from the Legacy Business Program, which essentially implements the law that we passed unanimously, and also the Legacy Business Grant Program that was created by voters through Prop J. We need to ensure that Legacy Business, that this program helps as many businesses as possible, and that these grants remain relevant, and that they remain accessible to businesses that are, to this day, struggling to survive here in San Francisco. So with that, I ask for your support. And again, I want to thank Carolina Morales and my staff for the work she's done to make this happen today. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Supervisor Campos, for your leadership on this issue. It's a really important thing for many of our small businesses that are definitely struggling to keep their doors open in the city and county of San Francisco. And I'm just grateful that so many of the businesses in my district potentially could benefit from this great fund. So with that, please add me as a co-sponsor, Madam Clerk and colleagues. Can we take this item, same house, same call? Without objection, the resolution will be adopted unanimously. Item number 33.
Item 33 is an ordinance to amend the planning code by revising the zoning map to rezone 2070 Folsom Street from its current designation as public and 50X to urban mixed use and 85X, and to affirm the CEQA determination and make the required findings.
Same house, same call. Without objection, the ordinance is passed unanimously on the first reading. Next item.
Item 34 is a motion to reappoint...
excuse me, Madam Clerk, can you call items 34 through 36 together?
Yes. Item 34 is a motion to reappoint Jeffrey Morris and Eugene Vala to the Assessment Appeals Board Number 1, terms ending September 3rd, 2019. Item 35 is a motion to reappoint John Lee, Mervyn Conlon, and Yosef Tabazov to the Assessment Appeals Board Number 2, terms ending September 5th, 2019. And item 36 is a motion to appoint Sean Ridgell and James Reynolds to the Assessment Appeals Board Number 3, terms ending September 5th, 2019.
All right. Colleagues, can we take these items, same house, same call? Without objection, the motions are approved unanimously. Item 37, please.
Item 37 is a motion to appoint Amelia Gilbert and Leslie Simon to the Safer Schools Sexual Assault Task Force, and to waive the residency requirement for the following individuals: Janelle White, Denise Sikat Wong, J. Ocean Motley, Denise Caramagno, each for indefinite terms.
Same house, same call? Without objection, the motion is approved unanimously. Next item.
Item 38 is a motion to appoint Jesse Stout, Eric Pearson, Kevin Reed, Sarah Payan, Duncan Talento, Lay, Thea Selby, John Ballesteros, Barbara Fugat, and Tom McElroy, Laura Thomas, Terrence Allen, Sarah Schrader, and Daisy Ozim to the Cannabis State Legalization Task Force, terms ending August 31st, 2017.
Supervisor Cohen.
Thank you very much. We heard this item in committee, and believe it or not, there are many people that are interested in serving on the Cannabis State Legalization Task Force, that of which we are grateful for. As we begin to have the conversation around legalization, what that's going to look like, we do need to develop policies and regulations so that everyone can participate equally. With that said, I would like to make a correction of a mistake that I made in committee. In committee, I supported Kevin Reed, and I'd like to make a motion to replace Kevin Reed with Michael Nolan for seat 11.
Okay, Supervisor Cohen has made a motion to strike Kevin Reed and replace Kevin Reed with Michael Nolan, and seconded by Supervisor Farrell. Madam Clerk, before we move forward, there's comments on the amendment or the actual legislation. I'll start with Supervisor Marr.
Thank you. I wanted to thank my colleagues, Katie Tang and Malia Cohen, on the Rules Committee. We heard a number of applicants in the meeting. Supervisor Tang had to leave the meeting early, but I moved Kevin Reed because of his long-time experience with Green Cross and dealing with different neighborhoods in the city. And I did want to say that there were lots of great candidates, including Mr. Tariq El Azari from Bassa as well on Divisadero. But I think Kevin Reed's experience with not only Green Cross, but also with supporting city efforts to clean up with events like 420 Day in Golden Gate Park and other efforts, make him a great candidate with lots of community engagement experience, and I think he would be valuable for the committee, and that's why I moved him, and I would urge support for Kevin Reed, and I know that there are a couple of other colleagues that know of his longtime work as well.
Thank you, Supervisor Marr. Supervisor Campos.
Thank you. I certainly don't have any issues with any of the people that have applied, but I do believe that Kevin Reed is a good choice for this role. I have worked with Kevin over the years on the issue of cannabis, and I think he's the kind of thoughtful, smart individual who knows a lot about this industry, this business, and who also understands the importance of being a responsible player relative to a neighborhood, a community. So I certainly will support Kevin Reed, and while I respect what everyone else brings to the table, I think the committee made the right choice, so I will be supporting Kevin.
Thank you, Supervisor Campos. Supervisor Kim.
Thank you. I actually also wanted to express my support for Kevin Reed. He actually owns one of his businesses in the South of Market in the district that I represent, and Green Cross has been an important element in Western Soma, often adding to neighborhood safety and also creating many jobs, both in my district and in other places of his business. They've done a tremendous amount of work in bringing together our neighbors and our residents and our small businesses to make the 11th Street corridor safer on nights and on weekends by adding lights and security cameras, and also just working and partnering to be a good neighbor. This is exactly the type of individual that I want to see on a cannabis state legalization task force. As we talk about what the future of legalization means here in the state of California, we do want to have small business owners that not only have done the work, but also understand what it means to provide a business that is a good neighbor. Those are exactly the types of individuals that we want to see on this task force, because as this industry grows, if legalization is approved in November 8th, we want to make sure that we have folks that have done this work for many, many years and have that experience. Finally, I will just add that Kevin has already served on the legalization task force, and I don't see a reason to discontinue only his service amongst many others. I think, as Supervisor Marr said, there are many, many qualified people that want to serve on this task force, but I think to take off someone who has currently been serving and has been doing a good job and has been attending all the meetings, I would need more reason as to why we would not support his reappointment.
Thank you, Supervisor Kim. Supervisor Wiener.
Don't drop what you're holding, but I completely agree with everything that Supervisor Kim just said. We are of the same mind on this. I think Mr. Reed has been a very, not just a strong leader in the community, but a really strong member of the task force, and I don't see any reason to make a change. I do want to say that I've heard very, very good things about Mr. Nolan, so this is not a situation where you have, as we did when we made the original appointments, many more exceptional candidates than we have slots, unfortunately. So this has nothing to do with negativity towards Mr. Nolan. I'm sure he would be a phenomenal member of the task force, and I hope at some point, maybe if there's an opening, we can put him on. But I don't see any reason to make a change, so I will stick with the recommendation of the Rules Committee. In other words, Mr. Reed.
Thank you. Seeing no additional names on the roster, Madam Clerk, on the amendment, can you please call the roll?
Supervisor Breed?
No.
Breed, no. Supervisor Campos?
No.
Campos, no. Supervisor Cohen? Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell?
No.
Farrell, no. Supervisor Kim? Kim, no. Supervisor Marr?
No.
Marr, no. Supervisor Peskin?
No.
Peskin, no. Supervisor Tang?
No.
Tang, no. Supervisor Weiner?
No.
Weiner, no. Supervisor Yee?
No.
Yee, no. Supervisor Avalos? Avalos, no. There is 1 aye and 10 noes with Supervisors Breed, Campos, Farrell, Kim, Marr, Peskin, Tang, Weiner, Yee, and Avalos in the dissent.
Okay, the amendment fails. And Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on item number 38, please?
Supervisor Breed?
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos? Campos, aye. Supervisor Cohen? Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell? Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim? Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr?
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Peskin?
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Tang?
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Weiner?
Aye.
Weiner, aye. Supervisor Yee?
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos?
Aye.
Avalos, aye. There are 11 ayes.
Okay, the motion is approved unanimously. All right, it is now 3 o'clock, and we will go to, Madam Clerk, please call item number 39.
Pursuant to an approved motion number M16132, approved on September 27th, 2016, the Board of Supervisors will convene in a committee of the whole for item 39 that has been called from the Public Safety Committee to the full Board of Supervisors, pursuant to Board Rule 3.37, a hearing on the final report, the findings and recommendations of the Blue Ribbon Panel on transparency, accountability, and fairness in law enforcement, and requesting the Police Department and the Police Commission to report.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. The purpose of this hearing is to hear testimony on the Blue Ribbon Panel on transparency, accountability, and fairness in law enforcement. Thank you, Supervisor Cohen, for calling this hearing and ensuring we hear it as a committee of the whole with the full Board of Supervisors. And so with that, Supervisor Cohen, I'd like to turn this over to you.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Good afternoon, everyone. It's good to see so many people in the chamber. Colleagues, thank you for allowing me an opportunity to bring this important subject matter to you. There's a few things that I'd like for you to listen to for today in the discussion on the findings of the Blue Ribbon Panel. But first, I want to frame the conversation and point something out that may not be in the forefront of your mind. 50 years ago, on September 28th, almost 50 years to the date to where we are today, Bayview Hunters Point erupted in what has historically been known as, I'd say, local civil unrest. What happened was SFPD shot and killed a young man. And as a result of that, the community reacted. And what was interesting about this particular time is that although the shooting took place right off of 3rd Street, the entire city felt the vibrations of this action. Ultimately, the mayor and the governor ended up calling in the reserves to help bring peace. The city underwent several days of a lockdown,
Curfew.
What's the word? Lockdown?
Curfew.
Thank you, Supervisor Peskin. Of several days of a curfew. Mr. Peskin, you might remember, huh? Several days of a curfew. And what's interesting is that although the shooting took place in Bayview Hunters Point, the Mission neighborhood felt it. High schools across the entire city felt it. Even Horseman Middle School stood up in revolt. And I use that to begin the conversation because here we are 50 years later still dealing with some of the same symptoms of the problems that we were dealing with 50 years ago. And with that said, I would like to begin with my prepared remarks, acknowledging that we are in the midst of a difficult debate and conversation about the inequities in the basic functioning of the criminal justice system. And this debate includes general police practices, use of force, and most importantly, aggressive policing. But it also includes arrest, prosecution policies, the severity of criminal sentences, and the disparate impact many of these policies are having right here on our communities. The Blue Ribbon Panel was worked on by 7 law firms, 2 policy firms, and 3 very well-respected judges that collectively have over 75 years of experience between them. They've built a career, a very successful career, on impartiality. And this report also includes interviews with countless community members as well as the police department. I want to take a moment and I want to acknowledge, although we have a long way to go, I want to acknowledge that we have come a considerable way. In less than a year, we've seen reforms that have been implemented, and many of which have not had the time, that we have not had the time to analyze the results and the efficacy of yet. I want to acknowledge the community that's here with us today and at home watching, the community that has not given up, that has pushed the city and the police department towards these reforms. I want to thank and acknowledge the parents and the families that have lost loved ones. These families also serve as a reminder to all of us as to why we're here, why we are called to serve. I didn't call this hearing to make them relive their loss of the loved ones over and over again. Instead, I call this hearing so that no one else has to feel that terrible pain, that sadness, that deadness that families feel when they lose a loved one too soon. So this hearing is not about providing a venue for people to talk about all of the great work that they are doing. I called these hearings so that we can continue to work together collaboratively towards solutions to ensure that the public is aware of the solutions and the work being put into the process to bring justice for all. While there is rightfully a lot of anger and frustration, today is an opportunity to listen to the findings and the recommendations from this incredibly thoughtful report. There will be an opportunity for everyone to share their thoughts and suggestions during public comment. We, all of us in this chamber, are tasked with the obligation of working together as community, legislators, the mayor's office, the police department, with figuring out how to learn from these incidents. And I think that's critical. We need to learn from these incidents so that we can move forward and turn anger and frustration and hatred and bitterness and resentment into an opportunity to make positive changes in our department, in our police department, and the criminal justice system. So I want to go over quickly the organization of the hearing and the order of speakers. We have a lot of information that we want to present to you today. And in order for us to get through this long agenda, I ask that everyone be mindful of their time. First, we'll have 6 speakers this afternoon. First, I want to recognize Mr. Anand Subramanian. He's the executive director of the Blue Ribbon Panel on Transparency, Accountability, and Fairness in Law Enforcement. I want to recognize Justice Cruz Reynoso, also a Blue Panel member. The Blue Ribbon Panel Working Group will have 5 presentations. First one will be from Ian Bosick from Morrison & Forrester. He will be discussing a subject matter of stops, searches, and arrests. Jamie Bartlett from Sidley Austin will be discussing personnel and internal discipline. Ray Marshall from Shepherd Mullen will talk about the culture within the San Francisco Police Department. Richard Tehrun from Baker McKenzie will share with us findings on the Brady policies and practices. And Nicholas Fram from Munger, Tolles, and Olson will talk about external oversight. Finally, we'll hear from Judge LaDoris Cordell, who is also a Blue Ribbon Panel member. We will then hear a short presentation from Interim Police Chief Tony Chaplin. And the community has overwhelmingly elected Minister Christopher Muhammad to bring thoughts. From the community perspective to the discussion. And on that note, I'd like to remind people that we have a long day and applause is welcomed, but in the form of spirit fingers. And spirit fingers is positive because it allows the people at home who are watching or who are hearing impaired to also feel the impact and see the impact of spirit fingers. So I want to encourage you, when you hear something that you agree with, please move your fingers like this. And if you hear something that you disagree with, just simply go like this. All right, my friends, are you guys ready? Okay, let's start.
Supervisor Cohen, 1 second. Supervisor Campos wanted to make some comments.
I just wanted to just add one thing, and I want to thank Supervisor Cohen and her staff for all the work she's been doing, not just on the Blue Ribbon panel, but on the issue of police reform and accountability. I just want to say that I see the work of this Blue Ribbon panel as an opportunity for San Francisco to show the rest of the country how to deal with the issue of police reform. And, being a police officer is a tough job, but I think that so far it's been unfortunate that the Police Officers Association has taken the approach of responding to the Blue Ribbon panel by attacking the DA and attacking the panel itself, when anyone who looks at the three judges that are involved, Justice Reynoso, Judge Cordell, Judge Trevisan, it doesn't get better than that. That is as stellar and superb a group of individuals as you can find. And, the involvement by these otherwise highly paid attorneys is also, I think, just speaks to the excellent work that has gone into it. And so I would simply ask the police officers, the POA, that we figure out how we can learn and take this not in a defensive way, but as a way of actually, making San Francisco and the San Francisco Police Department an example of how to do policing, because I think that if anyone should be able to get this right, it is San Francisco. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Campos. I appreciate that. And I also want to give some background to everyone. The Blue Ribbon panel was assembled through the leadership of our District Attorney, George Gascon. And with that, I'd like to bring up Mr. Anid Subramanian, who was the Executive Director who led the formulation, the methodology, and ultimately the drafting of this incredibly important report. I turn the floor over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cohen. Thank you, Board of Supervisors, President Breed, for voting to conduct this hearing. I wanted to just briefly provide some background before the judges and law firm working groups tell you more about the substance in the report. The panel's job was to investigate the extent to which bias might be institutionalized in the department. It was not to investigate specific officers or incidents of misconduct. The panel's goal was not to find fault or cast blame. In the spirit of supporting the city and its residents, the report identifies structural areas within the San Francisco Police Department and related city bodies that need immediate attention and improvement. At a very high level, the panel found that the San Francisco Police Department is in need of greater transparency, lacks robust oversight, must rebuild trust with the communities it serves, and must pay greater attention to issues of bias, both within the department and in interactions with the community. The report lays out 72 findings and 81 recommendations. We obviously won't have time to go into all of those today, but I encourage you to please look at the report. We think all of the findings and recommendations are extremely important and urgent. Today, we'd like to focus on two themes. One is one major shortcoming of the oversight apparatus, and that is that no city agency currently audits the department in any systematic way. There is no city agency that analyzes whether the department's policies work or even whether the department is properly holding officers accountable for complying with existing policies. This makes San Francisco an outlier amongst major cities. The stakes are too high to not prioritize robust and consistent oversight. This includes regular auditing of policy and policy compliance. The current oversight structure is not set up to perform these functions. We, the panel, myself, the judges, and the law firms, come here today to share information about the report and our investigation, and also to offer our support and help to the city, to the Board of Supervisors, in any way that you see fit to implement the recommendations. We have met with representatives from the mayor's office, with representatives from the police commission and the police department, and we understand that these bodies plan to respond to our recommendations. We urge the Board of Supervisors to really show some bold leadership and set up a regular schedule with status reports and status hearings to hear from these departments on the status of their implementation. And we urge the Board of Supervisors to request that the Police Department, the Police Commission, and other bodies named in the report indicate a timeline for implementation so that the community can understand what expectations are. With that, I will turn it over to Justice Reynoso. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having us. I'd like to emphasize at the very beginning that if anything is going to happen with respect to our report, I believe that it's up to the Board of Supervisors. Otherwise, I think nothing will happen. This report looks at three major matters of interest. The issue of transparency, so we know what's going on, the issue of oversight that needs to be done on a regular basis, and the reforms that have to be made so that the people of this city and county have trust in their police departments, that there isn't what we have found to be bias against people of color, and perhaps even more important, institutional bias. Sad to say, as the report indicates, that there have been many troubling incidents in the history of this city and county. There's been invariably an outside review by federal or other officials. Many recommendations have been made, but sad to say there's been very little implementation. So I trust and hope that there will in fact be a follow-up and implementation in terms of the recommendations that this report makes. In terms of whether or not there can be better police policies and police practices, and there being no institutional bias, I think the answer is clearly yes. So it seems to me that we need to work on that. Sad to say, it hasn't been an easy task for us. First of all, the district attorney asked the mayor for some money to do this investigation, and the mayor said no. Thus, all of us have been volunteers, the law firms and we individually. Nobody pays us for our time or even for the expense of coming here by train. But we've done it because we think the issue is very important. We've heard a disturbing testimony during the time that we have been functioning. Sad to say, we haven't had cooperation, either from the police department or for the POA, the union that represents the officers. There has been, in fact, a series of incidents that have been disturbing to me individually. Thank you. Can you hear me now? Thank you very much. For example, we heard testimony from a sergeant, African-American police officer, who testified before us that, in fact, there were issues of bias in the department. And after that, the president of the POA sent her and published a long letter disagreeing with everything that she had said. My own reaction, I know that of my colleagues, was this was an effort by the POA to intimidate her, intimidate anybody else who would dare say anything contrary to the views of the POA. It was sad to say that the POA did not cooperate with us. Neither, in fact, did the police department. So everything that we did had to be on a voluntary basis. In that regard, nonetheless, ended up with a series of recommendations. As you've heard, there are 85 recommendations, but let me mention just 2 or 3. One, that the police commission, which has a very important role, review the Department General orders on a regular basis. We found that sometimes memos have gone out changing the regulations or the general orders, and so the public cannot even know about it. With respect to community policing, it seemed to us very important, and those who testified before us agreed that community policing is very important, that officers ought to be assigned to areas where they live, that they should be a long-term assignment, that one should even get out of a police car from time to time and have police foot patrols, so that the officers can get to know their communities and the communities can get to know the officers. We have recommendations with respect to stop, search, and arrest situations, which, sad to say, there's a great disparity in terms. For example, the African American population is 5.8% in San Francisco, but 14.9% of those stop, search, and arrest incidents happen to African Americans. So there's much work to be done in that respect. And we heard a great deal pertaining to the use of force and officers involved shooting. And again, we see a disparity of those who, sad to say, have been the victims of that, with a disproportionate number of African Americans and Latinos being the ones who have suffered from that. But you know, we can have all of the good regulations intact, and yet without having a change in the culture of the police department, things will not change. And so I think it'll take really quite constant evaluation and oversight by the Board of Supervisors to make sure that as time goes by, even if changes are made, they don't then return to the way things had been done before. So as I say, without this board being actively involved, I don't think anything's going to happen. So I'm very pleased to be here and very pleased that you've had this hearing so you can hear the seriousness of the matter as we heard it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Judge. The next speaker we will hear from will be first from Ian. Come on up, Ian. Good to see you. So Ian took on the subject matter of stops, searches, and arrests.
Correct. Thank you. I'm Ian Bosbach from Morrison and Forster, and I'm with the Stop, Searches, and Arrests.
Ian, why don't you pull the mic a little closer?
How's that?
Better.
Better?
Little.
Even closer? All right. So there are two issues I'd like to address in the time I have: stop data and stop and frisks. On the first issue, I have to preface by saying we are not data experts. That's why one of our recommendations is engaging outside experts to analyze the department's stop data, especially given the complexity of conducting a meaningful analysis of stop data. That said, based on our analysis of the department's stop data for 2014 and 2015, African Americans and Latinos are more likely to be searched without consent than other groups. And of all people searched without consent, African Americans and Latinos have the lowest hit rate. That is, the rate at which searches found contraband. An analysis of the department's stop data by the San Francisco Chronicle had similar findings. According to experts on stop data analysis, lower hit rates for certain groups are a red flag for racial bias and suggest that those groups are searched with lower levels of evidence than other racial groups. We also found that compliance with the department's data collection policy has been lacking, so implementing a system to monitor and facilitate compliance is key to the effectiveness of the data collection ordinance passed last year. Moving to the second issue, I want to clarify what we did and did not find regarding stop and frisk. There is anecdotal evidence that stop and frisk occurs in San Francisco. We heard this in interviews with community members as well as public defenders whose clients complain about stop and frisk. But we did not find any policy of stop and frisk. The department has stated that it does not practice stop and frisk, and the mayor has considered and rejected stop and frisk policies in the past. The SFPD members we contacted, including those who train new officers, did not respond to our interview requests or declined through POA counsel, so we largely did not get to hear the perspective of SFPD officers on this issue. One officer we did have the opportunity to speak with stated that the department does not practice stop and frisk, but he also described practices that could be interpreted as stop and frisk. So we found anecdotal evidence of stop and frisk, but we did not find any policy, any stop and frisk policy in San Francisco. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bausbeck. Next, we will hear from Jamie Bartlett. And Jamie took on the subject matter of personnel and internal discipline. Welcome to the chamber.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Jamie Bartlett, and I'm with the law firm of Sidley Austin. Sidley was asked to look into the hiring and promotions process as well as the internal discipline process at the SFPD. I'm going to focus on a high-level finding we made that is applicable to both processes. Specifically, both the hiring and promotions process and the internal discipline process within the SFPD suffer from a notable lack of transparency, which interferes with the ability of the department to self-regulate, with external oversight, and with public trust. I'll provide just a few examples. Background Investigations Unit within the SFPD is tasked with investigating the background of all applicants and plays an important role in the hiring process and in determining whether a candidate is eligible for hire. Despite the important role, we found that the unit is largely a black box with respect to how background investigators are selected, how the background investigator makes his or her decision, and whether a background investigator who has a relationship with a candidate being investigated will disclose that conflict of interest. Similarly, with regards to promotion, we found that ultimate selection of candidates for promotion is highly discretionary, which increases the risk of bias and favoritism in the process. As with hiring, the chief of police makes the final decision as to what current officers will be promoted, but the criteria he uses to select from that list is not published or known by others. The role of the candidate's disciplinary history in the promotions process is also very unclear. We believe that the lack of any structural processes or written policies or procedures by which the decision makers must consider disciplinary history in the promotion process allows for the distinct possibility that candidates with disciplinary issues, particularly in the bias-related conduct, will advance through promotion and ultimately occupy positions of power. In regards to internal discipline, the process is also highly opaque. There is very little public written material that describes the internal discipline process or how Internal Affairs Division functions. DGO 2.7 sets out a portion of the disciplinary system, but does not explain the investigative procedures and has not been updated since July of 1994. IID processes and actions are not tracked or recorded in any publicly available way. They publish no statistics about the numbers or types of cases investigated, the percentage of complaints sustained, or factual summaries of the complaints it investigates. This general lack of transparency is inherently detrimental to the fair and effective officer discipline, both because it hinders external oversight, formal and informal, and because it suggests a lack of self-evaluation through robust and regular audit or statistical analysis, which is essential to a police department's effective discipline of its officers. Contributing to the lack of transparency is the fact that there is no comprehensive system used by the department for collecting data related to either the discipline process itself or the outcomes of those proceedings, either originating through IAD or in connection with the processes in place at the OCC, or for early intervention. The tracking systems used by these different groups are not uniform or openly shared. It does not appear that information contained in the early intervention system feeds into the system used by the Internal Disciplines Division. It does not include data regarding OCC complaints that are not sustained. Audit is not conducted by the SFPD or the city controller of the system, and the system is not well designed to conduct statistical analysis that would support regular and comprehensive reporting. So these examples illustrate that efforts to formalize and document hiring, promotions, and internal discipline processes and outcomes are critical to the future progress in connection with reducing bias within the SFPD. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ray Marshall from Shepherd Mullen is going to talk about the culture.
Good afternoon. As indicated, my name is Ray Marshall. I'm a partner at the law firm of Shepherd Mullen, Richter, and Hampton. I am the past president of the Bar Association of San Francisco and the past president of the State Bar of California. Our group looked at the issue of culture, and there are 3 points that I would make today. First, as what we call a tale of two cities in San Francisco. That is that there is a split within the department as to whether the scope of discrimination and bias is individualized or whether it is widespread and institutional. At one level, those officers, officers who testified, and those testimony was facilitated by the POA, gave the view that it was on an individual basis and that it was not widespread. On the other hand, those officers that testified that interviewed, which were not facilitated by the POA, stated unanimously that based upon their own experience and their own observations, bias within the department was institutional, widespread, and rampant. Second point, there is a blurred line between the POA and the San Francisco Police Department. Blurred lines which allow the POA to take on an outsized role inside and outside of the department, making it more difficult to address the issues of bias within the department. And that is a major problem that exists. The third point that I would leave you with, the San Francisco Police Department needs and should actively demonstrate in a proactive way leadership on the issue of elimination of bias within the department. It needs to take this action from a top-down perspective at every level of command. And any new chief that is ultimately determined to work for San Francisco needs to exercise in a very public way leadership on reforming the department and eliminating bias such that the face of the department becomes the police department and the police chief and not the POA. Those blurred lines affect both the running of the department and its respect in the community at large and should be addressed by whoever is elected or appointed as our new police chief. Thank you.
Spirit fingers, folks. Remember. Okay, next speaker will be Robert Tauren. He'll be speaking on Brady policies and practices. This podium's fine.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having us. I was chair of the Brady versus Maryland Working Group. And for those of you who didn't go to law school or who went to law school a long time ago, Brady held in 1963 that the prosecution was obligated to turn over exculpatory material to defendants. The California courts have held that that duty includes turning over evidence of racial bias. The racist text messages that surfaced in United States versus Ian Furminger included text messages of 14 police officers, and those text messages were not turned over by the San Francisco Police Department to the defendants in cases in this district. The police department received those messages in December 2012. 2 years later, they were finally turned over. In the meantime, defendants went to trial. Defendants of color went to trial and did not receive the evidence that they were entitled to, as announced by the Supreme Court 50 years ago. In short, simple terms, the lapse in the legal system here meant that defendants of color did not receive Brady material in the form of racist text messages by officers who were instrumental in charging them. Defendants in this city were denied due process under our Constitution. To redress the Brady violations that took place here as a result of the police department's failure to timely disclose Brady materials to the district attorney's office, our working group in July proposed 13 basic recommendations. 12 involved the police department and the district attorney's office. One involved the city's attorney's office. On August 30th, the district attorney responded to the 7 recommendations we made as to his office, agreeing to 6 and modifying 1. The police department, to my knowledge, has not in over 2 months responded in writing to the 8 specific recommendations we made as to it. Finally, I want to address those who have claimed that this panel and the working groups were a stalking horse for the district attorney. To be clear, I never knew who George Gascon was. To be more clear, I joined and committed to this group when I read racist texts and homophobic texts by police officers in federal court proceedings. I thought those sickening texts had no place in law enforcement anywhere, especially in this city of tolerance and diversity. My colleagues and I felt it was time to act and donate our services to review local law enforcement procedures of both the DA's office and the police department, and to consider constructive recommendations that would benefit all citizens. As a former federal prosecutor who worked closely with police officers in a major American city, which now has troubles, I urge this city and its law enforcement to not wait and to not just be reactive when law enforcement practices, delays, and transcripts surface and call for action. I urge this Board of Supervisors to take the bull by the horns and direct law enforcement, both the SF Police Department and the SF District Attorney's Office, to be proactive, to work together, and to adopt the reasonable recommendations of the Blue Ribbon Panel.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Our next speaker will be Nicholas Fram. Mr. Fram is going to be presenting on external oversight.
Thank you, Supervisor Cohen, Madam President. Thank you all for having this. My name is Nicholas Fram. I'm an attorney at Munger, Tolles & Olson, a law firm here in the city. In addition to working on the external oversight group, our law firm served as counsel to the Blue Ribbon Panel. And just to echo what Bob just said on a personal note, we didn't do this because the district attorney asked. We did this because this was an issue that was important to us. I grew up here. I work here now, and I plan on living here for a long time, and I want to leave this city better than where we found it. Our group spent a lot of time looking at the Police Commission, the Office of Citizen Complaints, and a couple other agencies, such as the Controller's Office, to investigate external oversight of the SFPD. And the main conclusion, the central conclusion that we came to, is that there is no external body that systemically oversights the SFPD. The Police Commission conceives of its primary role as making policy and disciplining officers, and it doesn't really have the resources to conduct periodic or systematic audits. The Controller's Office has the authority and some staff and resources to conduct audits of the department, but is generally has rarely been asked to do so in the past, and when it has only audited sort of discrete portions and discrete issues. The OCC, it doesn't perform audits, and it's to date been purely a body that's mainly responsive to citizen complaints. It has a single policy analyst who looks at department policy, but that generally is reactive too. So the upshot is that we don't know if officers are complying with policy or if the policies we have in place are effective. Two very basic things that the public should know. So this lack of an audit function stands sort of in stark contrast to what exists in other major cities. So, for example, Los Angeles has a 35-person Office of Inspector General that routinely, on a full-time basis, audits the LAPD. The California Highway Patrol, the California Department of Corrections also have Inspector General, and because of the Federal Inspectors General Act of 1978, passed in the wake of another scandal in Watergate, there are 72 Inspectors General in the federal government. So having an Inspector General, having an a full-time audit function is something that is a well-worn path that many other jurisdictions think is worthwhile. So we think that the most important reform that this body can achieve is to implement an independent audit agency. It's really important that that agency have full access to department records and personnel, be charged with making periodic reports to the public, and be independent of the department. It's important for legitimacy, and it's important so that the audit agency has the right perspective. So to effectively counter the self-interest of the department that it's overseeing. With that, we're happy to answer any questions you have now or later. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, we have a few more speakers, then we will go into a discussion. The next speaker I'd like to call up is Judge LaDoris Cordell. Thank you for being here, Judge.
Thank you, Supervisor Cohen, and thank you to all the supervisors for the opportunity to speak to you this afternoon. I come before you not to lecture you, not to berate you, but to implore you to initiate real and lasting changes in the operation of the San Francisco Police Department. Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. It is critical that all of us, San Francisco leadership and the community, know the history of police misconduct in the city and how it has been addressed in order for us to move forward. For 79 years, from 1937 to the present, the San Francisco Police Department has been involved in several major instances of misconduct and racial discrimination, all of which have been well documented. In 1937, the mayor and DA, working together, uncovered police corruption, including payoffs and staged raids. Officers were fired, the entire police commission was forced to resign, and a scathing 2 million word report was issued. That report was stolen from the city clerk's office and has not been seen since 1937. In 1943, the San Francisco Chronicle ran an expose on police corruption. No officers were disciplined. In 1955, the paper ran a 12-part series on police corruption. No officers were disciplined. In 1965, San Francisco officers arrested a group of civil rights lawyers who refused to allow the police to enter a fundraiser for the gay community. At trial, all charges against those lawyers were dismissed. No officers were disciplined. In 1966, San Francisco officers targeted the transgender community by arresting and mistreating customers at the Camp Town cafeteria. Rioting followed. No officers were disciplined. In 1973, public advocates filed a lawsuit against the city for racial bias in the police department's entrance exams and in the department's promotion policies. That lawsuit resulted in a federal consent decree that was not lifted until 1998, a period of 25 years that included continuing litigation. In 1998, the city of San Francisco pledged that 45% of all new recruits in the police department would be people of color. In 1979, after the manslaughter conviction of Dan White and the ensuing riots, several lawsuits were filed by protesters against the police department for excessive force. No officers were disciplined. In 1984, 4 officers were fired for paying a prostitute to perform sex acts on an unwilling cadet. In 1988, Dolores Huerta was beaten by police at a peaceful protest that was caught on video and televised widely. The city paid for a substantial settlement, and no officers were disciplined. In 1989, an ACT UP protest was interrupted by police beatings and arrests. A class action lawsuit followed, along with suspensions and resignations by officers. The Office of Citizens Complaints found that the Deputy Chief Jordan had ordered the sweep and recommended that he be demoted. In 1992, during the Rodney King demonstrations, San Francisco officers made widespread arrests. As well, 2,000 copies of the San Francisco Bay Times that ran an unflattering story about the department were stolen and found at a police station. That led to the firing of Chief Hungisto, and an officer who was involved in the theft of the papers became the POA president. In 1995, San Francisco officers raided a New Year's Eve AIDS benefit. The police commission found 4 officers used excessive force. None were fired. Also, at that time, Aaron Williams, a black man, died in police custody. An officer was deemed to have been involved in the death, for which he was not fired, but suspended for 90 days. In 2002 and 2003, 3 off-duty officers, one of whom was the son of the then assistant chief, assaulted 2 civilians who refused to give them their fajitas. Dubbed Fajita-gate, the grand jury indicted the entire leadership of the police department for covering up that incident. However, all of the charges were dropped. A civil jury awarded damages to the victims of the beating. In 2005, there was Videogate. An officer at the Bayview station posted a video that parodied racist, sexist, and homophobic subjects. The result was that over a dozen officers were disciplined. The officer who made the video resigned. He was not fired. And 2 other officers were suspended, each for 360 days. 2006 to 2007, the San Francisco Chronicle ran a 3-month-long series on the department's use of force. Then Chief Fong dismissed the report, and no changes were implemented. In 2009, the attorney for the police department's Internal Affairs Division brought a case against the then deputy chief for failure to follow the department's policies on how to deal with allegations of domestic violence. As a result, the police commission demoted him to captain. The city subsequently promoted that captain to chief, after which the city's lawyer who had brought the case against that officer was fired. She sued for wrongful termination and received a settlement that cost the city $750,000. Finally, in 2011, 3 officers were indicted by the federal government for illegal searches, thefts, and robbery. All were convicted, and the Fed's release of information from those cases led to Textgate and to the report by the Blue Ribbon Panel. So that's the history. 79 years of lawsuits, settlements, officer discipline, promotions, exposés by newspapers, city-issued reports, a grand jury indictment, resignation of an entire police commission, and a 25-year-long consent decree. And sadly, little has changed. What we know from this history is that these instances of misconduct are not isolated incidents or aberrations. Rather, they are part of a 79-year pattern of systemic misconduct and cultural entrenchment within the department. That history reveals the many obstacles to reform, among them failure of city leadership, politicization of the police commission, failure of police leadership, failure of effective civilian oversight, and resistance from the police union. I believe that resistance from the police union poses the greatest obstacle to reform. Now, I am a staunch supporter of unions, and I have never crossed a picket line, and I never will. That being said, police unions are unique. Police officers are not like other workers. They have state-sanctioned power of life and death over all of us. While most unions in the United States have grown weaker since the 70s, police unions have grown stronger. We all know that they can make life very difficult for elected officials by attacking them as soft on crime, and they have deep pockets to fund political candidates who will do their bidding. Sadly, police unions throughout the country over the last 50 years have opposed police reforms, ranging from having to wear name tags on their uniforms, to the use of body-worn cameras, to documenting uses of force. This year, Newark, New Jersey created a civilian review board that was acclaimed as a model of oversight. The city's police union immediately announced that it would sue to shut it down. Here in San Francisco, the new use of force policy, unanimously approved by the Police Commission in June, to my knowledge, has not yet been implemented because it's being held up in the POA's meet and confer process. Professor Samuel Walker, an emeritus professor of criminal justice at the University of Nebraska at Omaha and an expert on police accountability, says that police unions have created a culture of impunity. It is this culture of impunity that permeates the San Francisco Police Department, as has been well documented in our report. The San Francisco Police Department has a Not on My Watch pledge that says, I pledge to serve the people of San Francisco faithfully and honestly without prejudice. I will not tolerate hate or bigotry in our community or from my fellow officers. I will confront intolerance and report any such conduct without question or pause. I will maintain the integrity of the San Francisco Police Department and safeguard the trust of the people of San Francisco. I will treat members of the community as I would hope to be treated myself. I will pursue justice with compassion, and I respect the dignity of others. For those who would suggest there is any place for the stain of intolerance, I pledge not on my watch. The department's former POA president and current paid consultant to the department, on his Facebook page, derided that pledge. He called officers who reported misconduct of other officers trained snitches. Commenters on his page, undoubtedly police officers, wanted the names of the snitches so they could be taken care of. Characterized sensitivity training as bullshit, and about officers who are whistleblowers said, I hope it doesn't get ugly out there. Someone could get hurt. This is talk one would expect from gang members and from thugs, not from the leadership of a police union. I believe that the great majority of police officers in San Francisco that belong to the POA are not like those who made those comments. So it is my hope that the good people in the department, the officers who see reform as a positive for the department, will find their voices and will join together to bring new leadership to the POA. It is also my hope that you, the city leadership, will find your voices and display the political will to stand up to intimidation, that you will say no to those who oppose the meaningful and doable reforms we have recommended and that the community supports. I implore you to put aside your political differences and stand united in moving forward to implement these recommendations. Do it because the lives of the people of San Francisco are at stake. Let us not be condemned to repeat the past. The time is ripe to do right. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Cordell.
Supervisor?
Who said that?
I did.
Oh.
Supervisor Kim?
Thank you, Dean Cordell. I just want to thank you so much for being here today. May I ask a few questions, if that's
Sure,
okay?
absolutely. Judge Cordell, we're going to have to ask you to come back down here. We have a couple questions for you.
My apologies, Judge Cordell. Thank you for your presentation. I just had a couple of follow-up questions. You had mentioned that when San Francisco was being released from the federal consent decree, that we had made a commitment to ensuring 45% new recruits of people of color. Could you let us know how close to that goal we have met since 1998?
You know, I anticipated that question, and I was endeavoring to do some research on it. I don't know if any of the folks here are able to respond to that, to have the numbers.
Perhaps someone from the San Francisco Police Department?
I apologize, because that really wasn't my area.
No.
I don't know. I don't know if we're going to get that information for you. Okay?
Great. I also see our deputy chief and chief here today, and I assume they have that data. Deputy Chief Tom?
So, very quick, Supervisor Kim, if you're done with the judge, we can move on. The presentation next is going to come from the police department, and then we can have them.
I will save my question for them. My next question is, just given your body of work in this arena, do you see cities or municipalities that are actually implementing reform successfully?
The answer is yes. Oftentimes because they are being made to do it because of federal court orders. And that's really sad, because that means there's been resistance, been fighting, litigation, and now they're being made to do it by a judge in a black robe sitting somewhere else who's telling departments how to be run. I don't think that's the way to do it, but sometimes it has to be done. Now, there are some cities, as a result of rioting, upset, who've had great national focus on them, where they have stepped up because they don't want to be sued and have a federal consent decree coming in. And finally, there are those departments, large and small. By the way, there are 18,000 police departments in the United States, and they're each autonomous unto themselves. No one entity can require them to have any oversight, any kind of accountability at all. So it has to be by community, unless there is a state incentive for them to do it. So if there were a law in California that said every police department had to have some measure of accountability and civilian oversight, then it would happen. So it's up to each community. It's up to leaders like you all to decide, okay, this is really what we want to do and have it done effectively. So the short answer is yes, there are departments engaging in this in different kinds of ways to bring more transparency and accountability to policing.
And you think that the primary means, so what often initiates reform in other cities that are doing it has been either through federal court order or unfortunately through some type of citizen protest or riot, something that is one of the more extreme actions that can be taken. That's not necessarily what we're seeing here in San Francisco today. If there is a commitment to pushing these reforms without something like those two actions taking place, what are the reforms that you think would most successfully help support reform in the police department? Because I agree with you. I think the vast majority of our members in the police department want to see reform implemented. And so, what transparency and accountability are the two pieces that you talked about, but specifically, what are the actions that we can take here at the Board of Supervisors?
Sure. So if you look at the recommendations in the report, and they start on page 159, then they're done in categories. But overall, I think the first major and important step is having oversight, civilian independent oversight over what this police department does. And by the way, oversight is not micromanaging a police department. I was the independent police auditor for the city of San Jose for 5 years. I wasn't interested in running a police department. That's not my expertise. But what I was interested in was ensuring that what was done was being done in an objective and proper fashion. In San Francisco, we have recommended for the police department an office of an inspector general. That would have the function, a civilian, independent, not beholden to the chief, not beholden to anyone, but reporting to you all in a public fashion on various aspects in the police department that you heard already, the deficits, the lack of collection of data. We don't even know information about what happens to officers, their discipline records. And a lot of that is because of POBAR, the Police Officers' Bill of Rights, keeps so much confidential. And by the way, just as an aside, I believe that that law needs to be repealed, and we need to open these things up. So that's the first thing. I think the community is saying, and the use of force policy. So there are things that are happening. They're in the works here to happen in the city, but they haven't happened yet. And that's part of the problem. There's no sense that things are actually moving in the direction that I think they should have been in quite a while ago.
Mm-hmm. So we do technically have a citizen oversight body here, our police commission, 4 appointed by the mayor and 3 appointed by the board of supervisors. What reforms can we provide to this citizen oversight body that can actually give it more of the teeth that it needs to actually implement the reforms that we talk about today?
No, that's a good question.
Or in the report.
Right. So it gets back to what your definition of oversight is.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So you have a police commission. I have heard from some of them, particularly when we were having hearings during all of this. And I'll tell you one concern that came up for me, is that when you have civilians who are appointees of the mayor, the board, quite frankly, they're beholden to you all. So they have to kind of, toe the line. So what my vision and what we've done in San Jose, we don't have a civilian review board. We have my office. Mm-hmm. But it was a decision of the entire body there, the city council and the mayor, after a national search to appoint me, and then leave me alone. Let me run this office and look into those matters that I am permitted to look into as I see fit. So I do, and again, others may disagree with me on this one, but I have a problem, because I believe it's in your charter, that you have a commission that are political appointees. Right. I just think going in, that doesn't begin to build the trust. I am not impugning the reputations of those on the commission. I'm talking again about an entity and an oversight body, and how I feel it can best do its work and do it in a transparent and a trustworthy fashion.
So I apologize for keeping on pressing on this. You were still appointed, though, by the mayor and that body as well. And so what provides you the buffering or the independence to go about doing your work, A, and then B, so now you do provide the data and the information to local government and their police department on deficiencies that you're seeing, then what is the catch that actually gets them to implement those changes and respond to the accountability that you're now providing?
All right. So you had 2 questions. The first was about, I was hired by the mayor and city council, so I had 11 bosses. Well, first of all, no one can work for the city unless they're hired by the city. Right. And you all will have to make the decision about who gets hired. So you will be the boss of whoever it is that runs it. So I had a contract with the city. I was a city employee, and it was a 4-year contract, and I could be let go at will, but only by a vote of a supermajority of the council. So that's just a given. That aside, given how my responsibilities were laid out and written, I had the ability to look into whatever I deemed appropriate. So everything was in writing, nothing was made up. But yes, I had to be accountable not only to community, but to those who hired me. So it takes someone who has to be able to walk that fine line. I'm dealing with a political body, but at the same time I'm dealing with issues of policing, and I also had a very good relationship with the police department. So it's about getting it. That's why I truly believe that most of the officers here, they're good people. I actually believe that. I believe that in my heart. So when you talked about, okay, so how do you make the changes? So the key to making changes is sunshine, putting the light on deficiencies. So my office, when I was the IPA, once a year came out with a report that said, look, these are all the complaints that were sustained, all the information given to the public. Here's what the officers did, again, without naming them because of POBAR. We also listed, there was an annual report on discipline. Again, you can't name the officers, but you can see how many were fired or suspended. And in addition, the recommendations that our office made were in writing and presented annually to the city council and mayor. Recommendations like San Jose Police Department does not have anything in its duty manual prohibiting chokeholds. So our recommendation after the Eric Gardner case, even though there was no chokehold incident in San Jose, was to have a rule that says you can't do this. So it was in our recommendations. Then it was up to the police to say, yeah, we support it, or if we don't, here's why we want to be able to use chokeholds. So what happened, particularly on that one, is that the police department said, fine, we should have a rule. So now there's a rule. So it's really bringing this information out so everyone can hear it, and also having the police, giving them the opportunity to weigh in. And that's how we were able to bring these kinds of changes in San Jose. It does work. It can work.
Thank you, Supervisor Kim. Judge Cordell, I just had one follow-up question. You talked about oversight and making sure there's an independent body. Have you had a chance to look at Prop G, the police accountability ballot measure, and whether or not that particular proposition is the right tool, and if it goes far enough?
I have not.
Okay.
And if you like, I shall, and I'm more than glad to give you my thoughts on it.
That would be great. Your presentation was very well done. Thank you so much for giving us a complete overview with the history and helping us to really understand this is not an issue that just happened recently. This is something that's been going on for far too long, and you just really put it into perspective, and I truly appreciate your words.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. I think we are ready to move on to hear from the Interim Chief of Police, Tony Chaplin.
Okay. I just wanted to give you your answer, Supervisor Kim, for the breakdown, racial breakdown in the police department. It's 49. Sure. I'm Deputy Chief Garrett Tom of Professional Standards. And the San Francisco Police Department right now is currently 49% white, 9% African American, 16% Hispanic, 22% Asian, 1.5% other. It's 83% is male and 16% female, and that breaks down our police department with approximately 2,100 officers.
And just really quickly on the question of, I guess, your most recent recruiting class over the last few years, what is the percentage of people of color recruited in your most recent classes?
I don't remember I don't know the breakdown offhand, but I know one of the recent ones were most diverse in the history of the San Francisco Police Department.
And do you also identify LGBT as well?
We don't, because some people do not want to disclose that.
Okay, so that data point is not collected by SFPD.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And just for clarity, all of the data collected is provided as optional from the individuals, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Supervisor Weiner.
Supervisor Weiner.
Thank you very much. Just to follow up on what Deputy Chief Tom mentioned. No, you don't need to come back up. I did attend the last graduation of the police academy, and I actually have I periodically go and speak to the academy, and it was they've, in my experience, progressively every time I walk in, they are more and more diverse, and the last one was the most diverse class that I had ever seen in the 5 or 6 years that I've been going to the academy and going to graduations, and I think we need to recruit more women. That is definitely a continuing challenge. In terms of LGBT, although there is no official data, I tend to know a lot of the openly LGBT officers, and we definitely have seen, in my anecdotal experience, an increase. And for a long time, because of the HIV/AIDS epidemic, there were very, very few gay men in the department. There was a whole generation of gay male leadership that was sort of stopped in its tracks. And there were lesbians who actually were able to make it very, very senior into the command staff, but gay men were set back. That has started to change, and we've seen more and more gay men, particularly, for example, in the Castro and in the Mission. I see gay men on patrol. We've seen promotions. We have transgender officers, including transgender officers who have been promoted to sergeant, I believe even to lieutenant at this point. And a few academy graduations ago, a transgender woman was elected to be the president of her police academy class. So those cadets, 45 or 50 of them, elected a transgender woman to be class president, which I can't even imagine happening 10 or 15 years ago. So the department has some serious continuing challenges, and we need to continue to work very hard on reform. But there are some bright spots. And when I see these young officers coming in who are incredibly diverse, not in all respects, but in a number of respects, that gives me hope for the future. Because when we talk about change and changing culture, I think one of the strongest ways to do it is bringing young, diverse officers into the department.
Thank you. Supervisor Campos.
Thank you, and I know we want to hear from our chief, but I want to say that I do think that diversity is important, but I think that sometimes on the issue of race and ethnicity, even diversity around sexual orientation doesn't necessarily provide the level of cultural awareness, and I say that as a gay man. I think that my experience is that sometimes even members of the LGBTQ community that by virtue of being LGBTQ you would think would get some of these issues don't actually get those issues. I think it's a lot more complicated. I think it's a lot more complicated than simply saying, we need more representation from this group or that group. Quite frankly, and I say this as a man of color, I mean, we ourselves have our own issues in terms of internal bias, because we are ultimately the product of society, and that's part of the challenge here. But I want to thank the chief for being here, so I'll turn it over to you, back to you, Madam President, because I know that we want to hear from our chief on this very important issue.
Thank you, Supervisor Campos, and welcome, Chief Chaplain. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you, President Bree. Thank you, Board of Supervisors, for having me here today. I was supposed to not be here, and my Deputy Chief Garrett Thomas, Professional Standards, was going to do the presentation, but I had to break for my schedule to come down because I think this is very important. I need to be here. And I also agree with Supervisor Campos. I think that that's a huge statement, because one of the things we've rolled out is our bias training. And one of the things that they tell you at the very first sitting for that training is that we all have them. And the biggest challenge is admitting that we all have them. And that's huge for you to admit that, because most people will not and don't want to until they take the training, which I'm making available to anyone sitting on the Board of Supers that want to attend. And for Supervisor Winter's comments about Lieutenant Ewan, she's been promoted to captain. She's not a captain of Tenderloin Station. And my Deputy Chief of Administration is Deputy Chief Denise Schmidt. And so, we are making a lot of inroads, and we do need to hire more women. Our classes have been more diverse than they've ever been before, but all of that is a product of the reforms and changes that we've been implementing in the last 18 to 24 months. And one of the things I will say is listening to Judge Cordell, and it was enlightening to hear her say that the great majority of these officers in San Francisco are good, because that's something I've known, and it's good to hear that admission. One of the things I did when I first became the interim chief of police is I met with some of the groups that were marginalized or represented those that were marginalized, and some of those groups are represented and sitting behind me today. We had some frank and robust discussions about some of the reforms, and I explained to them some of the things that I was implementing and doing, and I just want to make sure that the Board of Supervisors is aware that there is a lot of change. There's winds of change blowing through. Judge Cordell is absolutely right. There has to be sometimes outside push to get these changes done, but in San Francisco, one of the things we've done with our police department, and I can't take credit, started my predecessor, we invited the Department of Justice to come in and do a collaborative reform initiative and technical assistance review of the San Francisco Police Department from top to bottom. Now, I know that process has detractors, but I think they're probably going to be harder on us than some of the other folks that have taken a look, and I welcome that, because I think sometimes you have to tear things down and build them back up again. And that's part of the process that I'm undertaking as the chief of police for San Francisco right now. Now, one of the issues we ran into, which is why we've been waiting for that report to come out, is because Judge Cordell said it best when she said, you need somebody to come in here and take a forensic look at your department. That is the Department of Justice. The team that's on the ground now are the same ones that would be on the team if you had a patterns and practice. They are the same team. So with that said, you have taken testimony from the civil grand jury. They've given some critiques of the department, and they've also given some things that we've done correctly. And when you look at the Blue Ribbons report, they've also done the same thing with some recommendations and some findings. I'm not saying the department disagrees with them. I'm not saying we agree with them. We have not stopped rolling out necessary change. We talked about the use of force policy not being implemented. 80 to 85% of that was rolled out by me in the form of a department bulletin. One of the things that the Blue Ribbon panel says we should do away with. One of the functions right now of a department bulletin is to effect quick change so that you don't get bogged down in a court process with the labor group. When you have to push this change, like the sanctity of life, like de-escalation, like mandatory coming to the aid of someone when someone is using excessive force on them. Those are the type of things you can roll out quickly with a department bulletin. Now, that's not the best practice. I think the best practice is exactly what was said at this podium earlier, to rewrite our general orders. That is a massive undertaking, and it's one we're doing right now. We have a policy. We have a policy team now that's put together, and we're looking at just about every general order the San Francisco Police Department has. We are re-engineering our use of force. We've rolled out body cameras. Most of the things in this report, you'll see that at some point we've been before you touching on them or talking about what we're rolling out. And if you have any doubt that this is successful, just look at the last 5 months and look at our contacts with people in mental health crisis in situations that arguably 18 months ago would have resulted in officer-involved shooting, massive protests, damage to city property. But we've successfully de-escalated those situations. And I'm not talking about people that were just out standing in the middle of the street. In one case, individuals armed with a loaded firearm. And another one just across the street from this building, just a couple of weekends ago, same exact scenario. Whereas you turn on CNN, you're hearing that these things are still happening nationwide in other places. Not saying they're right or wrong, but they're occurring. In San Francisco, we are not just talking about this, we're doing it. We got a long way to go. I have no doubt that the group standing behind me will not disagree with that statement. We do have a long way to go, but I am committed to the process. The San Francisco Police Department is committed to the process. The mayor's office is committed to the process. And by virtue of you having these hearings, I know you're committed to this process. So I just wanted to come in and tell you today that I'm not up here to berate anybody or sell anybody either. I'm here to say that this is a collaborative effort, and that's why I'm meeting with these groups seated behind me. And I know that we don't always agree. And so I say that to say that we are sitting down and talking. I've met with each of you to address your concerns as well. And I'm going to continue to do that. We're going to continue to roll out the change because I'll be the first one to admit that the department needs to change. It's the second oldest department in the nation, and it shows. And just for the record, I came I was hired in 1989, 1990 under the consent decree that was referenced earlier. So I am a product of that, and I have not forgotten where I came from. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, I would like to bring Minister Christopher Mohammed.
May I ask the chief a quick question?
Oh, I'm sorry, Minister. Before you start, Supervisor Kim has a question for the police chief.
Thank you, Supervisor Cohen. I just want to acknowledge, the comments that you had made about trying to swiftly move through the reforms that are talked about, not getting bogged down in the process. But I do think that the Blue Ribbon Task Force recommendation or report is worth responding to. And I'm curious if SFPD, if you, Interim Chief, would commit to responding to each of the recommendations by the Blue Ribbon Task Force so that we have a response to each of the recommendations that were made, and we know what the department will be following through on.
Absolutely, and when you look at those particular recommendations for the supervisor or present for that hearing, you'll notice that a lot of them do mirror the civil grand jury, so they're not that dissimilar. And that's why we're trying to wait, so that we're not standing before you telling you the same thing over and over and over again. Right now, there's a lot of eyes on San Francisco Police Department, and as referenced before, there's 18,000 departments in this nation. I don't think any of them have gone through the scrutiny that we've gone through with regards to the review from the different panels and groups that have reviewed the San Francisco Police Department. And again, we welcome all the help. And the Blue Ribbon panel did a fantastic job. And all these people did this for free, to my knowledge. I mean, that's a tremendous amount of work that went into this undertaking, and I applaud them for that, and I appreciate the work that they've done. And I have no problem at the end of this process responding to the recommendations and findings. I think you're going to find out a lot of them have already been responded to with the civil grand jury response.
What do you mean by that you'll respond at the end of the process?
Well, you're asking for a date to come back. I think the DOJ's findings will be out in the near future, and so with that in mind, I don't think. I think coming here to respond to that, and I'm sure you're going to want us to come to respond to the DOJ's as well. So I think it would be more prudent for everyone involved if we have all the reports in and we can just come in with a response to everything.
Okay, when is the Department of Justice report coming in? My apologies that I don't know the answer to that question.
We don't. They haven't released they haven't not given an official release date, but it's coming very soon, according to them.
Supervisor Kim, I was just going to let you know that we'll probably sit as a committee as a whole once that report is released as well, just so that we're all informed.
Okay, so the commitment is to respond to each of the recommendations by the Blue Ribbon Task Force when you also receive the Department of Justice recommendations as well.
Absolutely. And just for housekeeping purposes, when we received the report, we didn't ignore it. First of all, we looked at it and read it. Then we forwarded to the Department of Justice to be added to their process of reviewing San Francisco, as we did with the civil grand jury report also. Everything we got, we invited them to be part of, and we provided the DOJ with a copy of for reference purposes.
And just to follow up on a couple of other points that you just made, when you said that our police department is probably one of the most scrutinized of the 18,000 that exist throughout the country, what leads you to believe that? I don't know any better, so I just want to know, what we have done that has allowed us to get so much review more than other cities.
Well, first of all, we had some fantastic people volunteer with the Blue Ribbon panel, and then the civil grand jury. But then we invited the DOJ in to do a comprehensive review. This is the most comprehensive review the Department of Justice has done for any report. Just to give you an example, they did Las Vegas Metro. But with Las Vegas Metro, they only looked at their officer-involved shooting. They looked at several things with the San Francisco Police Department. This is supposed to be one of their most comprehensive and in-depth reviews of a department, and that's why I think it's going to be all comprehensive, all encompassing of the reports that we already have, in addition to the professional work that they've done, because they, quite frankly, had access. They were able to look in our internal affairs files, and the mayor signed off, I signed off, everyone signed off, and gave them total access. So whereas some of the groups that did the review, they were able to drill down here, the DOJ got to the bone. And and again, it was a huge undertaking. It was painful for the department, but we agreed to it and we gave them total access. They showed up to these hearings in these chambers. They went to the police commission hearings. They showed up at community events. They hosted community events and listening sessions, and more importantly, they went out to our police commissions in the community. Some of them got contentious and had to be shut down. They attended some of the officer-involved shooting town hall meetings. So they were there. They were boots on the ground for a lot of things and absorbed it all. And I'm sure it's going to all be incorporated in their report. And I think when we get these together, it's probably going to have recommendations that are similar to the ones we saw from the civil grand jury as well as the Blue Ribbon panel. And it just doesn't make sense to keep coming back here and telling you guys the same things over and over again. But if you want me to, I will.
My final question, Chief, and by the way, we sat down yesterday, and I really want to appreciate your candor and your personal commitment to reform, and I believe it to be genuine. I think it's interesting that you said that you feel that the police department has moved on many of the recommendations that were listed by the Blue Ribbon Task Force report, which really only came out very recently, the full report about 2 months ago. And so I'm curious as to how we were able to address many of these issues so quickly, really within the last 2 months. So it makes me question, how meaningful the changes were. I don't mean to question your leadership, because I do believe your intent to be genuine. But then it really leads me then to my next question, which is that I think one of the things that surprised me the most, and this was during the whole Frisco 5 and that engagement with many of the folks that we're demanding for reforms today because it is about saving lives and about the safety of our community, is that, when we look through a lot of the police general orders, I think what actually surprised me was that much of the reforms that the community is demanding is already in our general orders, that we had actually put it into place years and years ago because we are a progressive city, we have a progressive commission, we have a progressive board of supervisors, but yet they were not implemented. And so it's one thing to put it into our code, into our general orders, but it's a completely separate thing to actually make it a reality in our communities. And so maybe it's not an answerable question today, but I just want to be careful in saying we're addressing many of the Blue Ribbon Task Force recommendations already, but yet we're not actually seeing that on the ground. So that, that's the big question. How do we get from writing to practice?
Well, and to answer your question,
I apologize, Supervisor Cohen. Thank you for
Supervisor
letting
Cohen
me ask this.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
And then
Thank
I will
you.
defer to the rest of my colleagues.
Supervisor Cohen?
Thank you. If I could, through the chair, to Supervisor Kim, just to address a couple things. You asked a very poignant question about the report hasn't been delivered yet. How could you have implemented? And the only thing that I want you to consider is that the points that we are raising, particularly members of the African American community, have been raising for generations. There have been many reports that have been written that really mirror many of the recommendations that we have heard today. And so there's the unfinished agenda. That's the first one that comes off to mind. There's PERF reports. There are a lot of reports that already been published. What we need to do, I think, is accept these reports and read it syntopically, meaning all the reports that have been out there. You heard Judge Cordell talk about the history of abuse. Well, there has been a history of reports, and I'm sure Minister Christopher will talk about that in his remarks. So a lot of this information is not new. We are just now stepping up and starting to implement. And I think you're asking the right questions. Why now? What has happened that has brought us to where we are today? And I wanted just to kind of give you that background information just for you to be aware of.
Well, maybe I did not speak clearly. So I understand that these, what we are talking about has been around for a very, very long time. And so I'm not implying that this is a new problem and we're suddenly trying to address it. I guess what I'm asking is, we know what the issues are. We've known for a long time. I know our chief knows that these issues have been ongoing for a long time. So the big question for me is, I actually believe that probably much of the Blue Ribbon Task Force recommendations are in place in writing at various parts of our general orders and police code. So what is actually going to get us to the place of writing to actual implementation so that our constituents and residents feel that these are truly being felt throughout our police department. I guess what I'm saying is I don't want to simply tell the Blue Ribbon Task Force and our community, hey, check, we're doing all of this already. I don't want that to be the hearing in a month that we're doing all of this, and then we're not actually seeing it. So how are we going to get there, I guess, is the question I'm asking.
By doing exactly what we're doing now, addressing this issue head on and changing those policies and making sure they're enforced. You talked about the Department General Orders are not enforced. They're enforced every time we're sued by somebody for excessive force and they're put on trial and the city attorney defends it. Every time. That's what I use to punish people in the department. And unfortunately, I can't tell you how many people I punish, but it's a lot. And since I've taken this job, I didn't know how many people on a day-to-day basis were punished for minor conduct all the way up to recommendation to the commission for termination. There are a lot. And we are in the process now of putting that data out in an anonymous format so we don't violate state law. But I'll answer your other question about how do we know these things are now getting done. Supervisor Cohen had legislation mandating quarterly reports of our use of force data that we never reported before. We had our first report. It required that we hit certain metrics. It was late because I took a look at what was asked for, and I thought it should be way more robust. So a month later, I think it was, we added a whole bunch of other data sets into that, and now it's a very robust report that's published, and it's on our website. Our website is radically different from just, say, 8 months ago. We're part of the White House's Open Data Initiative where we publish our demographics, our use of force data. All that's published online, our officer-involved shootings. As a matter of fact, the civil grand jury commended us for that. for the updated website. This is time where you can't hide in the weeds anymore. You can't, I think it was Supervisor Campos or Avalos, I forget who said it, but talked about reports being put on the shelf and collecting dust. You can't get away with that anymore. Look behind me. The folks will not accept that anymore. You have to take action. And that's my commitment, is to take action. And it's why I'm sitting right now negotiating use of force and trying to get this thing done. And you're right. There is a policy that has been passed unanimously by the commission. The problem is it's subject to a meet and confer process. These are rights that are conferred to workers, and there's no getting around them. So the way I did it was I issued a department bulletin after I got 80% agreement across the board on the things that we passed, and that department bulletin put 80% of those things into place. That's how we're saving lives right now. But that's the action being taken. And like I said before, a year ago, 18 months ago, these things turn out a lot differently than they did this time. And we also have a state data initiative now where we're required to report out to the state DOJ all stop data. Not just this or that, but all our stop data. They just came to town to check out what we had 2 weeks ago. They were so impressed, and someone used Los Angeles as a model earlier. We blew the doors off Los Angeles so much so the Department of Justice took what we're using and implementing our e-stop data, and they want to use it as a model for the rest of the state. So change is happening, and a lot of it is coming from groups that have been pushing us from the outside, and more importantly, it's also coming from pushes from the inside. The majority of police officers in San Francisco, they get up every morning, they come in and do their job with the express intent of helping people. There are a few that we have to deal with, and I will deal with them when they cross my desk. But the reality is we're not turning a deaf ear to anything or blind eye to anything. We're taking these reports and using them. And you talked about the blue ribbon, how do we implement it so fast? We didn't. We've been implementing this stuff. Some of these reports, they look backwards, quite frankly. And they look at data that was a little stale, and they don't know about some of the things that we've recently done that's not incorporated in here. We addressed this when we sat down. We sat down with the Blue Ribbon panel in this building with the mayor's staff, and we went through a lot of these issues, and we talked about them. There are some things that we've done, a lot of things that we've done that are contained in this manual. So once we're done and we can report out and talk about some of the metrics we're hitting, and by the way, the DOJ, they're here for 3 years. They're providing technical assistance, which means they're also looking at and implementing training on best practices from studies done within the United States. And so we're going to be rolling out all the training they recommend. We said we're going to embrace that report, win, lose, or draw, and we will.
I know I said that was my last question. I'm so sorry, but you had brought up something. You had said that you had already talked to the Blue Ribbon Task Force and mentioned that you were already working on many of their recommendations, and yet they still put that in their report. Do you believe that they ignored some of the work that's been doing recently, or do you feel that they put in those recommendations despite the work that has already occurred recently because they felt it wasn't enough?
I'm sorry, absolutely do not believe that. We met with them after the report to discuss the report. And no, they did a lot of great work. There was a lot of, if you look at this is a good list of folks that had a lot of input into this. And quite frankly, they could have been spending their time making a lot of money, but they pushed that to the side and did this. So I'm appreciative of that. And the fact is, we met with them and went over a lot of things contained in the report, and we discussed it and went back and forth. We heard kind of a presentation like you heard from each person that had a group or a segment of that report, and they gave us a presentation and we went through it. So we did meet with them. We're not ignoring any of these reports. They will not sit on the shelf and get dusty. So I don't want to take up any more of the supervisor's
Thank you.
time.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Supervisor Kim. And I'm going to ask my colleagues to hold off and give Minister Christopher Mohammed an opportunity to speak. And then please hold your questions and comments until he's done. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Minister,
Supervisors.
welcome.
And, you know, ego says whenever you're given a platform to speak, you seize it swiftly and completely. But wisdom says that what we heard from this Blue Ribbon panel was so thorough, so comprehensive, that for the first time in a long time, I was speechless. Because everything that the justice movement for Mario Woods, a murder victim in this city, had been saying to this community, to this body, to the police department, to all of those entities that have a stake in proper relationships between the police department and community, everything that we have said, this blue ribbon panel of experts said it very cogently, very precisely, very definitively, and they should be applauded with real applause. Thank you. Respected men and women, judges, experts, weighed in such way that I can only echo what they said and implore you to really go back and review some of what they said. They said that the bias in SFPD is institutionalized. That's very significant. This is not just bias growing up in the barrio or in the hood or someplace where you have learned about another group through television, watching Good Times or Sanford and Son or some TV show. But this is bias that's connected directly to the culture of SFPD. That's critical, because then that deals with the question that Supervisor Campos raised, which is it really that significant to have so many Latinos, African Americans, Asians, women, when you're fitting these people of color into a culture? And the culture has gone rogue. Everything about this report from this blue ribbon panel says that this is a department gone wild. They are not transparent. They are not accountable. They are not fair and unbiased. So our chief is a decent man. I count him as a friend. But like all chiefs, they're between a rock and a hard place, because you cannot talk about SFPD, as one of the panelists said, the lines have been blurred between the POA and SFPD. So he can try to differentiate that all he wants, but at the end of the day, he cannot get nothing done without the stamp of approval of a recalcitrant, hardened, and even racist POA. Now that's reality. Don't care how you twist it. He cannot speak independent of an entity that has intertwined itself into the very fabric of SFPD. And it didn't just start with our chief. He's the latest chief that has to deal with that. This started way back in the 1800s, when there was a San Francisco Police Department, and then there was another group called the Office or the Committee of Vigilance, which was a vigilante group that meted out street justice. And then at a certain point, they got the bright idea, why don't we morph ourselves into SFPD? And then the vigilante mindset came into the department and became the department. Now, that's the history. You can Google that. Why is that important? Because you have now an elephant in the room that nobody's talking about except the blue ribbon panel, where they said that this POA, which operates, unfortunately, as a gang within SFPD, where, yes, there are good officers, but the good officers are silent because they're afraid of retaliation. They're afraid of their good name being besmirched. They're afraid of their reputations being destroyed. And some of you have felt the wrath of the rogue POA. Some of the other leadership, the police commission, is coward in fear. They don't dare oppose the political will of the powers that are in place at that particular time. So what Judge Reynoso said to you stands. He opened by saying, look, I'm afraid none of these good recommendations will be implemented, though they're good. unless the Board of Supervisors takes action and enforces this. Now, you have a $500 million budget, taxpayers' money. I don't believe the taxpayers are pleased with the way their department has conducted itself. Secondly, Judge Cordero said that sometimes departments have to be forced. This chief he's supposed to tell you what he told you. Otherwise, he will have to face the POA and other entities that will, give him the business if he does not show that, number one, yes, we appreciate what the Blue Ribbon Panel has done, but, we're already doing that. And we're waiting on the Justice Department. Stop right there. The program initiated by the Justice Department was not what the community called for, and it's not what you called for. You all called for an independent investigation into this department. What the Department of Justice gave you was something called COPS, Community-Oriented Policing, what is it? Services, where they make more recommendations. That's not what this department needs. See, this is not San Jose, with all due respect. San Jose doesn't have the problem and the history of San Francisco. COPS is only going to come in, take 2 or 3 years. He didn't want to say that, but it slipped out. 3 years. Some of you won't even be supervisors then. And they will come out with these recommendations that mirror. But why do you need to wait 2 or 3 years or 18 months or 18 more weeks when you have a blue ribbon panel that was well thought out in their recommendations? Why would this department disrespect this panel, as was said, did not even cooperate with them at the behest of the POA, and those few courageous officers that did cooperate, they got berated, called out of their names, threatened, etc. What we're saying is, Board of Supervisors, is this. This department, we believe, has gone rogue. Not that there aren't good people that want to do right, but the culture of this department has taken this department into an area and a direction that can't be called back with the nice words and the nice intent of this chief. This chief owes his job to this community, who demanded that the previous chief be fired because we have a crisis in confidence. So he's only here because of the community's demand. Now, we already know a chief is not a panacea, as many of you suggested. Changing a chief is not going to change much of anything. We bear witness. The problem is this chief and any chief that comes after him have to have their feet to the fire by an independent body in addition to an inspector general, if you can insulate this person properly. If you can't, then you've got to have a consent decree, a civil rights investigation, pattern and practice, where they come under court order and supervision to do what they don't have the will to do. This is a question of will. Lastly, in the state of Alabama, in our African American history, the governor stood at the steps of the university, and segregation then said segregation now and segregation forever. And they had to now determine that in order to integrate the University of Alabama, they had to bring in federal troops to force the state to do what it did not have the will or desire to do. And today you can watch the University of Alabama on television with a black quarterback, 90% black athletes, and white people in the stands cheering for the Tide to roll as number one in the country, showing you change is not easy because there are people sold to the status quo. But sometimes you gotta force change because these people don't have the will or the courage to challenge the status quo. We're calling on you now. You got the report? Don't disregard these judges, these stellar men and women of note and consequence, by allowing their report to be put in a place where, yes, we'll look at it, yes, we'll consider it, when you haven't already given it its due estimation by offering them full access, unfettered access to this department. When you disrespected that process, you already said we disrespect your report. Thank you for listening, for your time.
Thank you very much. And with that, we have a number of members of the board that would like to ask questions of many of the speakers here today before we open it up to public comment. Supervisor Avalos.
Thank you. I want to thank the Blue Ribbon panel for their presentation, and it was very, very powerful, and I really appreciate the work you've done. Clearly, there's been talk about recommendations, other reports sitting on shelves and all of that. This report can't do that. It shouldn't do that. It won't. But I really want to thank you for your work, and it's very, very comprehensive. I don't believe that there are a lot of recommendations that are implemented. They have to still be implemented. I'm also concerned, I have 3 months left on the Board of Supervisors, and I've seen a lot of lip service. I do appreciate the chief coming forward. Actually glad you came because I really felt like you needed to be here. That's certainly true, but I know the buck has to go beyond you. You're certainly the ultimate, you're the face of the department, but where we have to see the changes, they have to go throughout the department, through your leadership, command staff, all the way down to the street level officers. And that is monumental work that has to happen. So we have our work really cut out for us. But I am really concerned that there's a lot of talk about what we've already done, what we're going to do, but we're not, it's very general, the conversation that we're having right now about the Blue Ribbon Report. And so what I'd like to ask is that the department actually prepare a written response about a timeline for implementing reform based on what's provided by the Blue Ribbon Report. Because without that, I feel like we're just getting more lip service. And then we have a timeline about what are the points of reform that we're going to implement first. What are we going to prioritize to make happen? If that is before us, then we can have put forward some transparency, and we can have a timeline that we can hold the police department accountable to. And that would actually help you, Chief, if you're going to be the permanent chief, do your work to help create this reform. Because if we don't have this level of scrutiny and transparency in these chambers, which I was trying to get earlier this year, and we don't have a timeline of action, we're going to see these recommendations start to, find their way on shelves, collecting dust. We can't have that. We cannot have the kind of violence that many people in our communities of color have experienced at the hands of the police department to continue. So I would like to see if you could respond about what is the intention of the police department to give us a written response about an implementation plan for the Blue Ribbon Panel. If you agree with the Blue Ribbon Panel, what's our plan for implementation?
Just for the record, I stated earlier, we came here with the civil grand jury. There's a lot of similar findings, and some of them we implement them, and we gave a presentation on what we've implemented, so it's not lip service. And I think the proof ultimately is in the pudding. And since we've rolled out this training in the last 5 months, situations where we've had people in crisis that historically we responded to, and quite frankly, in shootings, have not. So it is working, and it is being rolled out and implemented. If you want us to respond in a matrix format like we did with the civil grand jury, which I think you can overlay those reports, there are a lot of similar findings and recommendations in both reports. And you can see what we've done from what we presented to you from the civil grand jury. I mean, just visually looking at this, we could come back in here.
Well, you've had the report for now for 2 months. Okay.
Right.
You also had earlier this year, we had legislation that we passed that required reports on the use of force. And your report was 2 months late. You came here to the Board of Supervisors meeting to talk about not putting forward a reserve to hold the police department accountable in a transparent way to actually how they're going to implement reforms. And then we were told, you said that you actually didn't have it ready yet. And now, actually, we're past the second date for the second report, and you still don't have that new report, and we're getting close to the date for the third report. When are we going to have a report? So we're getting like all this talk about things happening and implementation, but I don't see implementation actually occurring. And I don't know what it is. What is it? What are you referring to when you say it?
I don't want to disagree, but I'm going to disagree with you. When I contacted Supervisor Malia Cohen and I explained to her, her legislation was viewed by us as the floor, not the ceiling for our use of force data. When I first came in and looked at that information, it wasn't as robust as I wanted. I wanted to include more data sets. We did, and we gave a robust. Supervisor Cohen is sitting right here if you want to ask her about her legislation and about us reporting out.
Well, it was actually Supervisor Cohen's legislation, but it was legislation that was all approved by all the members of the Board of Supervisors. So you're reporting to all of us about it.
True. I'm just simply saying she can vouch for the fact that I contacted her. I apologized for the late report and explained to her why it was late, and I got a scolding.
So when's the next report due?
From the report, from the president. We're in the process now of getting a second data set together, and I believe we still have time for that. I'll check, but I believe we still have time for that. Yes,
you're going to get that one. You're going to get that one in on time.
When is due?
Okay, and so your department bulletin you talked about that's implementing a portion of the use of force policy.
Yes.
Where is that written? We can't find it anywhere.
I'll provide you with a copy.
You have some reference to it, very vague one in your report, but actually there's nothing in the minutes for the Police Commission since July of this year. So we have no record of that whatsoever.
In the Police Commission minutes, I've presented this to the Police Commission. They are the body that's helping.
The minutes haven't been made since July, so there's no record of it.
I can't be responsible for the Police Commission. I can only tell you that we presented that data. Thank you. And we presented that data to them. As a matter of fact, it was done in an open session, and we explained that we were going to move forward. We held everyone's feet to the fire to come in and admit that 80% of this was already approved and not subject to meet and confer. POA, everyone had to agree to that. Once they agreed, I went forward and issued a department bulletin pushing through 80% of the principles for the new use of force policy. That's change. That's real change. And it's measured in how we are not shooting people we don't have to shoot. We are going out now and...
I really appreciate that we're not shooting people. That should not be the standard of the use of force.
But let me finish.
Excuse me. I'm going to ask members of the audience if you could please refrain from using vocal expression while we're in the middle of this hearing. We all, I know, are really passionate about this, but I would ask that you please respect the chamber so that we can have a thorough discussion on this really important issue. Thank you so much.
Chief, could you share with us, all the members of the Board of Supervisors tomorrow, your bulletin on the use of force?
You can have a copy today.
That's great.
I'll make sure you get a copy today.
That's great, because there hasn't been, we can't find a record of it in my office, and I'm glad it exists.
It does exist.
So last question I have, and I know other people want to speak, and we have members of our audience who want to speak. There was a lot of discussion today, members of the Blue Ribbon panel, who talked about the power of the Police Officers Association that create a culture of recalcitrance, a culture of prevention of transparency, inability to create real change. What is your strategy around getting around the POA? And how is it that we are not, what's our progress on our new use of force policy? We still have the carotid restraint, and we have shooting of vehicles that still have to be discussed. There was a meet and confer process that was supposed to initiate in June. I'm not sure where it's at, but it seems like we're now many months from June, and I don't see a new policy. I don't know what the approach is to do that. And a meet and confer does not mean meet and agree.
Correct.
It does not mean meet and agree. So if we want to put a new policy forward, we don't have to have the approval of the POA, but it seems like we have to have the approval of the POA in practice. So what's your role around getting around the POA, and how is the POA, how are you working through the POA on meet and confer, past meet and confer, to have a new full use of force policy adopted?
Met with the city attorney's office yesterday and the negotiation team. We have another meeting scheduled with the POA next week. We have just a few sticking points that we're working out now. Those sticking points will then be provided to the police commission for their approval. So it's almost done. We're at the finish line. We're forcing our way through this thing.
Why are there any sticking points?
Because
this is the POA who we were told about is going to fight every measure of reform all along the way. We need to stick it to the POA rather than have sticking points with them.
Oh, I totally agree with you. But here's the other side of the coin. I don't think anybody can wait for a court process of them challenging this in court that'll last 1 or 2 years. I would rather get this done now because, quite frankly, the main guiding force behind all these reforms are police shootings. And that's directly tied to use of force. I would rather get this policy done and completed in this process instead of weighing in on this in 2017 or even 2018. I would rather get it done now. You'll be long gone. You said you have 3 months to go. I've got several years of my career left, and I'd like to get this done earlier rather than later. So I think the process we're undertaking now is a thoughtful process. And as far as the POA goes, Judge Cordell said it best, they're a union. They are a union. They have certain rights. They have certain privileges afforded to them, and we have to go through the process. That's what this body stands for. This whole building stands for process, and that is part of that process.
Last question on process. I asked if you could get a written report about your timeline for implementing reform based on the Blue Ribbon panel, and we'll even throw in the civil grand jury. Is that something you can do and have for us within a month's time?
If you want another data set, like
I would like there to be a timeline a timeline that talk about the reform measures you're going to implement and by when. That's what I want to see. That's what I wanted to see in July. That's what I want to see now. Because otherwise, I just happen to see that this just gets kind of put on forever and ever and ever until people stop paying attention anymore. And we can't have that. So when can you give us some kind of timeline about the reforms that you're going to implement? So we can get a sense about what you're working towards.
Just for the record, we've been implementing them. I provided your office when you tried to take funds and set them to the side.
I wasn't taking funds.
When you were trying to.
I wasn't trying to take funds.
I presented to you a package of reforms that we had already implemented when we first met, some of the things that we had been doing in the San Francisco Police Department. One of the biggest centerpieces for this entire issue is use of force. So to sit there, it's disingenuous for you to sit there and say we're not doing that when we are. We're 80% through the process, and you have a document now that's being photocopied and handed to each person to show.
So give you a summary of how far you are with the process. And I'm asking not just the use of force, Chief. I'm asking about several policy measures you want to put in place for achieving reform. What are they, and what's the timeline for implementing them? That's all I'm asking for.
Body cameras already started. Will be finished in November of this year. A huge transparency piece. Huge transparency piece.
There's a lot of measures that are on the Blue Ribbon report.
There are the data sets.
That's what I'm asking for. Not what you've already done. I actually appreciate some of that work, but I'm asking for prospectively, what are you working on? Share with us that information. What is important to you? What are the biggest priorities? And what's your timeline for implementing that?
Asked and answered. Use of force, the body cameras, and all the other reforms that I presented to you.
You just said that you already did the body cameras.
No, we're in the process. I said
okay,
by
share
November,
with that, and what are the other priorities too?
They will be completely rolled out by November. I mean,
I'm tired of going around in circles, so you, Chief. You can go on to the next person.
Well, I'm going to finish my answer to you because you asked me a question, so I'm going to finish.
You've answered it several times without answering it, Chief.
Excuse me. Let's just stay focused. This is really getting out of control here. We can call another hearing to talk about this issue.
I'm done. I've heard your answers.
We understand. Thank you, Supervisor Avalos. Now we're going to go on to Supervisor Peskin.
No,
actually, Supervisor Cohen, Supervisor Campos is next.
Excuse me.
Sure. I don't think I see her. I know she was here earlier. I just wanted to acknowledge Maria Cristina Gutierrez, who was here earlier, who was one of the the Frisco 5 hunger strikers. Chief, I appreciate we've met, we've spoken a number of times, and I certainly appreciate what you're doing. And you know, I've said this to you, and I will say this publicly. I think the biggest strike that you have against you is the fact that the POA has said good things about you, and notwithstanding what the POA has said about you, I do think that you're a good person and that we need to give you a chance to do your job. And so I believe that. But I want to ask a couple of points. The POA has said this about the Blue Ribbon Panel. I want to make sure that I get the words right, because I think this provides some context to the work that we have in front of us. And I quote, this is Martin Halloran, who's the president of the POA. Quote, Gascon organized this whole charade to publicize his inflammatory claims of widespread racism in the police department, when in fact the problem is much more limited in scope. The panel is nothing more than a kangaroo court orchestrated by Gascon and the 3 puppets he handpicked. End quote. I want to ask you, as the interim chief, what do you have to say to that kind of comment from the Police Officers Association?
I have a huge issue with it. When I met with the Mario Woods Coalition, we talked about also the comments made by past President Delanus about the snitch comment. I had an issue with that as well. I'll say that publicly any day of the week. I have issues with that. And the problem I have is, you know, everyone wants to decouple us from the POA, but then they want to recouple us when it's convenient. And we are not the same. They represent the majority of our members, like any union would. They're going to fight for their rights and their benefits. They're going to do what they have to do. But I, as the chief, am going to do what I have to do. And that is make sure that I implement policies that are going to save lives in the city and county of San Francisco. That's why I've been forcing through the things that I've been forcing through. And I've sat down, I've taken a hard line. You know, the POA endorsed me, and I know you said that was a kind of a blemish, but I can't control who endorses me or who says I'm a good guy. Christopher Muhammad got up and said I'm a good guy and considered a friend. And we've worked together in and out for probably almost 2 decades through my time when I worked with gangs in the Fillmore to right now. I've worked with a lot of people in this room, and so I come from a different background when I look at how the department needs to be shaped and changed. I'm not coupled to the POA. I sit down, I have to negotiate with them because they are the negotiating body, just like SEIU is, and they're going to fight for their workers' rights, just like the POA is going to do. So when I sit down and we negotiate, I negotiate it from the lens of, first, what's good for the citizens of the city and county of San Francisco, because that's who we're sworn to protect and serve.
Well, like I said, I am committed and willing to give you the benefit of the doubt, notwithstanding what the POA has said about you. I do want to acknowledge Maria Cristina Gutierrez, who's back in the chamber. So I want to thank her for being here. But I want to just make this final point, and this is a point that I would make to my colleagues on the Board of Supervisors. I appreciate the focus on the interim chief, but I actually think that an important player that is not in the audience, at least I don't see anyone here, that I think has to be involved. And especially, you have to remember that the police department is a paramilitary organization, and the way that a paramilitary organization works is that you have a chain of command. And within the chain of command, a key player is the San Francisco Police Commission. And I personally believe that what we need to do as a body, and I don't know the best mechanism to do that. I don't know if it's a hearing where a committee of the whole, the board asks the commission to come and present, or if it's a joint meeting between the Board of Supervisors and the Police Commission. Because to me, the questions that were being asked by Supervisor Avalos of having specific, detailed responses to the Blue Ribbon Panel, that should be asked not so much of the interim chief, but of the police commission. I want to hear directly from the police commission what they're doing to respond and deal with every one of the 85 recommendations that the Blue Ribbon panel has provided. So I believe that, and I would pose this question to my colleagues, that I think we should do a formal request from the Board of Supervisors to the San Francisco Police Commission as the governing body of the San Francisco Police Department and the OCC to provide a formal response to the Blue Ribbon panel and to present that response to the San Francisco Board of Supervisors. That's what I'd like, because ultimately we can ask that of you, but you actually work for the police commission. So I want the body that you report to come and report to this Board of Supervisors. And quite frankly, we appoint 3 of those 7 commissioners. And if we are not satisfied with the responses, then we as the appointing body have the obligation to make sure that we get the right people in those positions. So that's what I would ask of the Board of Supervisors. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Campos. Supervisor Peskin.
Thank you, Madam President. First, let me start by thanking Supervisor Cohen for having us meet as a committee of the whole, and let me also extend my thanks and appreciation to the members of the Blue Ribbon Commission, and also thank the DA for getting that started. I want to agree with Judge Cordell at the outset that many of the working men and women of the Police Department of San Francisco are good people and good officers, and I've certainly experienced that in the corner of the city that I've represented on and off for the last 15 years. I was going to ask a number of questions, but I think the 2 previous supervisors asked them, and maybe I'll formulate some questions. But as Justice Reynoso said, the influence of the POA, I believe Justice Reynoso said, was outsized. And I don't know whether it was Ray Marshall's comments or Councilor Tarrin's comments talked, and this was mentioned again, about the blurring of lines. And indeed, I did not need a blue ribbon report to tell me what I already knew, which is that those lines have been blurred for a long time. And indeed, the influence of this organization that, yes, has a right to exist, yes, it has a right to represent its members, yes, it has a right to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars in elections, as it is doing right now, as it did last year in attempting to defeat my return to the Board of Supervisors. Yes, they have that right. But we, as the governing body, the chief as the chief, the commission as the commission, has to be very clear that those lines cannot be blurred. That is on us to make those lines very clear. And there are, I think this is perhaps an investigation of its own, but I have been interested to see that in some stations, the POA actually has a role in giving a report at lineup. I don't see that practice with other unions in other departments and organizations. So I think that we have an obligation, and I would look to you, Chief, particularly if you become the permanent chief, to really figure out how to make those lines clear. And I have to say, what troubles me is that we're having a whole new generation of Q2 officers coming into the department. If there was ever a moment in time to change that culture, now is that time, as there is a whole-scale change. And if we do not do that at the academy, if we do not do that in the culture, if those blurred lines continue to exist, this will perpetuate itself for another generation that will last the rest of our lives. And so now really is the time to do it. And I agree with the commenters, the presenters who said that a lot of that has to be done here in the people's chambers by the Board of Supervisors. And I, for one, look forward to working over the next couple of years with Supervisor Cohen and those of you who will be around in implementing those reforms and staying on top of this thing, because now is the time to do it.
Thank you, Supervisor Peskin. Supervisor Cohen.
Thank you very much. You guys almost ready for public comment?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So there's a few things that I want to touch on. Supervisor Avalos is not here, but I want to, in the interest of full transparency, the quarterly report was due on October 1st. October 1st was a Saturday, thus making it due yesterday, Monday, October 3rd. Second, Supervisor Campos, to the points that you raised, I want to acknowledge that the Police Commission President, Susie Loftus, she wasn't able to be here today. She did forward onto this body a letter that the Commission wrote in response to the Blue Ribbon Panel report. In the letter, she indicates that the Police Commission is in the process of developing a matrix that consolidates all of the various recommendations from the President, that's President Obama's 21st Century Policing Task Force, the Civil Grand Jury's report, the Department of Justice report, as well as the Office of Citizens Complaint and report, as well as the Blue Panel report. So what they are in process of doing is consolidating all of these recommendations into one document so that we all can digest and begin to work to implement the recommendations. So I want to bring your attention to that. And just again, for the folks that are in the chamber, the Police Commission did send over that letter. Also want to recognize that District Attorney George Gascon sent over a document highlighting 7 recommendations that the Blue Panel made to his department that directly implicates the Brady policies of the District Attorney's Office, 7 of them. That's also a public document. We can work with you. My office can work with you if you're looking for a copy of what that response is. Madam Chair, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Kim.
Thank you. I just wanted to give members of the Blue Ribbon Task Force an opportunity to speak. Now that the San Francisco Police Department has responded, I know that you had sat down after the report was made, and the chief had talked about some of the progress that had been done during the time that you were either doing research on the report or after. And I just wanted some clarification on your thoughts on the progress that has been made thus far over the last 4 months, over the last 6 months. I did not hear it in your presentation that you felt that progress had been made since these meetings, and so it would be good to get a sense of your thoughts.
Thank you, Supervisor Kim. In response to your question, I just want to point out that according to my understanding, this SF Civil Grand Jury report focuses exclusively on officer-involved shootings. Our report covers officer-involved shootings as part of the use of force and officer-involved shootings chapter, which is one of 8 chapters in this report. So although I appreciate that Interim Chief Chaplain has worked with the Commission to put together a use of force policy that will hopefully focus on de-escalation, there are 7 other chapters in this report that he has not responded to, that the department has not responded to. So I just want to make you aware of that. We did the best we could to pay attention to what the department was doing up until about a week or 2 before the report's publication date. So that includes modifying the crime data chapter to acknowledge that the department had signed on to the White House Data Initiative, which it had not done up until late June. And so from early July till now, we have not issued any updates regarding what the department has done. But as Interim Chief Chaplain said himself, they've been focused on use of force and body cameras. There are 7 other chapters in here that have associated findings and recommendations that we urge the Board of Supervisors to take a hard good look.
Now, in the presentation that several members of the task force made, no one actually spoke to the meeting that occurred after the report with the chief and the department. And so I'm curious about, in response to the conversation that was had, do you feel like we've made significant steps to address the concerns that you've brought up? Are we moving in the right direction? And I guess, and also in response to the statement, are we really one of the most scrutinized police departments in the country?
I can't answer that last question, unfortunately, but I believe that the scrutiny here is because the residents of San Francisco believe that the department needs to represent the people. It's a progressive, tolerant city, as has been said, and you'll note in the report that the racist texts, they're actually in one of the appendices, they're horrific. And to see that coming from a department that represents the city of San Francisco, I think is partly why there's so much scrutiny on the department. I think that alone is representative of the scrutiny that's deserved. I have not seen, and I speak on behalf of the panel, any substantive indication that any of the report's recommendations are being considered and implemented. I've heard promises that they will be considered and implemented. The letter from President Loftus that Supervisor Cohen alluded to actually talks about the department responding to the recommendations, not necessarily the commission responding, as I read it. So the commission actually responding to the recommendations may be something that the Board of Supervisors could still request. So I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful that the Department of Justice report will incorporate all of our findings and recommendations. I'm concerned that if they don't, there will be a gap that needs to be addressed. Although I trust that the Department and the Commission are taking this seriously, there's nothing concrete in place to reassure me that that's happening.
Because what I just heard before you spoke, and I know two of your other members are here, is that the chief made it clear we've already been doing this work. So all of the recommendations, in this book before us, we're getting that work done, and we met with them and we let them know the work that they didn't know about. Right, over the reforms that are getting implemented. So I would just like a response to that, because
Sure.
I am greatly concerned if we are presenting that we are actually responding to this and implementing it, and you don't feel that we are.
My interpretation of that meeting is quite different. I believe that Interim Chief Chaplain has a view of the report that is focused on use of force, and that's not what this report is about. It includes use of force, and representatives from the panel have been working with the Commission and the city to implement our recommendations into the new use of force policy. Overall, I believe that the response to the findings and recommendations, were either we're already doing that or we can't do that. And that was the tone of what I was hearing at that meeting that Interim Chief Chaplain referred to. So I dispute the idea that the department has fully considered the recommendations and have implemented them.
And I just want to give an opportunity to your two fellow members to respond as well.
Bob Taroon, I wanted to respond to Supervisors Avalos and Campos, who asked the right question. When are you going to answer the 81 recommendations? The district attorney did it timely, within 30 days. There is no reason why either the commission or the police department can't, within 30 days, say, these are our answers to the 81. Perhaps there'll be agreement, perhaps there'll be modifications, perhaps there'll be a no. But why can't we have progress now? We don't need a rope-a-dope.
Hi, Nick Fram again. I wanted to address two things. First is, while we would like the department or the police commission to respond to the report, not all of the recommendations are within their power to achieve. Some of them can only be achieved through action in this body or from the voters, and those especially pertain to the external oversight recommendations. So while the department should respond, there's more work that can and should be done. And that ties into the second thing I wanted to raise, which was Prop G, which I think President Breed brought up. Just to be very clear, the panel doesn't have a view on Prop G, but a couple observations might be useful. First is that it probably doesn't go far enough. It only requires an audit of use of force and discipline, and it only requires it every 2 years. Second, it merely transforms the name of the OCC without transforming the agency or giving the agency any of the tools it needs to be a true auditor. Auditors have special training. Auditors that audit police departments have especially very special training. And it doesn't sort of mandate that other parts of the department are audited. And it doesn't have dedicated funding. It takes the funding out of the police commission, but it doesn't provide dedicated funding the way a controller's office or many auditing agencies around the country have it.
Thank you for your feedback on that. And I appreciate your response. I'm very concerned that, you know, we're all alarmed and really concerned about many of the recommendations that were made, and the responses that we're doing it, and that should be good enough. And by the way, being critical does not mean that any member does not highly appreciate and respect the work of the police department. And I think that has been one of the most troubling aspects of this discourse, is that any type of questioning of accountability or request for transparency is viewed as being almost unpatriotic and not respectful of the work that our police department do. I am incredibly appreciative of our police department and the men and women that serve. This is such a difficult job, and the families that support them and don't know if they're going to come home every night is an immense sacrifice to our community. And I think that you have to be able to say that, and to also be able to say that reform is needed, because we are talking about lives of our citizens on a daily basis, and balancing that with what public safety means for our city and our county. I want to appreciate this report, and you know, I'm hopeful that we can move through on some of the reforms, and I appreciate the comment that it's not just the police department, but the Board of Supervisors and the Mayor's office also has to implement many of these accountability and transparency mechanisms. And I also encourage, you know, the community to come out, not just to our committee of the wholes, which is great, but we're not voting on anything today, but to really come out to Budget Committee next season, because one of the biggest leverage that we have as an elected body is your money. It is our general fund. It is what funds this department. And, you know, I know it's on Wednesdays in the morning, and that's hard for community members to make it, but it is really important that we use our investment in this department as a form of leverage to get the reforms that we want to see. Supervisor Avalos had proposed something at Budget Committee where we put dollars on hold so that we could get the reports that we wanted to see on time, on deadline, and to actually find out what the priorities are, the timeline, and how that is going to get implemented. That amendment was not approved by this Board of Supervisors, and we need the community to be there as we vote on these things to hold us accountable to you. And so I do think that's important. You know, that spring is coming up next year. It's something that I think we should all be keeping in mind. And again, this is not to say that the police department has to be put on a short leash because they're not doing a good job. They are doing an amazing job, and we want to see these reforms implemented, and that involves all of us making that happen.
Thank you, Supervisor Kim. Now, at this time, seeing no other names on the roster, we will open it up to public comment. If there are members of the public who'd like to speak, please come forward at this time.
Felicia Jones, a great leader of the Mario Woods Coalition.
Thank you, Tom. Good afternoon, Madam President of the Board and Board of Supervisors. My name is Felicia Jones, and I am with SEIU 1021 and Justice for Mario Woods Coalition. Going back to one of the things I want to do is first and foremost commend President Breed for our conversation earlier talking about inclusion and transparency of issues around the city that would include the community, especially Justice for Mario Woods Coalition when it comes to police brutality, since we have been the leading coalition leading this fight, being consistent in this fight around transparency and bringing these issues to the forefront. And I don't really truly believe it would have been a committee as a whole if, in fact, Justice for Mario Woods Coalition wouldn't have lobbied each of you week before last. And so with that, I just wanted to make that known. The other thing is that what I'm glad Supervisor Cohen is back. Over the last 52 years, there has been reports on black people. What we could do, what we should do, the disparities, the inconsistencies of black people as a whole. 52 years. From 1964 to 1990, it was the unfinished agenda in which Supervisor Cohen mentioned earlier. Then the African American out-migration in 2009. In 2012, the Community Empowerment Initiative, a progress report. And so now here we are with the Blue Ribbon Panel. And we at Justice for Mario Woods Coalition say we are not going to let another report that is so important sit on the shelves in the city and county of San Francisco and continue to collect dust. We cannot do that. And in addition to, oh, I was cut off.
Okay, your time is up.
Oh, wow.
Time is up.
Okay, I just would like to finish this. And also that in looking at all of
Madam
this
President,
Ms. Felicia, we're going to have to wrap up. Finish your point.
Okay, the ACLU, thank you, President Bree. The ACLU sent out a letter to all of the Board of Supervisors indicating that no one in the city and county of San Francisco really took to any parts of the Blue Ribbon Panel to talk about it, to bring people together to talk about it. So as we move forward, President Breed, I think one of the things that should happen with us and the Board of Supervisors is that we need a working group to look at these 81 recommendations and find out which ones are the most important that's going to continue to save black and brown lives here in San Francisco. And I do hope, as a community, that you would have Justice for Mario Woods sitting in the room with you when you begin to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Supervisors, for the last 35 years, I have been addressing violence and every aspect of it. Today, you've heard the experts talk about our police department, our police commission, and the other entities that are linked with law enforcement. But what I want to talk to you, supervisors, is that not one of y'all have mentioned about the mothers, the pain and the suffering, the blood that has been shed. And I've seen many of y'all when there has been the deaths of our young men and women. None of y'all have come to the front and spoken with some intensity. As to the Department of Justice, as has been stated, cops they do only interviews. They have no ability to investigate and no ability to adjudicate. And there are 6 supervisors, I repeat, 6 supervisors who have their heart in the right place. And so to the people at home, we don't need to come to the budget meetings. You just need to send a letter to the mayor and to send a letter to the president of the Board of Supervisors to do what y'all think is right, because after all, y'all are the taxpayers. Finally, to the mayor, Mayor Lee, you are a disgrace to the human race. For you to say that you're not going to fund an entity that's going to do good for the city when you should be doing it is a shame. I would, if I was a mayor, step down. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, I'm Jean Bridges with the Justice for Mario Woods Coalition. I wanted to hazard an answer at Supervisor Kim's question about why perhaps this department is so scrutinized on a national level. To me, that would be because in the year 2015, if you look on mappingpoliceviolence.org, San Francisco made the top 10 worst cities in the entire country of 100 largest U.S. cities for per capita killings by police. So, worse than 90-some cities in the country, including some we've seen on the news, Baltimore, Minneapolis, New York, et cetera. And I have a statement here I wanted to read from the American Federation of Teachers, Local 2121. I was asked to read this resolution in support of the July 2016 Blue Ribbon Panel Report on Transparency, Accountability, and Fairness in Law Enforcement. Whereas San Francisco District Attorney Gascon convened a Blue Ribbon Panel in 2015 on transparency, accountability, and fairness in law enforcement to respond to the following: demands for justice by organizations and individuals, disruptions at civic and sporting events, lawsuits, rallies, a prolonged hunger strike, and contentious town hall meetings hosted by San Francisco Police. And I'll skip some of it. It goes over what the report found, the 81 recommendations. The Blue Ribbon Panel Report is a realistic and achievable plan to transform the SFPD into an institution of the people that values racial and cultural diversity. Therefore, be it resolved that the Executive Board of the American Federation of Teachers Local 2121 endorses the findings and supports the recommendations of the July 2016 Blue Ribbon Panel Report. Therefore, the AFT Local 2121 urges the supervisors, Mayor Lee, and the San Francisco Police Commission to support the panel recommendations by unanimous vote on September 6, 2016. Thank you.
Thank you. And before I call up the next speaker, I just want to let members of the public know this is a hearing, and the public comment is only for this particular hearing. This is not general public comment. Next speaker, please.
I'm Chuck from Justice for Mario Woods Coalition. And what needs to happen is the POA needs to be dismantled, removed, taken down. It has way too much power in this city. It seems to be controlling the DA. It seems to be controlling the chief of police, the police commission. They throw in a monkey wrench continually. They bog any kind of reform in this city. We don't need that kind of power telling us what to do. We need to be telling it what to do. We the people. I'm tired of it. Needs to go down. You need to find a way to do that, because I'm sick of it. And I know the rest of us are sick of it. We don't need that kind of crap. It's disappointing to me. We shouldn't even be having this discussion. All these officers need to be indicted. They need to be indicted. And we got the POA continually controlling that. Throwing in the monkey wrench nonstop. Take it down. Do whatever it takes to take it down. Take its power away.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you, President Reed, and the rest of the Board of Hypocrites. This issue has been around for decades. I know it, you know it, and you've been sitting here 7 years, 6, I don't know all the rest of you, but you've had no excuse, and this gentleman even longer, being faced with this very same issue, and you're still here and you're still whining. Now, I don't know why you can't fix it, other than being spineless and greedy, but, maybe that's sufficient. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Josefa Perez, and I'm just concerned that with the discourse that's going on between law enforcement and the citizens of San Francisco, law-abiding citizens are not getting access to law enforcement. Things that are going on in our neighborhoods, criminal activity is happening in front of law enforcement, and they tell us their hands are tied. They tell us they can't do anything. They say it's the Board of Supervisors that are causing a lot of this stuff. I happen to know, I've lived in San Francisco for 40 years, and I've raised 5 black children in this city, and I've worked with law enforcement, and while it's true you can't hate the player, you have to hate the game, This game started during slavery, and that's the elephant in the room, which the Board of Supervisors signed an ordinance that pointed out that San Francisco had noted that slavery was a crime, but we still follow the laws that slavery started. So the police hands are tied because they have to follow the laws that were written during slavery times, which it's easier to kill a man than to write up a report. So while I have worked with SFPD and found that they work with me, it's a lot of work, but now there's a lot of discourse in the community, and there are certain neighborhoods where they have been noted as the where the nobodies are, and SFPD is not doing anything about the lawlessness that's going on. And so I have to come back next week to bring up that. Thank you. Sorry to bother you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Brian Hanlon.
And Laura Clark.
And
Madam President, I'm pausing the speaker's time, one speaker at a time. You can speak, sir, and then you can speak next.
Okay, sure. Thank you. So my name is Brian Hamlin, and I came here to speak about Brisbane, but at the Madam President's direction, I won't do that now. But I do want to speak up on behalf of what we've been hearing and why I think it is so important to take the findings of the Blue Ribbon panel seriously. While I have not been the victim of police violence in the city, I have friends who have. One friend who left the city was shot in the face with a beanbag gun during the World Series some years ago. He was walking home, doesn't even follow baseball. He's a dorky mathematician, but I guess walking home black in the Mission was sufficient to arouse violence, I suppose. Another friend or a friend of a friend, I don't know him as well, was performing a cop watch, also in the Mission. And when the police officers directed him to leave, to cross the street and go away, he stepped back but said, I can't go back all the way, or I'm not going to be able to witness what you're doing. The police didn't like that answer, and they proceeded to beat him unconscious. He was then charged with assaulting police officers. I suppose his head and chest assaulted their fists and boots. He is no longer in San Francisco. I have one of my colleagues, I hear her heartbreaking conversations of the talk she has to have with her black sons about dealing with the police and not arousing suspicion and not incurring violence. He's already been stopped many times, and he's one of the nicest 19-year-olds I've ever met. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
One piece of this puzzle, in addition to all of the vitally needed reforms that this commission and other people are bringing forward, is having the ability for our cops, for our teachers, for people who are providing the vitally needed services to live in the communities that they are policing. That is so critical. And the only way that we are going to achieve that is if we build significantly more housing in every neighborhood. If we are going to have integrated, racially diverse, and economically diverse neighborhoods, we need more housing for the people who serve those communities to live in those communities. It is all connected. Thank you.
Thank you. And before the next speaker comes to the podium, just a reminder that there are no audible sounds in the chamber, as it is prohibited by the board's rules. Thank you. And next speaker, please.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Board of Supervisors. I'm Karen Melander-Magoon from District 3, and I want to say I emailed my supervisor last week about the homeless. This has nothing to do with what I'm going to be talking about, but because I felt that they needed water when it was so hot, and that was at 4 in the morning, and Supervisor Peskin got back to me in 5 minutes and said he would look into it. But important today is, first of all, to thank Judge Cordell for her litany of abuse and omission, and I want to say the culture of silence and violence is old. This is a tribute to Albert Williams, who was the first known member of the National Association in Advancement of Colored People to be murdered for his civil rights activities. His birthday will be next week, and he was murdered in Brownsville, June 20th, 1940. He was born on October 15th, 1908. To Marion Albert in Tennessee, A family that farmed the land. Elbert and his wife Ann tried farming but left for Brownsville, the county seat, to start a laundry, to vote as citizens and join the NAACP. Black people did not vote with impunity. Alicia Davis and 4 other African Americans from the NAACP tried to register to vote May 6, 1940, and were harassed. David was forced to name names, and he left town. Williams stayed. He stayed to die. A man called Ed Lee, a Coca-Cola man, saw that Williams was jailed for no reason but the crime of registering to vote. June 17th, he was imprisoned, and on the 3rd day, he was released and found floating in the river, head down, 2 bullet holes in his chest. No one convicted of the murder. No one. The grand jury said foul violence, perpetrators unknown. And though he had a wife and was beloved by many, a leader of the community where blacks were forbidden to meet together except for church, he was quickly buried in an unmarked grave, never to rise again, until cries of justice became loud enough to be heard all the way to California. Screamed, enough, enough silence, enough murder, enough blood, enough hatred.
Thank you. Thank you. And next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Tim Persine. I'm with the Justice for Mario Woods Coalition. This paragraph from the Blue Ribbon Panel report really struck me, and I wanted to read it as my comment. Some community members expressed their perception that black men could not walk down the sidewalk in the Bayview without being harassed by SFPD officers. Bayview residents also shared their view that SFPD officers over-police in their neighborhoods, stopping black people from minor infractions. Further, there is a perception that officers stop black people in an overly aggressive manner, perpetuating the idea that officers view all black people as dangerous. This view was compared to the perception that police treat people with courtesy in predominantly white neighborhoods. So in the past few months, I visited the Mario Woods Memorial on the Street, and I also visited the Jessica Williams Memorial on the Street. And after those experiences, I want to ask the Board of Supervisors to fix this problem in the Bayview and in other communities of color in San Francisco. Thank you.
Thank you. And next speaker, please.
My name is Jackie Barshak, and I'm here to echo what has been said already and to urge the Board of Supervisors to take leadership on the recommendations of the Blue Ribbon Panel. I want to talk about 2 of those recommendations. Extending whistleblower protections to those within the department is one of those recommendations. It's number 6 on page 96 of the report, and it reads that there's no San Francisco Police Department policy that either emphasizes this city ordinance, because as you know, we already have the San Francisco Whistleblower Protection Ordinance. It already exists, and yet it makes clear that whistleblower protection, there is nothing within the San Francisco Police Department manual or DGO that makes clear that whistleblower protection is a priority for the department. Neither does it extend the protection of the ordinance to reporters of all types of violations of San Francisco Police Department policy. So what would it take for these protections to be extended by you, this body, to report so that all reports of San Francisco Police Department violations, particularly cover-ups and gross acts of misconduct, are not punished by threats or intimidation or retaliation? It's really up to this body to create a task force or an agency or a department that is tasked with providing protection for whistleblowers. Another recommendation is using your legislative power to engage outside researchers.
Thank you. Thank you. And next speaker, please.
My name is Darrell Rogers. I'm with the Mario Woods Coalition, but particularly I'm here because I've been a resident of San Francisco all my life. I'm 70 years old. I grew up in the Richmond district of San Francisco, so I know what good policing is. from what I can see, the police chief offered a statement that he is implementing over 80% of the police enforcement. But what he failed to mention is that the 20% that is not being implemented is the most critical parts of that whole plan. Those are the things that would, one, it would give him the opportunity, as well as you the opportunity, to actually hold police accountable. Those things are the first things that the POA says can't happen. Secondly, the thing that is probably the most critical of all of that is that they do not allow for the good police to actually say anything separate from what the POA version is. And that's kind of bad. As a citizen of San Francisco, and as a member of this community, and someone that has voted for most of you on this board at one point or another in my life, it's time to stop the indignity that is given to most people of color in this city by the San Francisco Police Department. It is time for you to say, like we say, enough is enough. It's time to become real. And let's deal with the problems and stop trying to hide behind the words. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Board. My name is David Carlos Oliveri. I'm with the San Franciscans for Police Accountability, Justice for Mario, Justice for Amilcar, Justice for Luis Gongora, and Justice for Alex Nieto coalitions. With regard to the use of force policy, the POA was in the room from the very beginning, starting in December, as part of the working group that was working on the use of force. They had no business being there in the first place because these are policy issues that the POA really is not legitimately concerned about. The POA as a union can be legitimately concerned about the workers' wages and about the working conditions. They have inserted themselves into the policy arena and are holding forth and stopping the use of force from going forward. Not only were they there from the beginning in the working group that drafted the use of force that finally was voted on unanimously at the Police Commission, then they are now getting a second bite at the apple through the meet and confer process. The ACLU has sent the Commission a letter citing the case law that makes it very clear that the only body in San Francisco that has policy authority is the Commission. And so Interim Chief Tony Chaplin notwithstanding, the problem is that the Commission has not pushed back on the POA and kept them out of the policy arena. Finally, one of the reasons why Chaplin is being supported by the POA is because he said in the Chronicle that there is no culture problem in SFPD. That's what he said. There's no culture problem in SFPD. Clearly, that flies in the face of the reality that the Blue Ribbon Panel has discovered, and that alone makes him unqualified for the job of our next police chief. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Karen Fleshman, Justice for Mario Woods, and San Franciscans for Police Accountability. I did not realize the extent of the problems with SFPD until I saw the Mario Woods execution video. But the second time when I realized the depth of the problem was January 22nd, when I attended my first police commission meeting. And in a career of attending public meetings, I have never seen a group of civil servants behave in the way that the San Francisco Police Officers Association behaved at that meeting. They have absolute, complete disregard for their oversight. They're there in front of their oversight, walk in defiant, bully their way up to the microphone, read their testimony, leave, and shout, "This is how we win, show of force," like a gang. And if this is the way that they behave in front of their oversight body, what are they doing out in the street when there's no media, public, or oversight happening?
I urge you to break the power of the POA. Although I'm certain there are good officers in SFPD, all 2,100 of them are contributing an average of $150 per semi-weekly paycheck to the POA. Why? Because the POA provides a form of legal insurance. If officers have legal problems, the POA represents them. So one way to break their power is to provide legal insurance options, the same way we have health insurance options to officers, such as requiring them to insure themselves or giving them a rebate on their insurance premiums at retirement if they never have a legal problem throughout their entire career. We need to discipline and fire all the killer officers. The officers who killed Mario returned to work in January. We need to make sure we don't hire killers like Officer Cabillo from other departments. Officer Cabillo serves in Mission Police Department, and he killed Derek Gaines in South City, and we knew that, and we still.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Tony Robles. I am with Manilatown Heritage Foundation. Minister Muhammad earlier said that institutions have to be forced to change. I'm born and raised in San Francisco. Many are born here, and many that are born here die here, like Alex Nieto, Mario Woods. Violence takes many forms. We see the economic violence levied on our communities that reverberates into the overt violence that our communities are experiencing at the hands of law enforcement that has demonstrated, for the most part, that it does not value our lives. And when I say our lives, people of color, young men of color, young women of color. The attitude of the POA and its public statements reflect the ugly legacy and racist attitudes that still persist. We have a history of deep, ugly racism in this country. We've had brilliant minds that have come to the forefront that have tried to get us to change that mindset. But still, trying to change a mindset oftentimes is like, trying to remove nails from a board by using your fingers. That's how deep this legacy of racism goes. The Blue Ribbon Panel just told us basically what many people in this chamber already knew. I think for our communities, it's about taking back our lives and what kind of future we want for our children. Do we want this to go on? Do we want this system to persist, this system of white supremacy being paraded around in many different shades? The attitude that the POA has broadcast is really America, and that part of America that hasn't come to grips with itself, the America that America refuses to see when it looks at itself in the mirror. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yes, I did recruitment for SFPD after September 11, 2001, when we had the terrorist attack in New York. That June, the San Francisco Police Department had a recruitment drive. I had the most successful recruitment drive in the history of San Francisco. With a $50 budget, I was able to get 2,300 applicants. And the reason that I did it is because I'm a gay man. My father died of AIDS, and like Scott the Wiener had said, that a lot of gay male officers died of AIDS. I wanted to replenish my gay, lesbian, bisexual, and transgendered folk within the police department, and I figured the kind of people I knew would not be the racist, bigoted folks that seem to permeate the SFPD, and I'm so saddened to hear that since 2011, SFPD has gotten worse. It has gotten worse. And what did Scott Wiener ever do to increase the LGBT community in the police department? But he keeps on talking about everything.
Sir, can you address your comments to the board as a whole and not to any individual supervisor, please?
Our
Thank you very
supervisor does everything to help the SFPD. He stands behind their racism, their homophobia. Some of those texts that were delivered, the racist texts that were delivered in that scandal, one of those people was a gay officer. Sir, it hurts me when a gay man also, gets on top of the racism history within our country. It's shameful. And why would somebody not want to be out in the San Francisco in the SFPD part of the LGBT community? Is it a hostile working environment for LGBT people that they have to be closeted? And what is our gay supervisor doing to stop the homophobia within the SFPD and the racism?
Thank you very much. And before I call up the next speaker, Supervisor Avalos, did you have a comment?
I was going to wait, but I just realized the police department isn't here anymore.
Okay. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yes, thank you. My name is Ann Donjicour. I'm a member of the Justice for Mario Woods Coalition, a faculty member at UCSF, participant in the Do No Harm Coalition, formed in response to the healthcare needs of the hunger strikers, and a resident of District 7. When I saw a young man crouching against a wall, being surrounded by 8 officers and shot by 5, when I heard a homeless man who does not speak English shot within 30 seconds of an officer getting out of his car, when I found out about a pregnant woman shot in a moving vehicle, I felt sick, alarmed, and activated. I saw obvious violations of already established police policy. I have not yet seen any significant consequences in response to these actions. In the community, we all need safety and respect. I'm here in support of the findings of the Blue Ribbon Panel. It's very thorough. I'm a scientist. It's written in a way that's very precise. You can follow these recommendations to a T. I urge you to act on this report, and in some ways, it's the least you can do. Do not wait for the Department of Justice. This is not a particularly useful activity. Use the tools that you have to establish real oversight. Use the power of the purse. It was really disappointing when Supervisor Avalos's movement to withhold some money was not followed up on. Tell us what you're doing. This transparency issue cannot be overstated. It matters tremendously to us, and we're paying attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, good evening. I'm a concerned citizen. I'm a visitor of San Francisco. I'm also staying with a friend. Your city needs help. We need public safety. There is a big issue going on. My car was attacked 3 different times and vandalized. Insurance companies are taking advantage of these situations. There needs to be something done. There needs to be cameras in intersections, either required by businesses or so on, to protect the citizen and the people. When I try to contact the SFPD, I cannot get through their phone numbers or any situation. I'm a disabled American, born and raised. I also have a military family, a military background. There needs something to be done about this. I'm a minister. I protect people. I try to go around and help facilities with this. I'm also a retired policeman for North Carolina. I have quite evidence and knowledge what's going on, and we need to create a protection situation for the people, let alone also protecting the officers. We need a situation out there. The situation is out of hand. I've visited the city many, many years. Something needs to be done, and it needs to be done pretty quickly. These homeless people are taking advantage of people. They are breaking multiple cars, multiple situations, and they're beating up people on the streets. I've had my iPhone stolen from me in 2013 3 different times. When I tried contacting the police department and they had the iPhone locator, they refused to go and look for the phone. The phone system needs repaired, and the police need to cooperate with the people. This is a serious situation, and it's really out of hand. We need to protect the people of this city. I love San Francisco, and now I'm afraid to come to it, and so are a lot of my other friends from other parts of the city. You guys are worried about tourists and tourist protection? Well, you need to protect them. I cannot believe the amount of instability the situation is. My insurance company has tried to charge me 4 different times on 4 different dividends over this. This is so out of hand, and how hard it is to make a report is amazing.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Tom Gilberti. Racism exists in every American city. There's a black ghetto. Other ghettos along with it. If there's only one city, we would say It doesn't, but it does. It's in every American city. I've never experienced it. There are people that have experienced it their entire lives. Written reports versus folks not getting shot by the police. That's a change, okay? And I think that's a pretty big change. So I'm going to put a feather in our chief's cap. The chief in the beginning said at one point, 1/3 get it, 1/3 can be trained, 1/3 may have to leave. Is there a procedure for him to cull the weeds in the department quickly? More good cops than the bad cops, more good cops than the bullies. I believe there are more good cops. They need to stand up. I like the category of 10 years without pulling a gun from your holster, without firing your bullet. I like that priority. I'd like to see leadership from them. And if you pull a pistol, if you shoot a bullet, it's a failure. It's just a failure all the way across the board. Community policing, I'd like to see police picked from the community. I think that would be a real neat way to go. Videos. When does the public, how soon after the officer involved watches the video do the public get to see it? 24 hours? I think that might be long enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam President, my name is Otto Duffy, North of Market neighborhood activist. I think a lot of this comes out of, I moved here after I've been here 2 or 3 years, the police strike back when Moscone was mayor. A lot of this came out of the things that the concessions that they won at that time. And I want to remind you, if you weren't there, that it was not a pretty thing. Not a pretty thing at all. So, I don't know, at some point I think you have to look at what's possible and what isn't possible and be realistic about things. And I will say this, there's a basic tenet of the social contract from a sociology perspective that we all live under and are expected to fulfill, that if a police officer takes someone under questionable circumstances, there's a homicide, a police-involved homicide under questionable circumstances, then it's right for the community to expect that person is removed from the police department. That's the one basic level that the system has to conform to. It just has to. I was listening to the speakers, and I believe it's true that Heather Fong actually was trying to fire Greg Sir, and yet he wound up becoming our police chief. And, I don't know that he did a good job or a bad job, but it seems like a bad way to start a tenure. Maybe the thing to do to avoid that kind of thing would be if the Board of Supervisors confirmed the police chief.
Thank you. Before the next speaker is called to the podium, are there any other speakers who would like to address the board on the final report from the Blue Ribbon Panel on Fairness in Law Enforcement? Please step up. Next speaker, please.
Now, there's no doubt that there are some bad cops, okay? We all know that now, all right? But the majority of them are not bad. They're trying to do their job. And, I mean, we know that, hopefully we know, that Hillary's vice presidential nominee has sided with the terrorist organization of George Soros, okay? Only black lives matter. Everyone's lives matter. Black, white, cops, Chinese, everybody's lives matter. But he's sided with this terrorist organization. And this is a fact, okay? And you all know it. And it was almost prophetic that I decided to wear my T-shirt today on Alex Jones, who, is the best friend the police officer ever had, when Hillary made mention that he had a dark-hearted radio talk show host. Alex Jones actually believes Oklahoma City was an inside job. It was Alex Jones that interviewed the police officers that were first there, okay? It was Alex Jones, not Rush. Bill Clinton blamed Rush and talk radio, and it should have been Rush that interviewed him, but
Sir, I'm
sadly...
pausing your time. Just a reminder, this is about the Blue Ribbon Panel regarding police fairness.
Right.
So curb your remarks to the subject matter,
Yeah,
please.
it's in a roundabout way. It's talking about police fairness because, see, the police, they're between a rock and a hard place, as they say. A very, very hard place, okay? Especially now when you have elements of the government, the federal government, going against them, trying to overtake their authority, okay? That's what's happening, and that's why I mentioned that, okay? And, I mean, think about the ramifications of this. You know, the woman is partially going insane. It's my prayer that God will do a Nebuchadnezzar on her and she'll start barking and then getting on all fours and crawling around. But, I mean, she actually mentioned that. Wrong move, because Alex Jones interviewed him. Hello? You're rolling your eyes, David, but listen...
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Andrew, when there's a problem, either police, say the bad cops, bad police, or the victim of the police unfairness, it's always a problem with the person's character. The person's character is either the police character has problem, or the victim has a problem with the character. So if they change all that, I mean. Like most good citizens, there's nothing will happen all his life.
Thank you, Mr. Yip. Are there any members of the public who'd like to speak on the Blue Ribbon Panel discussion at this time? Seeing none, public comment is now closed. Supervisor Avalos.
Thank you, President Breed. I want to thank you and Supervisor Cohen for holding this Committee of the Whole hearing on the Blue Ribbon Panel report. Just a few points, very brief ones that I'll make. There was some contention about when the use of force report was due. The second one was actually due August 2nd, and it's not due August or October or some other time in the future. It's actually late. We had talked about wanting to make sure there's a timeline for reform, that we have key milestones that we can hit. And those milestones need to be spaced out. There needs to be a timeline for those milestones. We don't have that. We just have a very general discussion about, you know, we agree with the report and we're working on things. That's not anything rigorous enough to really amount to any serious reform. The chief also said that he has a bulletin on the use of force. And I have a copy of the bulletin. I read it. It doesn't resemble anything that looks like 80% of the use of force DGO that was approved or partially approved in July or June. It doesn't say anything. It actually says like the very broad values that the department should operate under. I do not believe that there's real serious work on a bulletin yet. And so to have the chief come here, and now his chief has left and his staff aren't here, there was many people from the community who spoke. They deserve to be here and be heard, or the community deserves to be heard, and they should be here for that. They're not here. Is there a serious commitment to reform? Is there a serious commitment to community policing when the community's voice isn't even heard by the police department that's here? I do appreciate that this hearing went on, but the obfuscation that went on for the department was something that this body clearly exposed by having this hearing. We should have them back in a month's time to get better responses. And if we don't have them back in a month's time to get better responses, then we're not doing our part to hold the department accountable to change.
Thank you, Supervisor Avalos. Supervisor Yee.
I want to thank Supervisor Cohen for bringing this forward as a discussion. There's been several supervisors that have made some pointed comments, and there seems to be, whether it's from the public comments or from the panel itself, the task force, that we need to basically hold people to hold their feet to the fire. And I think what I'm hearing, and I totally agree, that at the end of the day, whatever report we're talking about, if we're going to take this, the recommendation seriously, what we need is to either ask for the police department or the commission itself. Somebody could work that out. For what we should get is an implementation plan with a timeline. Some things, if it's done, then fine, but just have a plan. That's what's missing right now. And usually when we have recommendations and people are agreeing, then it's not that hard to say, okay, then these are the next steps. These are the actions that we're going to take. So I know there's several supervisors here that have been working on this issue for a while and certainly have provided leadership on this. And if you were to move forward with asking for an implementation plan, I would 100% support it. If not, I will work with others to make this happen in regards to a resolution.
Thank you, Supervisor Yee. Supervisor Campos.
Thank you. Just a quick suggestion, and I want to thank Supervisor Cohen for putting this on the agenda. Maybe we can sort of have the hearing to be an ongoing thing that happens, every month, so that we can keep track of where we are. And so I think that maybe next month, we can hear from the chief and from the police commission on what they have done between now and then, so that we have an ongoing discussion. And I think it's important to give it the importance and the attention that it needs, that it be an ongoing hearing here at the Board of Supervisors. That would be my suggestion. I don't know if Supervisor Cohen or President Breed or anyone is open to that idea, but it seems like there's still so many questions and so much work to be done that maybe that's one way of approaching it. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to piggyback on Supervisor Campos's comments, I'm still left with a lot of unanswered questions, and I do want to make sure that we are folding this report into some of the things that we have in motion and how, for example, the police accountability ballot measure, the work that went into developing an independent police accountability department and what that department is specifically going to do as it relates to some of these recommendations. I'd like to see, because this report came out during a time when we were still working on that and working through the process of the Board of Supervisors. So I'd like to understand, based on what I thought were really great recommendations, how this police accountability ballot measure does what we want it to do, but more importantly, does it address a lot of the issues that were raised in the Blue Ribbon Panel report as well. I heard a lot of talk about culture, about independent oversight, about specific responses to the recommendations, and I think ultimately I'd like to see, some of those things a little bit more well thought out and well discussed from the police department's perspective. Like, for example, I know that Supervisor Avalos had asked a number of specific questions related to the report. And what I'd like to see is those answers addressed in writing from the department, specifically where we are, when that started on that specific recommendation, and what else do we need to do to get to a point where the recommendations actually match the actions of what this department is supposed to be doing. And so I just really want us to get there. I mean, we can, of course, sit in the chamber and have hearings and talk about, what we want to see and get reports, things that we all know exist all day long. But at the end of the day, is what we're doing leading to the results that we want to see on our streets with the men and women who are out there that are sworn to protect and serve every citizen of this city? And so thank you for your recommendation, Supervisor Campos, and thank you to members of the public for being here and your comments. We are definitely, from my perspective, pushing this conversation to the forefront, but we realize that there is definitely so much more work to do. And I want to thank Supervisor Cohen for really being a champion consistently on this board for police reforms. And with that, I want to call on Supervisor Weiner.
Thank you, President Breed, and also thank you to Supervisor Cohen for her leadership. I thought this was a really helpful hearing. I have reviewed the Blue Ribbon panel report, but it's always good to have the oral presentation. I think it's important to acknowledge that there are reforms that are in process that are happening, whether it's around body cameras or the updating and modernizing of use of force policies and other changes that are happening. And it's never as fast as any of us would like, and there is plenty more work to do. And I think there's consensus in this chamber about that. But I think there are positive changes that are happening. We just have to make sure that the momentum continues, because fundamentally this is, it's not about reform for the sake of reform. It's about reform so that we can build trust between SFPD and the community, and particularly communities of color. And that's fundamentally what it's about. And we have to continue to push and continue to move forward with these reforms and to have accountability if the reforms languish. And so this is a good step, and I'm glad that we held this hearing today.
Thank you, Supervisor Weiner. Supervisor Marr.
I wanted to give special thanks to Anand Subramanian and Policy Link for really having put together an amazing document. The grassroots coalitions that were mentioned, that the Committee of the Whole today is because of their work for justice in a number of different communities. The white allies to communities of color that are emerging to stand up against white supremacy and for racial justice. Thank you. Thank you to Supervisor Cohen for helping to convene this. I totally agree with Supervisor Avalos about timelines. I agree with the judges, Ladoris Cordell, Cruz Reynoso, Dikran Tevrizian, and many, that it's about systemic bias and racism. 79 years, as Judge Cordell said, of a system and patterns of racism and that culture of impunity that she mentioned. Several of us have only 3 more months in office. I appreciate Supervisor Kim's great questions on what do we do now. I strongly urge the communities to stay united, keep the pressure on. As the new police chief is chosen, also, as somebody mentioned, don't select somebody that doesn't accept that this is a systemic problem and one that is not about a few bad apples, but one that's based in history, that's systemic, that needs to change. I think this is an amazing document, in addition to lots of other reports over the years, but my hope is that people keep the light on this document, the timelines, hold city government accountable for racial justice and for the future of our communities as well. So thank you to everyone for this amazing Committee of the Whole today. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Marr. Supervisor Campos.
Thank you, Madam President. So I want to thank the clerk. They're helping me draft a motion that would essentially, that I would introduce today for us to vote at the upcoming meeting on the 18th. That would essentially say that for the next 3 months, at the first scheduled regular meeting of the month, so in November, in December, and in January, there would be a progress report presented to the Board of Supervisors by the Police Department, Police Commission, on the progress that has been made on these reports. So that's the motion that I will be introducing for us to vote at the next meeting of the 18th.
Thank you. And one of the things that I wanted to also mention, and Supervisor Kim, I see your name there, just the thing that has been frustrating as a member of this board is we push policies, we ask for things like we asked for an independent investigation from the Department of Justice, and we got cops, which is not necessarily what we asked for. That's been really frustrating. And also just the fact that, you know, the POA continues to be very divisive in this process of trying to get to where we all want to be. I want to see people in my community go home safe at the end of the day, and I want to see people who are part of the police department go home safe. And the problem is the POA has an opportunity to be a leader in these reforms and to be a leader in trying to bridge the gap and work with the community, and they're choosing to do the opposite. And it's really unfortunate. And I want to make sure, I know we're talking about this blue ribbon panel and this report and these recommendations, but I also know that we also need to talk about this system of our justice system and how it's been really difficult to get people that are a part of the conversation and are making the decisions on changes and on policies. It's hard to get them to come to the table and be open to the dialogue that we're having even here today. It is definitely frustrating, and it needs to be a part of the larger conversation here. When we talk about bringing back the chief and the department and looking at where are we in these specific recommendations, we need to make sure that we understand that the POA is a part of this discussion too, and they have to be held accountable for their, again, divisiveness and their unwillingness to work with, you know, this board to make the kinds of changes that we need to make with this department. We have to hold their feet to the fire. We have to hold them accountable and continue to make sure that some of the things that we've been talking about are definitely followed up on. And so I do appreciate, I wanted to add, I do appreciate the minister and his comments on those particular issues and shining a light there. I appreciate Supervisor Campos for his suggestion of regularly occurring meetings to have this discussion. I would like to also make sure that we look into the discussion with our HR department and the POA and how those things work and how we can make the appropriate changes so they're not holding change hostage when we're trying to move forward with some of the things that we know we need here in this city. Supervisor Kim.
Thank you, President Breed, and thank you again to Supervisor Cohen for calling for this hearing and ensuring that it was held by the entire board, because I do think this issue is so important that it's important for all 11 members of the board to be engaged on it, and frankly, the change cannot happen if all of us aren't engaged on it. A couple of things, hearing that the DA's office was able to respond to this entire report within 30 days, gives me the perspective that we can ask the same of our own department, the San Francisco Police Department, to do the same. It is an ambitious report, and there is a lot in it, but we already have evidence that another department can do that, and so I would like to formally request to SFPD, who's not here, that they also respond in a timely fashion and not wait for the Department of Justice report. Even though we're expecting it soon, I just don't think that we should be delayed by process around an issue as important as this. I don't have an answer to this, but I just really think that we need to look beyond our writing and actually look at how we actually implement a lot of these reforms. And I agree with President Breed that, and also Judge, and also our judge that spoke earlier, that there has to be a better way of holding our POA accountable in this process, and that comes from here. They represent the men and women, and I think they do the men and women of our police force injustice, actually, when they defend the worst of the department, because that's not supporting the good members that do the great work that they do every day, risking their lives on behalf of the community, because it paints a broad brushstroke across the entire police force when your union representative is representing those that don't actually represent the values and priorities of the rest of the membership. And so I hope that we can we can have some headway in that arena. I look forward to a monthly discussion on how we can make sure that the reforms aren't just on paper only, but are actually felt in the community. And glad to see that we were able to have a thorough discussion today on this. And the final thing that I should say is that I hope we do not rest on our laurels by some of the improvements that we're able to make, because I just don't think some is enough, given the century of practice that we've seen and its linkage. You know, the whole origin of the police department in many ways has so many different links to Jim Crow, and you really can't separate it from our work around prisons and jails. I know that President Breed and I are continuing the work around alternatives to jail. It has to be a larger and more comprehensive discussion that includes reform of SFPD, but also reform of how we incarcerate and sentence here in the city. So look forward to the continuing conversation.
Thank you, Supervisor Kim. Supervisor Peskin.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to make a few final comments with regard to police reform, which I think there's widespread agreement cannot happen without POA reform. So I want to acknowledge that a number of members of this body have been subject to not just political bullying and intimidation, but to harassment through emails. Some of this has made the newspapers, some of it has not, through text messages. I have received those, I have saved those, but if we are going to get this done, none of us should be intimidated. We must stay the course.
Thank you, Supervisor Peskin. And Supervisor Cohen.
Thank you. Thank you very much, colleagues. We're looking at 3.5 hours. Thank you to the community for sticking it out with us. This is important work, and this is not the end, but really a continuation of where of the work that needs to be done. I want to offer some closing remarks, and I have a long list of thank yous. Please bear with me, but as you heard from the report, a lot of work has been done today, and everyone deserves some recognition. I want to first recognize that President Susie Loftus of the Police Commission, she also sent around a letter introducing to the Board of Supervisors a senior fellow that will be working with the Commission to advance various reforms, so that they have identified a graduate level student that will be helping to pull all of these different reforms that we spoke about earlier together and to a physical manifestation so that we are seeing it and experience it on the street. The recommendations that we heard today are absolutely excellent. I think it's a step in the right direction. For those of you that haven't read the report, you need to get yourself a copy or get the executive summary. The executive summary is comprehensive, and it talks in depth about the 7 pillars that 5 of which that we talked about today. I think what I heard here today is a desire for ongoing hearings when it comes to data presentation of information. I also heard a desire for joint meetings between the Board of Supervisors and the Police Commission. We will continue to push the city and the department into uncomfortable places so that things can begin to get done, so that there's real movement and that residents begin to feel that trust and renew that relationship with the department. We need to continue to do more work on implementing new innovations in policing and other aspects. I think taking it a step further than just body cams and having a discussion around tasers. I think we really need to pay attention to the aspects of the criminal justice system in itself. We heard about the systemic adversity that is in our national system. Disproportionately falling on people in communities of color as well as poor people. While there was a written response from the district attorney's office as well as from the police commission, want to continue to push the department to put in writing the responses that the Blue Ribbon panel put forward. These are responses that the police department should document and come back and present to us. Supervisor Avalos, you are correct in your line of questioning, and we will work together to bring back this department and get some answers and some timelines, because we don't want to lose this momentum. And I believe that the findings from the report, as well as other studies that are going to be coming to us in the future, i.e. from the COPS/DOJ, and also taking into account the numerous reports from the past, all of them we will find a theme. I want to also recognize that there is another report that has been submitted to this body. Recently, it was conducted by the San Francisco Bar Association, and they specifically focused on data collection. And data collection is of very high importance in the city of San Francisco. Last September, I authored and we passed some legislation that requires the police department as well as the sheriff's department to share with us quarterly the data of the folks of who they are stopping and for what reason. I want to thank the people that have dedicated countless hours. District Attorney George Gascon in his office. Public Defender Jeff Adachi had his hand in this report. I want to again recognize the three honorable judges, Judge Lodoris Cordell, Judge Cruz Reynoso, and Judge Dekran Tresvizian. Anand Subramanian, thank you. He was the executive director. Jerome Roth, who also served as general counsel. All of the law firms that we mentioned previously that poured hours of pro bono time into this report. I also want to acknowledge Golden Gate University, Stanford Law School, UC Davis Law School, USF Law School, USC Law School, as well as the San Francisco Police Department. Always want to highlight the commitment that the community has given us. Justice for Mario Woods Coalition, Justice for Alex Nieto and Amilcar Perez Lopez coalitions, as well as the San Franciscans for Police Accountability. Madam Clerk, this concludes my report of thank yous. Thank you everyone for being with us. I'd like to make a motion that we table this hearing as heard. Thank you.
All right, so Supervisor Cohen has made a motion to table the hearing. Is there a second? Seconded by Supervisor Farrell. Colleagues, can we take that without objection? Without objection. Thank you, everyone, for being here today. All right, we still have other business to handle. So with that, Madam Clerk, let's go where we left off.
Roll call for introductions, Madam President.
Okay. Can you re-refer, please?
Yes. Supervisor Campos, you wish to be re-referred? Okay. Supervisor Cohen. Okay. Supervisor Farrell. Supervisor Kim.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Today I am calling for a hearing with President Breed and Supervisor Campos on a behavioral health justice center. The three of our offices have been working very closely since December when we first turned down the $80 million state grant to rebuild a new jail in recognition of the fact that what we are seeing in the city is not a need for more incarceration, but a need for more services for those that are suffering from severe mental health illnesses that make up anywhere from 20 to 40% of our current San Francisco County jail population, and also severe substance abuse and addiction. Every day, I believe every member of this Board of Supervisors receives calls and emails from San Francisco residents who are incredibly concerned about the men and women that they see on our streets who are clearly suffering from mental illness, substance abuse, or both. Our answer to this problem has been our jail system and San Francisco Police Department. When really the answer to this is the lack of mental health treatment facilities and substance abuse treatment centers. SFPD receives 20,000 calls for individuals in mental health crisis every year here in the city and county. San Francisco General Hospital Psychiatric Emergency Services was completely unable to accept any new patients for more than 2 months this year due to the lack of capacity. Of the almost 5,000 incarcerated individuals seen by the jail's behavioral health services between November 2014 and November 2015, 57% had been homeless at some point in their lives, 31% had been homeless in the last year, and of the 77 incarcerated individuals housed in psychiatric housing at the jail, 100% were charged with at least one felony. The most common felony charge was an assault with force likely to commit great bodily injury. This is an untenable situation for our residents, our visitors, our workers, and for the many people that are suffering on the streets here in San Francisco. No one wins in the system that we have in place, and jail and police is not the solution to what we are seeing. That is why I'm calling for a hearing on a concept known as the Behavioral Health Justice Center that is modeled on behavioral health court. It is one that we have seen tremendous outcomes from. The Behavioral Health Court is part of a system designed to identify people in the criminal justice system because of untreated mental illness and directs them to appropriate supervised treatment. The outcomes are noteworthy. After 18 months, 26% of participants are less likely to be charged with new offenses. They are 55% less likely to be charged with a new violent offense. And the length of jail time for participants was reduced by almost 40%. The Behavioral Health Justice Center is a concept that I believe is worth exploring with the Department of Public Health, the Sheriff's Department, and San Francisco Police Department, District Attorney, and Public Defender's offices, as well as our Department on Homelessness and Supportive Housing. We can't continue to use and promote a system that isn't working and where no one wins. Not when families and individuals suffering from mental illnesses or those impacted by the behavior on our streets are not safe or healthy. We can do much better, and we took a huge step when we committed to re-envisioning our current incarceration system and jail to actually develop a real solution. This hearing is a follow-up on that discussion and conversation, and I do also want to recognize our District Attorney, George Gascon, who has done a considerable amount of work in this area and has been partnering with our 3 offices, and of course, President Breed and Supervisor Campos for their leadership on this issue. And the rest I submit.
Thank you, Supervisor Kim. Supervisor Marr.
Thank you. I just have a couple of announcements. Tomorrow on October 5th, many young people, parents, and bicyclists will be walking and rolling to school. It's Bike and Roll to School Day. I'll be joining many of the young people and parents at Lafayette Elementary School on 37th and Balboa. It's one of the handful of nationally chosen Blue Ribbon schools in the outer Richmond. Also, I'll quickly get over to Peabody Elementary in the inner Richmond at 6th and Clement, one of the most amazing groupings of parents and students that ride every day to school as well. Also, coming up this weekend is the largest sandcastle competition in Northern California. It's at Ocean Beach in the shadow of the Cliff House. It brings together essential arts programs and architectural firms and others working with local schools, especially the students, but also there's a lot of teachers and parents out as well. Over the past few years, there have been thousands and thousands of people out, usually about 3,000 people each year, coming out to Ocean Beach, designing and also constructing these beautiful, funny, creative sandcastles. Employees from over 90 local architecture, design, tech, and construction companies link up with schools. There's 27 different local San Francisco schools, but it's a regional thing as well. It's fun to watch the construction and creativity, the time limits. I'm actually a judge, so I get to watch it and then choose from a number of different qualifications and categories. The theme this year is sandscapes, and there will be a lot of activities from 11 to 4. I try not to be biased, but I always root for the Richmond District schools. Peabody Elementary has Santastic as their theme. Also, Macoupin Elementary, where my daughter went, is linked up with Garfield from the Chinatown North Beach area to Infinity, Sand, and Beyond. And then also Lafayette, the Blue Ribbon School from the Outer Richmond, Wave Makers is their theme. Join us Saturday, it's Saturday, October 15th, not this coming weekend, from 11 to 4. For more information, www.leapsandcastleclassic.org. And thanks so much to LEAP for sponsoring this each year. And lastly, coming up also on Thursday, October 6th, I wanted to acknowledge the San Francisco and also a national alliance organizing walk-ins for educational justice, not walkouts, but walk-ins for educational justice. It's happening 30 minutes before bell times at a number of schools, from Cleveland Elementary on on Athens Street, in the Excelsior to Buena Vista Horace Mann K-8 school. But in the Richmond district, I'll be joining many of the parents and educational justice leaders at Lafayette Elementary, again on 37th and Anza, and also Peabody Elementary School, educational justice activists on 6th and Clement as well. Join us on Thursday for the walk-ins for educational justice. The rest I'll submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Marr. Supervisor Peskin.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. President, I was going to introduce a motion to pull an item from committee pursuant to Board Rule 3.37, but I am happy to announce that Supervisor Farrell and President Breed and I have been able to work it out, and the earthquake relief matter for the victims of the August 24th earthquake in Italy that killed almost 300 people and displaced thousands will be heard at the Government Audit and Oversight Committee this coming Friday morning. The rest I will submit.
Thank you, Supervisor Peskin. Supervisor Wiener. Madam President.
All right, colleagues. Good evening. It's been a long day. Colleagues, today, along with Supervisor Yee, I am introducing legislation on a topic that is on the minds of many San Franciscans: car break-ins. This legislation requires rental car companies to inform customers of the risks of leaving valuables in their cars. It specifically requires companies to provide written disclosures to their customers, advising them not to leave valuables in their cars and to lock the car doors at the time of the rental, as well as a reminder for customers in the car itself. As some of you might know, the San Francisco Civil Grand Jury issued a report in 2016 regarding auto burglaries in San Francisco earlier this year. According to the report, the number of auto burglaries in 2015 reached an all-time 5-year high with 24,826 reported incidents. This is a 34% increase over the previous year and almost 3 times more than the report in 2011. Based on auto burglary data from the police department, the civil grand jury estimated that at least $19 million worth of property was stolen in auto burglaries in 2015. Latest SFPD crime data shows that car break-ins and hotspots are in and around the major tourist destinations in San Francisco, and that a vast majority of serial auto burglaries specifically target tourist and rental cars. Now, crews from outside the city, they target these rental cars in our touristy neighborhoods. Unsuspecting tourists are leaving luggage in the trunk and valuables out in plain view without realizing that their passports and belongings are at risk of getting stolen in less than 30 seconds. Unfortunately, residents who park in the same area are affected. The neighborhoods disproportionately getting hit with more car break-ins are those in touristy areas. Whether it's a rental car company or not, as a result, all of us lose. Tourists, rental car companies, residents, car owners. The citywide rental auto burglary incidents specifically have gone up this year. And we know it's incredibly hard to catch perpetrators because of how quickly they're able to smash and grab. But when a perpetrator is actually caught, in order to convict them of this crime, prosecutors must be able to prove that the door was locked at the time of the entry. We have been advised by crime analysis staff and neighborhood prosecutors that the education and outreach is the best way to curb these break-ins. This legislation warns customers about leaving valuables in their car and also reminds them to lock the doors. This preventative method has proven to be effective. In my district, we put up signs and stickers in the Japantown and Alamo Square neighborhood, and initial statistics have shown that they are working because car break-ins have gone down. The less actual cars getting broken into in hotspots, the less it becomes a target for those particular crimes. This hopefully sends a message to criminals that they're no longer valuables in the car. It's not a silver bullet, but will begin to get to the heart of the problem. People may cite the fact that penalties aren't high enough or people aren't actually getting prosecuted for crimes. That's not necessarily true. The issue is actually catching people in the act and proving that the cars were locked in the first place. Another issue with tourists specifically is that the courts can't charge an individual because they can't get a witness to stand trial, because most of these individuals are not from San Francisco or live close to San Francisco. I also know that other supervisors I know are hearing this from their constituents, and some have made headway in this area, like Supervisor Yee, who I'm happy to join forces with on this, and I know he's going to have some remarks about this in just a second. But I wanted to add that this is a small thing in a larger problem. I know that there's so much more work to do in this area. And so today I want to announce that I'm also convening a car break-in working group that will consist of the District Attorney's Office, the San Francisco Police Department, the Rec and Park Department, MTA, SF Travel, and the San Francisco Chamber of Commerce and community stakeholders to discuss the root cause of the break-ins and what other steps we can take to get to some real meaningful change in this particular area. And the first meeting we're holding will be held on October 11th at 2 o'clock in room 288 here in City Hall. So that's what we're doing with regards to that particular issue. And like I said, I know Supervisor Yee will have some comments during the time that he is called. And I just have two more items. Last year, this board unanimously passed my nightlife preservation legislation, which is protecting San Francisco music venues and preventing conflicts with their neighbors. The law prevents venues from being sued as a legal nuisance if they are operating within the terms of their city permit. It requires landlords and realtors to disclose to new residents before they move in that there is a nightlife venue nearby. And the law empowers the Entertainment Commission to hold hearings with both the developer and the music venue. Whenever a residential development is proposed within 300 feet of a music venue, and it requires the Planning Commission to consider any recommendations the Entertainment Commission provides about how the two uses can coexist. That is fundamentally the most important part of the law. We created a structure to help these different land uses coexist in dense, mixed-use neighborhoods by working together on the front end, rather than against each other after the fact when people are unhappy and changing things is much more difficult. The law is, as far as we know, the first of its kind in this country. And today I'm introducing amendments to strengthen this law even further. We established the Entertainment Commission's authority to work on residential development near music venues, but we are realizing the Commission should be involved with hotel development near music venues as well. Right now, the Entertainment Commission is dealing with conflicts between the Campton Place Hotel in Union Square and the neighboring Love and Propaganda nightlife venue. Likewise, there are issues with the New Hampton Inn on Jessie Street and its neighbor, the venue, the Mezzanine. Hotels are complaining to Entertainment Commission. They're having to refund people's rooms and are upset because their TripAdvisor ratings are going down. The Entertainment Commission is having to manage this problem. They're testing to ensure the venues are in compliance with their permits. They're working with the management of the hotel, but they're forced to do all of this after the fact when we could instead have these conversations and do the due diligence on the front end. My amendments empower the Entertainment Commission to address coexistence concerns with nightlife and proposed hotels before those hotels are approved. This is a pressing issue, according to Jocelyn Kane, who's the executive director of the Entertainment Commission. There are nearly a dozen hotels in the pipeline, and most of them have existing nightlife venues nearby. There are 3 pipeline hotels within 300 feet of AT&T Park and 2 more within 300 feet of Infusion Lounge in Union Square. In fact, most new hotels have nightlife nearby, in part because our neighborhoods are becoming more mixed use and denser, but also because hotels by nature want to be near the action. We have to make sure that both parties are good neighbors. Nightlife and live music not only bring over $1 billion into the local economy and supports thousands of jobs, they help define who we are as a city. Ben Billman, the co-chair of the California Music and Cultural Association, which advocates for nightlife in San Francisco, said our 2015 legislation entered the annals of nightlife legend. No single piece of legislation has helped San Francisco nightlife more than this in literally decades. It was landmark. Colleagues, with these amendments, I hope you'll join me in making this legislation even stronger. I want to thank Jocelyn Kane, my Chief of Staff, Connor Johnston, and our Deputy City Attorney, Francisca Gesner. I look forward to moving this item forward. And last but not least, I have a in memoriam for a dear friend. Colleagues, today I'd like to adjourn our meeting in memory of Nathaniel Mason Jr., who passed away on September 21st, 2016, at the age of 87. Mr. Mason was born and raised in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. He decided to enlist in the United States Army Air Force at age 17 and went on to serve in Okinawa, Japan, and London, England. He later attended Southern University and earned a bachelor's degree in secondary education with the major in mathematics. He would continue to pursue advanced courses at San Francisco State University's Graduate School of Education. He was a school teacher, a postman carrier, and a sheriff for the city and county of San Francisco. Later on, he worked as a minority business consultant and as a specialist with the San Francisco Human Rights Commission. Mr. Mason was very active in his community. He was the chairman of the board of the Martin Luther King Squares and Marcus Garvey Square Co-op. He was actually one of the founders. Chairman of the Client Council of the San Francisco Neighborhood Legal Assistance Foundation, member of the San Francisco Unified School District Affirmative Action Committee, member of the Political Action Committee of the San Francisco Black Leadership Forum, director of the Economic Council of San Francisco, proud member of Omega Psi Phi fraternity, and former president of the NAACP of San Francisco. He retired as the director of the Economic Opportunity Council at age 80. Needless to say, he lived a full life, but he always shared that happiness time with his life was when he met and married the love of his life, his wife, Christine. He is survived by his sister, Myrtle Gay Wade, his nephew, Shenard Wade, his niece, Pamela Mason, and a host of friends and relatives. And I just want to say I got to know Mr. Mason when he was president of the NAACP. I was right out of college, a part of the NAACP Youth Council. And what was so amazing about this man is whatever it took to get young people active and involved, he was always willing to be there for them, roll up his sleeves, and do whatever it took to be a voice of reason, to be someone to shoot ideas off of. He's been there for me for many, many years. He was a great person, and he will be missed. The rest I submit.
Thank you, Madam President. Supervisor Yee.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And as President Breed mentioned, car break-ins are a big topic, and we've had several hearings on this. It's an issue that has garnered widespread attention in our city. So I'm really happy to be working with President Breed in bringing to you a number of policy ideas to prevent car break-ins, especially those that target tourists and visitors. Information is key in crime prevention. Our residents and our visitors must be aware and take precautionary steps to avoid being a victim. We emphasize with our residents who see broken glass along the sidewalks or feeling that sense of vulnerability. Our residents emphasize with the groups of unsuspected tourists who come to our city and lose everything they have, including travel documents when a car is broken into. is unacceptable, and we need to find a way to deal with it. So I'm really eager to tackle this issue with this working group and other stakeholders. In addition, today I am asking the city attorney to look into the possibility of better regulating our rental car industry to help with crime prevention. Our city heavily relies on the tourist industry with a record-breaking 24.6 million visitors in 2015. The industry brings in $9.3 billion and helps to sustain our local economy. However, we need to do a better job to prevent tourists from being targeted for crime. One of the things that the San Francisco Police Department and our neighbors tell us time and time again is how easy it is for thieves to identify rental cars. There are barcodes on the windshield. Sometimes the name of the company is on the license plate holder. While these serve a marketing purpose, it's also telling thieves, please break into me. We can make some adjustments to make our rental cars less targeted and avoid more grief on our tourists. This is why I am asking the city attorney to explore options on how we can better regulate where identifiers are located so that these cars aren't so obvious. So overall, President Bree and I are trying to explore as many different solutions as possible to bring us towards solutions that will prevent crime in our neighborhoods. The rest, and probably one more announcement, which is that we're having our last of a 3-week series of movie nights in District 7, so it's been well attended, even though this last Saturday was freezing. And the last movie will be Monsters, Inc. So if you're interested to see Monsters, Inc., come to West Portal Playground right on top of the West Portal Tunnel. The rest I submit.
Thank you, Supervisor Yee. Supervisor Avalos.
Thank you. I love Monsters, Inc. I've seen it about 20 times. So just an announcement that I am resubmitting a supplemental appropriation, part of the supplemental appropriation that I did earlier this year that was moving money to the Geneva Car Barn, as well as the Health at Home site and emergency hospital on Onondaga. We've worked closely with the with the Department of Real Estate to look at how we can activate these two buildings on Onondaga Street. These buildings have been blighted and closed down for a number of years. There's been homeless encampments in them. They're city property, and they are contributing to the neighborhood not being where it really can be. We found the original estimates for repairing those buildings and restoring them are were way overinflated, and we now have estimates that are very, very doable. And so would be asking that the Budget and Finance Committee schedule this hearing to see if we can approve funds for this site. Around the corner is a new building that will be going up in a couple of years, the Valente site, where the Mayor's Office of Housing had just approved funding for that site to be developed into 100% affordable housing. And so by piecing these different parts of the corridor together, we're able to create economic revitalization and to give District 11 part of the proceeds of our great economic boom that heretofore have not come down to our neighborhood. This is about equity, and really hoping that colleagues, when this time comes before us, that we can support this measure to bring buildings up to to bring city-owned buildings to activation. Thank you. The rest I'll submit.
Thank you, Supervisor Avalos. Supervisor Campos.
Thank you. Just briefly, and I wanted to thank the clerk for helping with this. I'm introducing a motion directing the clerk of the board to schedule committee of the whole hearings on the first regular meetings of the Board of Supervisors for the next 3 months from November 2016 to January 2017 to hear and receive an update on the final report, findings, and recommendations of the Blue Ribbon Panel. The rest I submit.
Thank you, Supervisor Campos. President Breed.
Okay, I forgot to mention I wanted to also thank Supervisor Kim and acknowledge that I am a co-sponsor for the hearing to look at, alternatives to addressing issues around mental health. I know we have a lot of work to do in this city. We all hear it every single day, and we need to look at as many solutions as we can possibly look at to try and address these issues. I know we can't do it alone here in San Francisco, but we need to begin the process of exploring what is available so we can address this issue. It's clearly a crisis in our city. It's not just about addressing issues around homelessness, but what are we going to do to provide support to those who are living on our streets, who we know are mentally ill, and who we don't have a plan to support. So thank you, Supervisor Kim, for your leadership on that. And the rest I submit.
Thank you, Madam President. That concludes the introduction of new business.
Madam Clerk, can you please read public comment?
At this time, the public may now address the entire Board of Supervisors for up to 2 minutes on items within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Board, to include the items on the adoption without reference to committee calendar, items 42 through 48. Public comment will not be allowed when an item has previously been subject to public comment at a Board committee or a committee of the whole. Pursuant to the Board's rules, direct your remarks to the Board as a whole, not to individual supervisors and nor to the audience. Speakers using interpretation assistance will be allowed twice the amount of time to testify. And if you would like to display a document on the overhead projector, please clearly state such to SFG TV and remove the document when the screen should return to live coverage of the meeting. First speaker, please.
1 second, please. To members of the public, I don't really know what's going on, but if you could relax and calm down. And also in this board chamber, we have a rule of allowing those who are senior and disabled to speak first. So if you could be courteous to one another, please, and come forward.
Three of us are speaking in order on the issue of your generous donation to Italy, which we want to commend the earthquake victims. And we'll speak in order, each of us taking less than 2 minutes, if that's all right, Madam Chairman.
Yes, come forward.
Okay. So again, we want to commend your
I'm sorry, I'm going to pause your time. Just to be clear, members of the public all individually are giving up to 2 minutes each to speak, so you can speak on any subject matter that is not necessarily on the agenda, and so that's definitely fine.
Okay, may I start over, please?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So I want to introduce myself, Mark Bruno. I live in North Beach. I work at St. Peter and Paul Church, formerly called the Catholic Cathedral of the West, the Italian Catholic Cathedral of the West, rather. I also work with St. Vincent de Paul and have done for 15 years, worked with the homeless in that community and throughout the city. We all know, because we were here in 1989, what it was like to go through an earthquake. And if you look up on Google, you'll see that one of the many countries that donated to us at the time in 1989 was Italy. Other countries as well gave us money, and I think what we knew as victims of that terrible catastrophe is that time matters. It's easy to say that justice delayed is justice denied. It's said so often rather that we take it for granted and don't think much about what that means. But if you're in that situation, as those 300 people who passed away and their families are, we know that they need help now. The buildings are still crumbling. Unlike our city, which suffered terribly, but only in part, these three villages are entirely devastated. They're gone entirely. So with that, I want to thank you for moving forward on this motion to donate the $100,000 to the Italian people and encourage you to let that happen and move it forward as rapidly as possible. Thank you. And now I'll introduce Father Al from the church himself. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Father Al, and I'm a Catholic priest at the Cathedral of the West up at North Beach. And thank you for giving me this wonderful opportunity observing the Board of Supervisors in action. And I do not envy your job. Okay. And I'm delighted to stand before you to give you my 2 cents in favor of the people of Amatrice and the neighboring towns recently devastated by the earthquake. Of course, we should help our brothers and sisters, and that is over in central Italy. So many people all over the world come together to help them out. So should we. And Pope Francis earlier today, went to visit the villages devastated by the earthquake. And today, October the 4th, is set aside in our Catholic Church to celebrate the feast of the wonderful saint, the beloved saint worldwide, Saint Francis of Assisi, beloved saint who gave the name to the city of San Francisco. So Francis of Assisi will be very delighted to hear that the people of San Francisco have given contribution to his neighboring towns in Umbria and those places. And don't forget to come to North Beach this coming Saturday for Columbus Day, okay? And God bless you all. Or to church for that matter, okay?
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. I have lived in San Francisco in the Italian community of North Beach most of my life. I came today to speak in behalf of the Italians who have suffered from the recent earthquake in central Italy. There was much damage done to the area, and there was so much loss of life.
Ma'am, if you could just position the microphone right near your mouth. Thank you.
Okay. After speaking to my relatives in Italy and hearing what they had to say about the situation, I can tell you the Italians need as much help as they can get to restore the area and help the victims to restore their lives. Because of the fact that people who live in San Francisco know firsthand about earthquakes, the damage they cause, and the after effects on everyone, I believe we must show compassion and help as much as we possibly can and as soon as possible. There is much suffering going on in Italy, and we need to help now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Andrew Yip, Chinatown Missionary Officer. For man wanting to have outright dignity being self-important, one must exercise holy course of missionary pathways, of virtues in observance, of good conscience in knowledge, of internal works of sincerity, of whiteness of heart, of bodily cultivation, of family in regulation, of national management, of worldly peace of wellness. One must fulfill these duties for outright destiny onto society with self-cultivation onto worldly rescue for our people. So everyone would know of one's destiny for personal establishment along good direction with daily improvement of outright virtue in making success of heavenly virtues. One would manage the world with king's way and king's virtues, but not using the force of dictatorship. Holy studies are discussed alongside with worldly affairs. One makes good progress by one's heavenly self-nature being agreeable to compassion of humanity and rational principle that govern and develop the universe. Of inspiration for everyone to bear of heavenly destiny for missionary pathways, we must make use of the crimes of holiness as our common objective in future course of progression. We must turn all aspects of human life, of everything, onto a heavenly mission of true destiny upon worldly functions. Then one can having of outright dignity and self-importance, not being the slave of muddy contamination of daily life, but superior mighty person of holiness. Righteous behaviors are being established and wrongful behaviors are stopped. With unified politics, religion, education, and daily pathways for delivery of preaching rescue would be the best way to express of holy mercy.
Thank you, Mr. Yip. Your time's concluded. Next speaker, please.
Hi,
I'm here. My name is Josefa Perez. I'm here on behalf of the citizens of San Francisco that live in the neighborhoods that are being plagued by the growing illegal campers that live in the city. You talk about destruction to people's cars. That's property. Those are replaceable. But what's going on down there right now is wrong. You've got a whole generation of young people that are putting up shooting galleries and brothels without getting permits. If I have to operate a business or change something in my business, I have to put up a permit. There's no bathrooms down there. When we call 311, they tell us to call the police. When we call the police, they tell us to go to the Board of Supervisors. They say that our supervisors are sending them down there. They've been telling us that since the Super Bowl. And if the supervisors are sending them down, I beg of you to do an environmental impact study on what it's doing to that neighborhood. Forget about the loss of revenue from the city payroll and business tax that the businesses are losing because some of them have to hire sheriffs with guns down there. Forget about the beatings that go on. Forget about the human trafficking that we watch, that our children watch on their way to school. Forget about the ADA violations, but think about the impact on the tourism in this city, because it seems that's what you care about. That's what I've heard today. So please, take a look at what's going on down in your city. We have at risk tuberculosis. At least can you put hazard waste boxes around so that children aren't coming across these needles. Law enforcement has to come across needles. Protect law enforcement. If you're not interested in protecting the citizens, the children, the people in wheelchairs that have to walk in that neighborhood, think about law enforcement that has to deal with that. Please, it's a serious health hazard, and tuberculosis is serious. And also, there is there is a strain of gonorrhea that cannot be healed by the antibiotic.
Thank you.
That's happening outside.
Thank you. And next speaker, please.
Thank you, President Breed, and all the little conspirators. My name is Christopher Dahl, and I live at 6th and Howard, and 10 blocks and less than 40 years from sea level. I rise to comment on environmental hypocrisy. This past September marks a low point in humanity's impact on our environment. The month normally marks the maximum natural download of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere into growing vegetation. It is the culmination of the yearly cycle of growth. It is the time when CO2 is supposed to be the smallest fraction of our atmosphere. But this year, that month was significant to any who give the slightest attention to the environment, to any who give the slightest thought to the burden humanity places on our beautiful planet, to any who desire a solution to the oncoming menace of climate change. This year, in that month, that small fraction of CO2, the minimum for the year, was 400 parts per million. That doesn't sound like very much, but when you compare that to the average rate of 320 parts per million, and you understand that this average prevailed over hundreds of thousands of years and only began to change 17,000 years ago, any reasonable person might express concern. An environmental champion must raise an alarm, but none of you did, which makes you all environmental hypocrites. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
You just comes here to shit on us?
Good evening, Honorable Board of Supervisors and President Breed. My name is Cliff Lentz. I am the current mayor of the city of Brisbane. And I'm here today to discuss item 44, resolution 161044, dealing with the Brisbane Baylands project and the potential annexation of our city by the city and county of San Francisco. I know that President Breed had said that only 2 minutes was allotted. I hope that you can allow me some additional time while I read this letter that is signed by all of our council members that we can include into the public record. Dear County of San Francisco Board of Supervisors, we, the City Council of the City of Brisbane, hereby go on record in opposition to Resolution 161044. Utilizing misinformation in a recent news article, the authors of this resolution are pressing the San Francisco Board of Supervisors to do the unthinkable. Demand veto power over another city's planning process by threatening the annexation of the entire city of Brisbane. I want you to think about the audacity of that reckless direction. It totally flies in the face of the importance of all of our cities coming together to take on the regional issues that we all face and finding solutions to them. The Brisbane City Council fully understands the significance of the Baylands project to both the City of Brisbane and the larger region, and takes this decision-making obligation seriously. Our duty has driven the city to engage in a thorough, deliberate, and transparent review process, which includes receiving input from neighboring cities. During the Baylands Draft Environmental Impact Review, EIR process, numerous agencies in San Francisco, including the Mayor's Office.
Mr. Mayor, I'll interrupt you for a moment. With unanimous consent, you may continue.
Yes.
Okay, please
Madam
continue.
Clerk?
Yes.
I think we're all in receipt of the letter. It has been circulated by your office to all 11 members of the board, and I know the city attorney has it, so it's part of the record. I think, Mr. Mayor, respectfully, through the chair.
Point of order. I think we just had unanimous consent to allow him to complete reading the letter. I mean, we're talking about an effort to basically conquer a neighboring town, and he should be allowed to finish reading his letter publicly at the Board of Supervisors.
And just to Supervisor Wiener, unanimous consent is required to allow the mayor privilege of the floor.
You know, I have been here for over 4 hours, just by the way, and I would appreciate just an additional 2 minutes. That's all I need.
If it's not unanimous.
So,
when my turn is up, I'm going to ask him to finish reading the letter.
So I'm happy to afford the mayor of our sister city across the border in San Mateo County, the city of Brisbane, the time to finish reading the letter. This is not, through the chair to Supervisor Wiener, an attempt to conquer anything or anybody. And when I finish my remarks, I will yield the floor to the good mayor of Brisbane. But as I said in this morning's paper, and this is not addressed in the mayor and the council's letter to this body, that when statements are made between neighboring municipalities about projects that contemplate the building of millions of square feet of destination commercial development, and a comment is made that the neighboring city can accommodate the residential impacts of that, as I said in this morning's paper, that is somewhat provocative. And the notion that annexation is provocative is true as well. And as I said in this morning's paper, what comes around goes around. I am hopeful that we will be able to get beyond the war of words and talk about how we can forward a regional housing and economic development policy that is mature and forward-thinking. But when statements are made that San Francisco is supposed to inherit all of the residential impacts during the middle of a housing crisis, I think that a provocative response is warranted. And with that, I will yield the floor to the mayor of Brisbane.
Okay, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. First, I would like to address that comment that was made in the newspaper was inaccurate. Okay, so during the Baylands Draft Environmental Impact Review, EIR process.
Mayor Lentz, I don't want to be argumentative through the chair, but I know you're trying to dial that comment back and attribute it to your expressing views of constituents of yours, or that is how it's been reported, but I don't think that you have actually said that you did not make that comment.
So would you like for me to state the comment that I made, or would you like for me to finish reading the letter, sir?
As you like.
Mr. Mayor, can you just finish reading your letter? And
Okay.
Supervisor Peskin, please wait until your call next time.
Numerous agencies in San Francisco, including the Mayor's Office, Planning Department, Public Utilities, and the Municipal Transportation Authority, reviewed the draft EIR and offered substantive comments within the legally prescribed time limits. The San Francisco Board of Supervisors provided no comments. And just an FYI, the Baylands draft EIR comment period was the most robust in the history of CEQA. The comment letter from the San Francisco office of the mayor, and all of you have received that attached letter, recommends a land use alternative. Right? That's a land use that is different than what the developer is proposing, consisting of a solar farm, recology expansion, limited commercial office, and a high-speed rail maintenance yard. Obviously, the letter from the mayor and the resolution 161044 are not consistent. The draft resolution before the Board of Supervisors demonstrates little or no understanding of the actual EIR content. The Brisbane City Council will conduct its first public hearing regarding the EIR on November 17, 2016, with an expected closing of the hearings in the spring of 2017. Because of state law, regional significance, and remediation complexities of the site, the Brisbane City Council will conduct a thorough review of the environmental impacts to make an informed decision regarding the certification of the EIR. In addition to remediation concerns, the Council will take into account regional issues such as traffic, safety, building on unstable soils, municipal services, and other critical components. Last year, the City of Brisbane became the first government in the state of California to receive a gold-level Beacon Award from the Institute of Local Government for its comprehensive approach to addressing climate change and measurable reductions in energy and greenhouse gas emissions. This week, I will be heading down to the League of California Cities Conference to receive the Platinum-level Spotlight Award from the League of California Cities in regards to sustainability best practices. We are the only city in the state of California ever to receive that high a level for sustainability best practices. We'd also like to note that over the past 20 years, Brisbane's residential growth has grown by approximately 50%. The Baylands will no doubt be a proud product of our vision and values. We hope the larger community of the Bay Area will share in our enthusiasm and commitment towards responsible planning and allow for proper process to determine the best possible outcome for the site. We strongly urge you, the San Francisco Board of Supervisors, to support Brisbane's move toward creating a vibrant and regional appropriate development on the Bayland site. Threats to dissolve our city and annex it into San Francisco are tactics of bullying and intimidation. These are two words that I heard today. That doesn't fly. That's not good for anything. And not what we expect from the Board of Supervisors. Please, do the right thing.
Are you finished reading the letter?
Reject this divisive and harmful resolution and instead work constructively with Brisbane in addressing regional issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Supervisor Cohen?
Hello, Mr. Mayor. It's the first time we've met. My name is Malia Cohen. I'm a member of the board. I represent District 10, which is right around Candlestick, Visitation Valley. The Bayshore train station is in the district. Part of the Baylands is in the district as well.
Okay.
So I'm your neighbor and have had an interesting relationship with your city. So you're here today to read a letter that you submitted to us asking us not to support just an urging resolution to monitor the expansion and growth of what's happening in your city. Is that correct?
You know...
Well, I don't want to put words in your mouth. You tell me, why are you here?
I'm here because the area is a bi-county planned development area.
Right.
Brisbane representing San Mateo County, San Francisco its own county. We need to work together. And so because of that, I'm here to express my openness to work with the Board of Supervisors, work with the Mayor's office, to create one of the most sustainable developments that we possibly can for the site.
Okay.
And so that's why.
So I'm happy to hear this because I too have been, maybe someone has been misrepresenting your position as the mayor of Brisbane, but it's been communicated to me that you are not going to be, you have no future plans to build any housing. Is that correct?
So currently our general plan prohibits housing, and the reason why it prohibits housing is because the site's contaminated. Here we are in 2016, we have a 684-acre parcel next to 101 that's just really piles of dirt.
I mean, this is true, but
right?
I represent I represent a super fund. Supervisor Kim has a super fund in her district, and yet we've managed to be able to clean up. And not to say that it's been easy.
We don't own the land, right? Mm-hmm. Universal Paragon owns the land, and so they have finally submitted their specific plan, and we, the city, are going through our due diligence, and we have a process. It's been before the Planning Commission, and now it's before the council.
Okay, so I want to be respectful of the time. We've got a whole bunch of people with public comment, and perhaps we can invite you to come to us to the committee. I will welcome you and can agendize you to come to the Land Use Committee. I chair the Land Use Committee. Supervisor Wiener, as well as Supervisor Peskin, sit on this committee. I think this is a land use agenda item that warrants a more substantive conversation.
Absolutely.
To talk about the general plan. Particularly, I want to talk about the general plan prohibiting housing, and I will table the rest of my questions there. So, if I have no other further questions, Supervisor Kim.
Supervisor Campos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your comments. You have the right, as you said. We're two separate entities. You have a right to speak your mind and say what you need to say, and we have a right to respond accordingly, and that's what we're doing today. And so I'm proud to support this resolution. And, I think that there are words have matter. They do have consequences, and, that's the way life works. So thank you for being here. I think we should proceed and vote on this resolution when the time is appropriate. Thank you.
Supervisor Kim?
I just want to respect that the mayor of Brisbane is here today. A couple of things that I just want to mention. By the way, congratulations on receiving the award on sustainability best practices. And I know actually your record in history, Mayor Lentz, you're a huge environmental advocate, and I do appreciate your advocacy on that issue. But I don't think that there can be any type of sustainability in the Bay Area region if we're not building housing along with the jobs that we're creating. And in fact, if we only build the jobs in the office, we create longer commute times, more cars in the roads, more congestion. Housing absolutely has to be a piece of any type of environmental agenda if we're going to move forward in the Bay Area. And so more than anything, this resolution is merely an urging resolution, and I just want to be clear about that we would like our various departments here in City and County of San Francisco to monitor the work and review and participate and comment, as you had requested, on the actions that you are taking on the development of the Brisbane Baylands site, and of course, to encourage housing. And actually, I'm really glad that you're here today because I agree. I want to work with the City of Brisbane as well to make sure that we are all doing our part in terms of building more housing. We all have our RHNA housing allocation goals. Over the last 7 years, Brisbane has met 36% of its assigned housing goal. So it's great that Brisbane has grown by 50% over the last 20 years, but I think there's certainly more work to do. By the way, San Francisco has to do that as well. We met 64% of our goal in that same time period. And while we are on track to do far better over the next 7 years, I'm troubled by the fact that Brisbane has only approved 3 units of housing in that same time period. And so I think that there's a lot of competing interests. You are a representative and elected, and you certainly have to respond to your constituents. The one thing I did want to mention to the board and, of course, to the public is that I will be making some amendments to this resolution. Particularly, actually, this was an oversight that President Breed had pointed out and certainly pointed out in the letter that if it is that the City of Brisbane contemplates building no new housing, so investigating annexation only happens if you contemplate no new housing, that we would only look at what it would mean to annex a portion of the Brisbane Baylands so that we can help you build the housing. And perhaps it's not San Francisco, perhaps it's the County of San Mateo that would help Brisbane do that. But certainly, I would not want the action today of the board to be that we contemplate the full annexation of the city. So I want to just acknowledge President Breed for pointing out that oversight, and certainly want to make that clear to the City Council. And this is in no ways any type of threat. We do want to work with you, but we also want to explore all the available opportunities to make sure that the region as a whole is building, and that San Francisco is working with the city of Brisbane to ensure that that development happens.
Can I respond? I mean, I've had these comments.
Something,
so.
maybe if Supervisor Kim, would you like him to respond? Otherwise, I'm going to go to the next. Supervisor Wiener.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess we're having a little bit of a pre-debate before we get to the actual item. To be clear, and I've been very public about this, and Mayor Lentz and I have had various conversations. It's my view that the Baylands project should include housing. So I've been very clear about that. I continue to be clear. I look forward to continuing dialogue and discussion. But when it comes to regionalism, dialogue and discussion are really important. When you start making threats, and I'm sorry, I disagree with Supervisor Kim, to suggest that it's not a threat when we say, if you don't do what we want you to do, we're going to annex you. We're going to basically conquer you. Why don't we, Palo Alto, Mountain View, I guess Mountain View's they've started to turn things around. How about various cities in Marin? There are a lot of cities in the Bay Area with which I bet you we have disagreements, and I know I and Supervisor Campos as well, we do a lot of, a lot of us sit on regional bodies. There are a lot of disagreements. We have had some real disagreements with San Mateo County about Caltrain. Why don't we just conquer all of San Mateo County if we're going to do that? I mean, it's ridiculous for this Board of Supervisors on a resolution to say, if you don't do what we want you to do, we're going to annex your city. We're going to take over your city. I just think it makes this body look incredibly foolish to say that. And I think it undermines the credibility of San Francisco and the region, and it feeds into every negative stereotype in the region about San Francisco, that we're just these big bad bullies who go around telling everyone what to do. And it's great for us to express opinions and to work and to advocate, but then to turn that into, if you don't do what we want you to do, we're taking you over. That is not the direction we should be going.
Okay, I missed the memo. We were right in the middle of public comment, and now we have a list of Board of Supervisors having conversations. So,
Madam President, I was just going to rise to a
Peskin.
point of information on the lighter side of things, which is, I just want to point out that everything that is today part of San Mateo County was until 1856, or so I'm informed by Buck Delventhal, a part of San Francisco County. Just saying that for fun and yucks.
okay, and as soon as public comment is done, we can continue to have this discussion. And I don't know who's speaking, but should we restart his time, or what's going on here? We're done? Okay.
Just respond to some of the comments that were made by the supervisors.
Madam President, I will just a gentle reminder to the members of the board that this portion of the agenda is meant for commendatory, or those resolutions that receive a unanimous vote, or motions that will receive 8 votes or at least 6 votes on the matter itself, for future reference.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Okay.
旧金山434。
Good evening, Madam President and Board of Supervisors.
我叫郭华光，郭滩，我是世界越民寮华人团体联合总会最高顾问。
My name is Guo Tan, and I'm the General Counsel of the World Federation of Chinese Organization from Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos.
中国曾大多数社团首长衷心建议，希望能以中山站为命名。
The majority of the Chinese community leaders in San Francisco, Chinatown, have earnestly proposed naming the Central Subway Chinatown Station after founding father Sun Yat-sen.
这是符合三藩市及全美华人的殷切愿望。
This naming proposal represents genuine wishes from the entire Chinese community in San Francisco, Chinatown, as well as in the United States.
孙中山 被全球华人尊为现代中国的国父，包括台湾海峡两岸的华人。
Dr. Sun has been revered as the founding father of the modern China among the entire Chinese community in the world, including Chinese on both sides of the Taiwan Straits.
孙中山在20世纪初居住在旧金山中国城，为建立现代中国筹谋援助。
Dr. Sun lived in San Francisco Chinatown at the beginning of the 20th century, raising support for founding the modern China.
作为一个统领华人的领袖，孙中山致力于回归中华古老的道德。
As a unique uniting figure in the Chinese community worldwide, Dr. Sun insists on the necessity of a return to the old Chinese morality.
今年是孙中山诞辰150周年。
This year marks the 150th birthday of Dr. Sun.
旧金山中国城拥有亚洲以外最众多的华人。
San Francisco Chinatown has the largest Chinese community outside of Asia.
华人来美贡献盛举，世世代代生系一丝。中国城地铁站命名至关重要。
Chinese Americans living in Chinatown generation by generation have made significant contributions to the United States. The name of the central subway, Chinatown Station, is exceptionally important.
现在递上中国城华人社团领袖精英的联名信，恳请上万市市议会能接纳我等的建言。
Today, I'm handing in the petition forms co-signed by Chinese community leaders. We respectfully request that San Francisco Board of Supervisors grant our proposal. Thank you.
谢谢。
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Madam President and the Board of Supervisors. I would like to speak out against naming Rose Park on a public transportation facility we taxpayers pay for. The reason is because Rose Park acted as an agency of foreign repressive government to violate people's basic rights here in San Francisco. Here are some of the facts. In early October 2001, the then Board of Supervisors Chris Daly sponsored a resolution to support the human rights of Falun Gong practitioners whose peers were persecuted in China. I'd like to share with you some excerpts of a report published by San Francisco Examiner on October 11, 2001. The title is Mao Maoing the Falun Gong. It wrote, the practitioners of Falun Gong, quote, as the New House Minority Whip Nancy Pelosi has often said, persecuted in mainland China, they have now become a local item since Rose Park, in her persistent striving to become the Dragon Lady of Chinatown, denounced them before the Board of Supervisors Tuesday as anti-gay, anti-green, and anti-most everything that San Francisco holds dear, unquote. It's worth noting that Supervisor Tom Amiano and Supervisor Bevan Dapty all supported Supervisor Daly's human rights resolution for Falun Gong in 2006. The report went on saying Falun Gong, quote, a matter deplored by many politicians such as Nancy Pelosi, but backed and put off to another vote by the Board of Supervisors Tuesday, who were evidently responding to intense pressure from the PRC consulate. The question is that Ms. Park's histrionic antics at City Hall has raised is what is going on here against Falun Gong, unquote. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Esteemed supervisors, my name is May. I will continue the reading. The report said, among the anti-Falun Gong demonstrators with Ms. Park's crowd at City Hall yesterday were two men charged by SFPD with beating up a Falun Gong practitioner doing his stuff in Portsmouth Square last year. The cops dropped the case. One might ask why, but it is now subject of civil litigation. John Downing, the attorney for the Falun Gong man beat upon by the anti-Falun Gong crowd in the square, said that the first place the men went for help after they were arrested was the Rose Park's Chinese Chamber of Commerce. Attorney Downing said, we see a pattern here, which we will pursue in court, of using people in San Francisco to go against the Falun Gong members who are only practicing their religion as guaranteed by the United States government. The SFPD report was extensive and clear that the Falun Gong guy was beaten up for doing his thing, yet the cops dropped the charges, unquote. While the report said, end quote, the San Francisco Human Rights Commission sent Chief of Police Fred Lau, a Rose Pack political protege, a carefully worded letter asking the cops to be attuned to violation of the rights of members, and unquote. Attorney Downing said, quote, you wonder why in a city like San Francisco, it would be a problem to pass a resolution defending the rights of Falun Gong practitioners, unquote. The report went on to explain the reason. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you, Supervisors. My name is Flora. I'll go on with the reading. The report went on to explain the reason, quote, RosePac is leading a delegation headed by Mayor Willie Brown to China after this month, and perhaps might wish to look like a gentle warrior to the powers that be there to cushion her arrival with gold feathers, end quote. End quote. But before China's issue becomes San Francisco's issue, she might lighten up the rhetoric and the political mau-mauing against the Falun Gong, or else go straight to the other side of the table and register herself as a lobbyist for the PRC. The report ended. Sure enough, Rose Pack met with the then Chinese Communist Party leader Jiang Zemin when she led the delegation to China in late October 2001, according to the pro-CCP newspaper report, which was shown to you at last week's meeting. Jiang Zemin personally thanks Rose Pack for successfully blocking the Falun Gong human rights resolution. You may not know that Rose Pack has another title as Overseas Executive Director with the China Overseas Exchange Association, which is a foreign affairs organization under the direction of the Chinese government State Council Overseas Chinese Affairs Office. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Dear Madam President and Board of Supervisors, my name is Cassie. COEA's leadership is composed entirely of Chinese Communist Party officials representing various foreign affairs and overseas propaganda agencies of the Chinese government. The president of COEA is also the vice chairman of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference National Committee. The executive vice president of COEA is the director of OCAO director, who is also a member of the Communist Party Central Committee. According to an article by Mars East on Foreign Policy Association, COEA poses as a non-governmental organization while acting in fact as an overseas propaganda agency of the Chinese government and the Chinese Communist Party. In her capacity as an overseas executive director with COEA, Rose Pack rated the executive vice president of COEA in San Francisco in 2014. Rose Pack had also been frequently flown to Beijing to attend various events led entirely by Chinese Communist Party officials. In the article, it writes, one might also think that they, referring to Rose Pack and the like, regard San Francisco not as an American city, but as an overseas colony of the People's Republic of China, a quaint little Beijing by the Bay with clean air, cable cars, and walk-away crab cocktails for the pleasure of corrupt Chinese Communist Party officials. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, dear supervisors. My name is Fan Wen. I'm a CPA. People like us came to America, came to San Francisco, not only because of the nice weather, clean air, better opportunities, and life quality, but also because of freedom and human right. These two factors are the important part of life quality. Without the experience living in a country like China, under the suppression of Chinese Communist Party, You may have no idea the consequences of turning the city of San Francisco into Beijing by the Bay. But I will tell you, the Chinese community here will certainly not appreciate the city of San Francisco turning into Beijing by the Bay. Just as no matter how many people want to do business with China, just ask, do they really want to live in Beijing or any city in China under the current social and political environment? Why there are so many people from China want to stay here? I urge you to think twice which side of history you want to take. Do not name Rose Park on the public transportation facility. We taxpayers pay for it. I would like to share with you a role model for elected officials that Chinese community here truly supports. The current president of Board of Equalization, Fiona Ma, was on the San Francisco Board of Supervisors during 2002 to 2006. Despite tremendous pressure and even personal attack, Fiona Ma decided to vote for her conscience to support Falun Gong human rights resolution in 2006. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Dear Supervisors, good evening. My name is Janice. Fiona said at Supervisors meeting, as colleagues know, in the last few days, more than $20,000 in newspaper ads have been taken out against me in Chinese media and the San Francisco Chronicle. If people continue to think that these attacks are effective ways to change the outcome here at the Board of Supervisors, they are mistaken. This issue is not a political convenient issue for me to take on. As the only Asia-Pacific American on the Board of Supervisors, there is a high expectation level, and many people in my community have urged me to change my decision. However, I took oath to defend Constitution of the United States and Constitution of the State of California, and I vote for this today. Fiona Ma said, this resolution is simply about the value of this city, this state, and this country to protect the freedom we cherish that are recently under attack. And we are casting vote today on this amended resolution standing on those principles. This is the kind of elected official that the Chinese community truly supports, respects, and appreciates, and will remember for a long time. And this is the kind of legacy we want to leave for the next generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Supervisors. My name is Ray Wang. I need to play a video after my speech. The resolution was passed 92 on January 30, 2006. Back then, Rose Park threatened that if Fiona Ma supported the resolution, her political life would be ended. Look at the reality today. There's no need for me to tell you who's on the right side of the history. Here is a video clip of Fiona Ma in 2007, after she was selected to the California State Assembly, and he talked about her afterthoughts of supporting the Falun Gong resolution despite all the pressure. Please see the video. Thank you.
said, I sleep very well at night. I feel like I try my best to understand and stand up for people and do the right thing. So. What this country was based on, the basic freedoms, the liberties that we enjoy, democracy, and I feel like if we do not protect the people here and the values that make this country great, then we are, we should not be living here in America. Not everybody is going to like me, but like I said, I sleep very well at night. I feel like I try my best to understand and stand up for people and do the right thing. So pressure is part of this business.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
很多媒体报道，白兰在中国广州做了换肾手术。
It's been widely reported that Rose Pak went to China for a kidney transplant.
他去的医院是南方医科大学的南方医院。
The hospital she went was Southern Medical University in Guangzhou, referred as Southern Hospital.
其实它原来是一个军队医院。 叫解放军第一军医大学，军队医院编号157。
It is originally a military hospital with the former name as People's Liberation Army First Military Medical University, with the code as 157 Hospital.
南方医院已经因为涉嫌参与活摘法轮功学员器官和良心犯的器官。
This Southern Hospital has been allegedly involved in organ harvesting of Falun Gong practitioners and prisoners of conscience by human rights organizations.
而被国际人权组织列为调查的100家军队医院中排名第7。
And is listed as the top 7 of 100 military hospitals in China, which are under investigation.
加拿大人权律师 大卫·麦塔斯和前加拿大国会亚太司司长大卫·乔高
The Canadian human rights lawyer David Matas and the former Canadian Parliament member David Kilgour
多年来致力于独立调查活摘法轮功学员器官的罪行，并得出肯定的结论。
Devoted years of independent investigation about the allegation of organ harvest of Falun Gong practitioners and concluded its existence.
在他们的报告中说，有些人怀疑活摘器官的存在，这提醒我们想起1943年。
In their report, they stated some of the skepticism about the organ harvesting remind us of the statement of U.S. Supreme Court Justice Felix Frankfurt in 1943.
美国最高法院法官费利克斯·法兰克福得知纳粹大屠杀的消息后的反应。
Frankfurt, in reaction to being told by Jan Kasich about the Holocaust.
他说：“我不是说这个波兰年轻人在说谎。”
Frankfurter said, quote, I did not say that this young man was lying.
我是说，我无法相信他告诉我的话。
I said that I was unable to believe what he told me.
这两者是不同的。
There's a difference, unquote.
活摘器官确实很令人震惊，并且几乎令人难以相信。
The allegations here are so shocking that they are almost impossible to believe.
好，谢谢各位。
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Madam President and the Board of Supervisors. David Kilgour and David Matas said, quote, the allegations, if true, would represent a grotesque form of evil, which despite all the deprivations humanity has seen, would be new to this planet. This very horror makes us reel back in disbelief, but that disbelief does not mean that the allegations are untrue, unquote. This summer, both the U.S. Congress and the European Parliament passed a resolution condemning the organ harvesting crime in China after 10 years of investigation. As a board of supervisors with the record of caring and standing up for the international human rights issue, I sincerely urge you to take this issue seriously on behalf of your constituent and yourself. Do not name Rose Park on a public transportation facility which taxpayers pay for. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
市议长和市议员们，你们好，我的名字叫丽丽。
Dear Madam President and Supervisors, my name is Lily.
我们今天很多人从公司请假来到这里，想告诉你们，对白兰你们也许还不知道的一面，因为我们认为一个人的道德和品格是至关重要的。
Many of us took time off to work today and came here again to tell you the side of Rose Park that you may not have known, but moral and integrity is very important as a person.
我们来这里告诉各位的是我们真实的经历，也是我们当地华人的个人经历。我们认为我们不仅有权利，也有资格告诉你们这些，因为我们是旧金山的居民，是中国城的居民，也和白兰一样是中国来的华人。我们在过去的17年里，在旧金山受到了很多不公正的待遇和欺辱，这种不公正今天仍然在继续。
We are here to share with you our genuine experience, which is personal, which is local, and which is factual. We believe we have a right to express it here and also have the qualification. We are the residents of San Francisco. Many of us live in Chinatown. We are Rose Park's fellow countrymen. We have been mistreated in the past 17 years in San Francisco, and it is still happening.
在过去这些年中，我们不断地来旧金山市议会、旧金山人权委员会申诉，但是不仅没得到关注，而且几乎毫无结果。我们知道这是因为白兰造成的，而白兰背后是中领馆，中领馆背后是中共政权。
We came to City Hall and to Human Rights Commission numerous times to voice our griefs. We couldn't get any attention, let alone action. We know the reasons for that is Ms. Rose Park, the Chinese consulate behind her, and Chinese Communist Party behind the consulate.
但是这不是一件小事。我们知道你们马上会讨论是否以白兰的名字命名中国城的地铁站。我们要在这里向各位问各位一个问题：你们知道关于白兰的所有事情吗？你们觉得白兰是我们要树立起来，让后人敬仰的吗？他有值得你们如此表彰的品德和人格吗？这种命名在未来给中国城带来的到底是荣耀还是耻辱？希望各位能思考一下这个问题。谢谢。
However, this is not a light issue. We know that you will be discussing and possibly voting for a resolution regarding naming Chinatown subway station after Rose Park. We want to raise a few questions here. Have you examined all the facts about her? Is she really the person that you want to establish for people to look up to? Does she have the moral and integrity to deserve that honor? And would that name highlight or shadow our Chinese community in the future? Thank you.
Thank you. And next speaker, please.
大家晚上好，我的名字叫赵旭。
Hello everyone, my name is Zhao Xu.
在我们今天结束之前，我们希望能够告知你们一些你们非常需要知道的在中国的新的情况。
Before we end here, we want to share with some new development in China that is very worth noting.
对法轮功的破坏很快会停止。也许你们知道，也许不知道，法轮功的迫害是由中共前党魁和所谓国家主席江泽民个人所发动的， 也是他个人推动和维持的。江泽民和白兰认识，他请白兰帮助在旧金山迫害法轮功。江泽民在2001年为白兰在旧金山市议会阻挡声援法轮功权利的议案而向白兰表示个人的感谢。这就是白兰这些年不遗余力地在旧金山打压法轮功的原因。
The persecution of Falun Gong is gradually coming to a stop. As you may know or not, Jiang Zemin, the former head of Chinese Communist Party and head of state, is the sole person who started this persecution and only source that is maintaining it. Jiang Zemin knew Rose Pak personally, and he thanked her for stopping a San Francisco Board of Supervisors resolution to support human rights of Falun Gong in 2001. That is why Rose Pak has been attacking Falun Gong so vigorously here in San Francisco.
但是江泽民在过去10几年内逐渐失去他的势力，他是因为担心法轮功太大和妒忌法轮功创始人所得到的巨大声誉，而开始迫害法轮功。即使在中国，在中共高层内部，也有很多人认为这是一场荒唐的迫害。
However, Jiang Zemin has been losing his control over the years. Jiang Zemin started this persecution out of fear for the large number of Falun Gong practitioners and his jealousy of the reputation of the founder of Falun Gong. Many people in China, including other top leaders in China, didn't agree with him and see this persecution simply senseless.
中国现任国家主席习近平就可能是这样一个人，他并不像江泽民那样认同迫害，因此他不动声色地把执行迫害政策的江泽民的党羽绳之以法。2013年，习近平在全国范围内解散了中国的劳动教养制度，打掉了江泽民派系得以迫害法轮功的重要手段。
The current president of China, Xi Jinping, is such a person. He doesn't necessarily agree to this persecution, and he has been quietly purging Jiang Zemin's cohorts, who runs Jiang's policy. In 2013, Xi Jinping completely disbanded all labor camps over China, thus eliminating the most important apparatus of the persecution, labor camp, a place that police can arbitrarily lock up people without going through any trial.
习近平当局还抓捕了江泽民设计的专门用于迫害法轮功的610办公室，以及其他很多迫害法轮功的各级官员。就像很多媒体和观察家所说的，对法轮功的迫害很快就会停止。
Xi Jinping also arrested the top leaders of the 610 office, which is the government agency created by Jiang Zemin solely responsible for directing the persecution campaign. Most of Jiang's cohorts are being purged and
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Supervisors, my name is Bo, and allow me to continue here. When that day comes, everything that Rose Pak did will be exposed, and the Chinese government and the Chinese consulate may even reverse their standing. At that time, the world will look at one of the biggest modern time massacres that claimed the lives of millions of innocent people. Through tortures in labor camps or state-sponsored organ harvesting, the world will look at who tried to stop it and who tried to push for it, just in the same way that how we look back at who did what during the Holocaust perpetrated by Nazi Germans in 1940s. At that time, how will the world see the role played by Rose Pak today? And how will the world see the action that this board of supervisors took to honor her by ignoring what she did? Should you have any doubt over what we presented here, we are more than willing to sit down with you to answer any question you may have and provide you with any fact or evidence that you request. However, if you hear what we presented here and find no reason to doubt the truthfulness of it, then we believe you have enough information to make an informed and correct decision. Supervisors, please think it over carefully, listen to your conscience, and make a decision that you will feel proud rather regretful in the future. Thank you, Supervisors.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, dear supervisors. I'm here to talk about item 45, the name of Chinatown Station. Back in June, U.S. Congress passed a resolution condemning the crime against humanity of Chinese government, taking large number of Falun Gong practitioners and steal their organs and sell for profit. Now, for more than a decade of time, the Chinese government has been try hard to push this persecution against the Falun Gong outside the border of China. And Rose Pack play a huge role in the city of San Francisco to help to extend this persecution into this city. Now, I'm not here to talk about Rose Pack's personal political opinions about Falun Gong. I'm talking about the beatings, hate crimes taking place on the street of San Francisco. I'm talking about the hate incidents and discrimination events taking place in our local society because of the effort of Rose Pack. So Rose Pack, what Rose Pack stood is totally against the value which the city of San Francisco stands for. I know you are not the Congress. I know you are not State Department. China is far. It's on the other side of the Pacific Ocean. But here in this case, it's not the geographical distance that's important. It's important. It's the value of San Francisco. So I urge all of you to consider this upcoming item 45 discussion and make sure you stay on the right side of history. Thank you.
Thank you. And next speaker, please.
Hey, Peskin, don't you have any respect? These Falun Gong people are talking about you siding with Rose Pack while you're yakking.
Sir, please address your remarks to the board as a whole.
At least Kim and Mar have the decency to sit there. I see. What's his name? Yi, getting up there laughing with David. You think it's funny? They're selling these poor people's body parts. I heard Michael Savage say on his radio show that the FBI arrested some people in New York over this, and you people, it's amazing. You ought to be ashamed of yourself, Kim. Mar? Savage had, 400 radio stations taken away from him because he made some comment about Hillary Clinton. He's a medical doctor. He's earned his degree. And he made some comment about Hillary's medical condition. WABC in New York yanked him. These other 399 stations yanked him. KSFO has him back up. I don't know about the other stations, but he was on KSFO. But this is happening right in front of our eyes. We're becoming like Red China. That's what this place is becoming like. And you people ought to be ashamed of yourself. Kim, how can you respect Rose Pack?
Again, sir, can you address your comments? We won't say it again to the members as a whole and not to individual supervisors. Thank you.
Now, I have not seen the debate, with Governor Pence. But what's happening in our nation right now, I'll guarantee you, the moderator is ganging up on Governor Pence, They're doing the same thing to him as they did to Mr. Trump. It's 2 against 1, and he still won, and I'm sure Governor Pence is going to win because right is going to win, But it's not right. And I hope that these people, that Mr. Trump and Governor Pence take on these moderators and say, hey, you need to leave. You're not running for president. You're not running for vice president. I am. And they need to get out of here. I don't know what's going on with these debates and where this came in, where you have a moderator. What's a moderator?
Next speaker, please.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam President, before I set the timer for the next speaker, I will remind the members of the public in the public gallery that audible expression, either in support or in opposition, is prohibited by the board rules. You may use your supportive fingers. Next speaker, please.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam President and honorable members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Clay Holstein. I'm the city manager of Brisbane. I just wanted to kind of cut to the chase in terms of the resolution that's before you tonight. The offending section is the penultimate paragraph in the resolution that speaks to annexation. We ask that you remove it in whole. There's an old rock and roll song that goes something to the effect that you can't talk to a man with a shotgun in his hand. We ask you to remove the shotgun. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I tell you, it's a heavy day in here today, from Black Lives Matter to Falun Gong. It's pretty heavy. So let's lighten the evening before we all go home and watch this debate and talk about the Board of Supervisors and domestic violence. October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month, and I know each and every supervisor here does not want to propagate or protect abusers of domestic violence. But unfortunately, there is a supervisor here who is protecting a person who is a domestic violence perpetrator. I am a survivor of domestic violence. I was relocated from San Francisco to my hometown for 2 years to protect me from my domestic abuser. And it really upsets me that a person, Julius, and I'm not even going to say his last name, Turman, who has endorsed our gay supervisor and abused and brutalized his partner, who happened to be my attorney to protect me against my abuser. And Scott Wiener has his endorsement on his Senate website.
Sir, please.
And that is shameful.
Just address your remarks to the board as a whole,
of the Board of
please.
Supervisors to have an endorsement from a perpetrator of a gay man, and to not only take his endorsement, but
Sir,
put it on his website.
I'm pausing your time. Your viewpoints are important to us, but when you start talking about opposition or support of individuals who are on the ballot, that's where you've crossed the line. You're welcome to continue your remarks, but please leave out the part about the election and address your remarks to the board as a whole. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for the clarity. It's so hard for me to know where the line is to draw outside this chamber and inside this chamber, but I just want to ask this particular supervisor to remove his endorsement of a known abuser on that website. It's shameful. I got beaten up, brutalized, and so did my attorney. It's a shame that you're supporting him. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Tom Gilberti. Some clarifications. Last week I mentioned something about we get the best of Aaron Peskin. We get the best of Aaron Peskin all the time. Over here we get it in 1 2-minute burst. At the special Millennium meeting, we got Mr. Peskin for hours. It's appreciative. Judgments, decisions are made. A critical thinker, something that resonates. In my case, a lot of times dust settles. Last week at this meeting, we are creating buildings, tall luxury condos that will be successful even though they will be inhospitable. No one will be able to inhabit them after the big earthquake. Excuse me, that just smacks of a timeout. Empty, tall buildings, the cost to take down, the loss in homes, major timeout. There are limits to what man can do in this society. San Francisco has to look at them and recognize them. The city is going through major crossroads: homeless, education, police, housing, transportation, creating healthy communities, and we're going in the wrong direction. It just seems that we're lacking leadership at the mayor's office. We are lacking leadership. The best he could give us was no on G, even Falun Gong here. These people came here just because they were kicked out of a parade, and look what it's turned into. You're creating a political movement here by not doing anything. We need to recognize the reality that we are in quickly and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gilberti. Are there any members of the public who wish to address the board at general public comment? Please step up. Madam President.
Thank you. Seeing no members of the public that would like to comment, public comment is now closed. Madam Clerk, let's go to the items for adoption without reference to committee.
Items 42 through 48 are being considered for immediate adoption without committee reference. A single roll call vote may enact these items. A member may object, sever an item, and have it considered separately.
Supervisor Kim?
44.
Supervisor Cohen? All right. Madam Clerk, on the remaining items, can you please call the roll?
On items 42 through 48 minus 44, Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos?
Aye.
Campos, aye. Supervisor Cohen? Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell? Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim? Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr?
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Peskin?
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Tang?
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener?
Aye.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee?
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos? Avalos, aye. There are 11 ayes.
Those items are adopted and approved unanimously. Madam Clerk, please call item number 44.
Item 44 is a resolution to urge the city and all relevant agencies to closely monitor and review any development proposal for the Brisbane Baylands area to ensure that the City of Brisbane prepares a comprehensive and complete environmental impact report, and to urge Brisbane to adopt a reasonable land use plan for this area that will include needed workforce housing.
Supervisor Kim.
I realize that we already had a somewhat robust discussion on this resolution already. I have talked to Chair Cohen of the Land Use Committee, and I know that she wants to call for a hearing on this immediately. So I will refer this to committee to be discussed with the hearing. I do, as I said prior, have some amendments to make per conversation with President Breed on changing the language to exploring just a portion of Brisbane Baylands in which we can build housing for, only, of course, as a last resort and in partnership with the City of Brisbane and the County of San Mateo.
Okay, this item will go to committee. Madam Clerk, will you please read the in memoriams?
Yes, today's meeting will be adjourned in memory of the following beloved individuals. On behalf of President Breed, for Mr. Nathaniel Mason Jr., and on behalf of Supervisor Tang, for the late Mr. John Lionel Dupree.
Okay, colleagues, this brings us to the end of our agenda for today. Madam Clerk, is there any further business before us?
That concludes our business for today.
Thank you. We are adjourned.